Like I've said many times before, 5 minutes just doesn't seem to be enough, everybody. Hello and welcome, everybody. Trying to get all my stuff running, just so much stuff at the same time. We're going to, of course, hang out with all of you right here in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Also, of course, we're going to play some Valheim, which is funny irony because I saw it going into the background right there, too. Good timing, good timing. So, yes, we're going to play some Valheim with my crew. Then we are going to play some Mech Arena. Pretty excited about playing with that. I see some of you have downloaded it and got it going. If you haven't already done so, now's a good time to download it. Come and join me, everybody. We're going to play it after some Valheim. It is called Mech Arena Robot Come on, brain. Showdown. We're going to play that again, and we're going to have some battles. We're going to have some tournaments, playing some mech stuff. Now, again, a great way to support the stream, everybody, is to support my sponsors. It is totally free to play game. You can go ahead and follow that link right there in the chat. Go over there, download it, try to get yourself to Division 9. We're going to be playing it later tonight after Valheim in about 6 hours or so. So whatever time that is, your local time's 3 a.m. for me. We're going to be playing that. We'll get everybody in. Now, we get 10 people to come and join us and get the Division 9. Then I will be doing a giveaway as well on top of that. So we'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. Now, again, if you haven't already done so, download it now. Just play the tutorial. Get it going on. I gave you plenty of time. I'll let you know all week long. Ahead of time. I wish I, hadn't been as sick, but I do what I can do. And again, it's a fun Mech Warrior style game. I definitely suggest you come and join me. We're going to play a bit of it again later on. Going to be very fun. So I appreciate them coming in and sponsoring the channel. As well as, by the way, if you do use that link, you also get a bonus reward just for me. It's an influencer reward where you get a legendary skin, you get some coins, you get some credits, so you're styling and profiling over there just because you use my link to go over there and enjoy. So yes, we're going to have some fun doing all of that stuff. We'll take a more deeper dive into it. We'll look at some of the videos. We'll do all of that stuff later on tonight around 3 a.m. So that's about 5 hours from now. 5 hours. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's about 5 hours from now. Sorry, but bad math there. So we're going to do all of that kind of stuff. We're going to try out all the different type of things like deathmatch and team play and, player versus player, all that kind of fun stuff. We're going to try all that out and see how it goes. So, again, I'm into these kind of Mech Warrior games. I used to play the big stand-up arcades where I would go down there and me and my friends, we would all get into all sorts of trouble, battling out. Sometimes we battle versus each other. Sometimes it was us versus the bots and whatnot. Very, very fun. As well. So again, we'll do that later on, but we're going to get into Valheim. I already put the info up there for all my team. You're welcome to jump in and get it started. Now, tonight, what we need to do is we need to gear everybody up. Because everybody has reached a point now where they have pretty decent gear, they have the padded gear. What you need to do is just basically boost that padded gear to different tiers, right? So you got level 1, level 2, level 3, so on, basically through our workbenches and things like that. So we're trying to tier that up to the highest tier that we can. And then get everybody's gear up. So that means we're going to need a lot of iron today. We're going to need a massive amount of iron. And other materials, little materials that we're going to need to bring back to the base. So we just really need to focus on that. Now, we've already taken out the 5th boss, everybody. That's right. We're already done with all 5 bosses. There is a 6th boss, which is at the Mistlands. And we also discovered a bit of an item that everyone's going to need in the Mistlands that actually moves away the fog so we can kind of see where we're going. So we checked that out as well. We're generating a bunch of those, so everybody will have one of those when we go into the Mistlands. Some of my team has already played all the way into the Mistlands. I never have, and everybody had to start a brand new character before we get to there. So we all started again at the same point, and we all worked our way to where we are now, which is really, really fun, everybody. This game is exceptionally good. Highly recommend some Valheim for sure. You're welcome to come join us as well. Remember, you do have to start a new character, but you're welcome to come in and utilize our gear that we have. Gear yourself up. Come and join us as we kind of push a little bit closer toward the Mistlands. Not sure we're going to get to the Mistlands tonight because we do need to gear everybody up and upgrade all of their armor. So that is not going to be an easy thing. I can tell you, with as many people that usually join me here, it's going to be quite the undertaking to get that going. So all my team can go ahead and jump in and start to get ready. I went ahead and threw the server info on there. And if you're interested in joining us, let me know in the chat if you're not able to find our server info and all of that. Make sure that you do go onto the Discord and read the rules first and click that green check mark. That's going to help you a bunch. And again, I gave you one shot to be awesome. And if you're not awesome, then I instantly boot you forever. That's it. I don't mess around. So work well together, as I like to say. Crazy Covenant said, hello all. Alan says, running behind today. Just finished helping my dad move the washer, dryer, and a table. Oh, man, that's always fun. Moving day. Moving day is always fun. Hey, Big JP in the chat. What up, Big JP? Always great to see you. My awesome mod, Crazy, in the chat as well. Make sure to show him lots of love. I want to see some hearts and love for Crazy in the chat. Always backing me up on Saturdays. Appreciate it big time. Looking after my chat as well. Unforgiven said, hello, Unforgiven. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Brando coming in as well. Oh, I forgot to click everybody. I'm just sitting here zoning. There he is. There's Brando over there. There's Crazy. There's Big JP. There's Unforgiven right there. We got Foggy in there as well. And then Alan coming in saying all of that stuff as well. Again, I'm just sitting here zoning out. Everybody, I've been doing so much stuff, everybody. I've been not feeling so well. I went to the doctor and it made me feel even worse and instead of better. But I think I'm coming out of it now. Definitely feeling better than I was feeling on Wednesday. Feeling better today. And I'm ready to play some games. So let's go play some games. Let's get it going on. All right, let's go ahead and bring in my backdrop first here so I can go ahead and log in and put in the password and everything. This is another one of those games that doesn't have the password blocked in a good way, and it doesn't save your password either. That's another thing I wish they would add to the login, is that it would save the actual password so that I don't have to keep typing it in every single time if I log out or log in. Now, of course, I change it each time. Let's see. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it didn't want to let me in. All right, let's try again. Oh, do I have my caps lock on? That's exactly what it is. Whenever you try to do something and if your password, you know your password's right, but it says it's not right, it's usually because you got your caps lock on. And that's the first thing I look for, because that's usually what happens. That's exactly what happened. I looked over there and I could see it was on. Okay, here we go. Let's try it again. And I reset the password. I restarted the server as well right before the stream so that, we'd have good. There we go. All right, now we're in. And I restarted the server so that the server has a chance to restart before we get into it and really go to town. Now, welcome to our awesome base over here. And of course, always nighttime. Whenever I should have logged in first and forward the time by myself. But you can see over here we have a bunch of stuff going on. I'll take you all on a quick tour for those who haven't seen our primary base, and then I'll get in with my crew and say hello to them. Right down here is a fun little simple docks that I built where basically my team can roll up. We got the big boat there right now. You also have different size boats. You have a small raft and then a kind of an in-between boat that you can use to transport materials. Now, today is all about the iron, everybody. We need to get everybody geared up into that next level iron. You can still see that all I did was add a stairway, one stairway, which leads into our sorting area, which is this area here, and the other stairway, which leads right down into the center of the base. Now, it'd be nice to come in here and build the stairway all the way across and all of that. But my time is my most valuable asset, everybody. So I usually build to what the minimum I need. And then later on, once we have kind of won the game and all of that stuff, then we get into the more advanced building, what I call mega building. I usually build very basic, though, in the beginning. Square rooms, all that stuff. Don't like to take all the extra time to use up all the extra resources. I'm also very much about keeping resources to a minimum because that's also my team's time of running around, grabbing and collecting all that resource. If I get super fancy on the building, then, it's coming out of those resources in general. Now, you might see these things on the side here. These are all personal portals. We have 2 different types of portals. Portals that take you somewhere, like to a boss or to the shrine or to the trader. And then we have individual teleporters here, which are for people to go from here or from wherever they are back to the base and use them mostly temporarily. Sometimes they're used in a way that takes us to a new area. And then once we get to that new area, we'll swap that portal to another name. And then boom, we get that portal now as a more permanent portal, and we'll put that in our other room over there. Now, what these are sorting boxes here. So these are all different boxes for different items. If we go up here and look here in the front, we can see it says I and miscellaneous crafting box. Over here of miscellaneous things that we may have found along the way. And I will also, when I feel like it gets to a certain point, like these freeze glands here, I will go ahead and start putting them in a separate box when it reaches that kind of level. But most of the time, if it's just a few things of whatever it is, they'll end up here in this box. Just because it's easier to find that miscellaneous stuff than to go and search through every single box in there. Now, also along the outside, we have our drop boxes. Now, those drop boxes are where everybody puts their random stuff. And then someone like me, a sorter, comes along and takes care of it, or the quartermaster, comes along, sorts all that stuff, and then puts it away into its appropriate box, which we'll do here in just a bit. Show you some of my tips on that. Now, over here, you can see Alan's over here working on some food. This was made by Warforged in here. Did an incredibly great job of his awesome build here. And you can see he's got all of his different types of components over there. And then some of those components also on this side, where he's basically just putting a whole bunch of stuff. You see he's got his own personal box in the corner, which I do all the time as well. Because it's good to have your own personal box in case you're trying to sort stuff or you're trying to take stuff off you temporarily. You can put it in the box, then do what you need to do, and then get your stuff back like that. So this is where we cook all the food and stuff like that. So again, I just ask who wants to do what with what, and people go, "Oh, I'll do this thing, Kismet." I say, "All right, you go do that thing." I don't assign to people. People typically volunteer for that particular stuff. Now, over here, we have our main teleport room. You can see over here, we got Coast Swamp, Frost Cave, Frost, Frosty Bee, BF Base, the Silver Dock, Elder, which is the second boss, Bone Mass was the third boss. We got a Plains Farm, and then Motor, and then the last one here, Yaglath, which is, those are bosses as well. Motor is boss number 4. And then over here, Yuglath is boss number 5. So those are all been taken out. We've already annihilated them. One I called the Big Woo after Joe versus the Volcano, which is one of my favorite movies, incredibly great. East Motor, that's what the E stands for. That'd be East Motor of the main boss. Then we've got Trader, Tree Farm, Farm Base, and Shrine. And we are running out of room. But that's okay. We can always put more in the middle, build another thing, try to more efficiently. I like to actually put them back to back because they're more efficient down the center. So eventually I will do that as well. Then also around the back over here, we have our kilns that are producing a bunch of charcoal for us to use. Then up above here, we do have one of the new items. This right here, where you basically put a bunch of stuff in there, lightning comes down and destroys that item. Try not to be too close because you can be killed by that AoE effect. And then up here, you can see that we are producing a bunch of random gear, which basically is our forge area. We're producing forge items there. We have our dark forge there. Basically, this is where we refine all of our raw materials like copper and tin and things like that into ingots. And then we use those ingots for making gear, weapons, so on. Over there, we have our artisan table there as well. You can see he's making some thread over there. And then all this stuff over here, we can see that some of this stuff still needs to be refined. Looks like a bunch of copper ore still in there. Scrap iron as well. And let's see what we got over on this side. There's our thread and then some refined copper there and black metal. Very nice. And some coal. And so when the stuff is finished, what's supposed to happen after they refine it here for crafting, they'll move it over into the main room or sometimes leave it over here depending on what they're doing. If they're producing armor and weapons and things like that for the crew, they can keep it over there and then just produce that particular thing. Now, this is our sleeping quarters down here. Since we have so many people sometimes on the server, between 5 to 10 people, what happens is you need a big area for people to sleep, and they need to be around a campfire. So we've used this kind of upgraded campfire so everybody can rest. And what it does, it forwards time. So if it's nighttime, we want it to be daytime, we can go ahead and come over here and do what I call the all sleep, where everybody runs over here, everybody sleeps, and then it forwards time, and then it's daytime like it is now. Now, over here is a brand new item that we added, the Wisp Fountain, and this creates these wisps, and these wisps help us when we get to the Mistlands, and that's kind of where we left off, where we are basically collecting these for everybody to have one, and we're going to make our way through the Mistlands. But first, the last thing that we did was everybody needs to get their gear to maximum. That means if you have, your various different gear here, your padded gear, that instead of it being a 1, which it is right now, it needs to be upgraded to its maximum level. Now over here we have our various different benches. We have our forge here, which we go in and look. We can see, okay, this has the padded here. And then we can say, okay, I want to upgrade this padded, and we're going to need some iron and linen thread. So iron and thread is going to be our main thing. We want to get everybody to maximum. If you notice that I keep most of my stuff at 1, the reason why is, again, I'm not doing, I'm not taking and doing all of that stuff. Am I spending my time collecting the ore every minute of every day? No. So I would rather that gear, that resource go to the people who are doing that, who choose to want to do that first, and then I'm usually the last person that upgrades his gear. So along with that is something I would upgrade would be the garden hoe here, which allows you to flatten. I do a lot of that, a lot of flattening and building and running the base and organizing and doing all of that stuff. So that's what we need. We need a lot of iron and linen thread, and that's why he's running the linen thread over there. Then also you have the workbenches here, which you can upgrade your cloak and stuff right here, which I have a wolf fur cake. We can upgrade that. And you can see down here that it would upgrade wolf quality 2, and that our bench level is level 5. And then over here, same thing. On our forge, we have upgraded it to level 6. Now, all of those upgrades are here in the menu. You can see they have little stars next to them. That means that they're upgrades for our benches. So let's see how many upgrades we have. That's for cauldron. That's not what I need. Workbench, there we go. That's a workbench upgrade. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 workbench upgrades there. And then this is all forge, I believe. Forge, 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 forge. Yeah, so right here we've got 4 upgrades for our workbench right over here. And I try to put them in such a way that both of these workbenches are upgraded as well. So when you go to them, you see this one is 5, and then you go to the other one, this one's 5 as well. So it doesn't matter which bench you use, because the benches are you probably use the most of anything else. The forge is somewhat, but the workbenches is typically all your lower level gear, like your hammer and your hoe and all of that stuff. Now I can also upgrade those as well over here to a higher quality in there. It doesn't actually give me the resources, but it only goes so far. Like here, you can see that the hammer went to level 3 and the hoe went to level 3, and it doesn't give me any further option to upgrade. Then here on the cape, I could upgrade that with a little bit of silver and a little bit of wolf pelt. But that's another thing that we're going to need to collect more silver and more iron. And that should be the primary goal of my crew right now. Is to gear that up. Now, we do have some iron over here in the boxes that we have left over from before. Now, again, the people who would upgrade first would be all of our tanks. The people who are taking the most damage, they would go in, use up all of that, and get themselves to maximum level so that, or maximum gear level, so that they can, of course, tank those tougher mobs when we get to the Mistlands. So that's our primary goal, as well as we do have a little bit of bronze there, and a good amount of, we have a little silver there, and a good amount of copper and tin. So I would say silver and definitely iron. Now this looks like a lot of iron, everybody. I would just move out of the way for a second here. We got a stack here and then these stacks over here. That looks like a lot of iron, but it is really not across 10 people. That's, depending on how many people you have in the game, is the scale at which you're going to need that amount of gear, right? That amount of resources. And that's the toughest part about being with a bigger group, is that all of the resources don't just go to you. None of the resources belong to me, everybody. It's not like my resources. It's owned by the group. So we always try to prioritize who gets upgraded first, who gets upgraded second, and so on and so forth. And then eventually our goal today is to try to get everybody geared up, try to backlog as much resources as we can, get all of our stuff upgraded and so on, and then potentially tiptoe into the Mistlands, which we actually already know where the Mistlands are. When we were over here working on our motor boss, just north of it up here is the Mistlands. And I'm told we'll probably get one shot if we went there now. So there we go. Speaking of awesome peeps, there's the mighty Warforged coming in with that 33 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Appreciate him coming in and blowing that up. Hey, Jockers, what's up? I see you there in the chat. Rotisserie G in there as well. What up? What up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're going to get this started, everybody. It's going to be a good night, everybody. It's going to be a good night. You know, whenever I play Valheim, things go right off the rails, which is part of the fun. So let's get into it. Now, again, we're going to need to upgrade also our weapons on top of our other gear. You can see that I do have the Draugr Fang, which is currently at 1, so we're going to need some Guck and definitely more silver and ancient bark and all of that stuff to upgrade all that. And I want to upgrade my Iron Axe. I would have that problem as well. Now, there actually are higher-end items than what's over here. If we run back over to the other side here, you can see my team's in there working away. There we go. We got Fog over there doing his thing. You got Warforged in there. You got TM for short, or the Magician. Been with me for a very, very long time, everybody. Part of my original guild 20 years ago. Still running, everybody. Still running 20 years later. Now, again, we have another bench over here, which is called the Artisan's Table. Now, the Artisan's Table is another level of things that you can produce. We've got Wooden Missile over here, where we could use core wood. Does 75. Look at that. I forgot that was a thing, everybody. I forgot that was a thing there. Which is really, really nice. But core wood isn't that hard to do. You can actually farm some of this stuff, which we'll go to the farm. We'll show you that here in just a moment. But you can grow trees, and you can grow food and stuff like that that you might need. So that's the next level bench there. And again, we also have our dark iron forges there. So all of that stuff should be getting converted. They should be converting all that dark iron and whatnot that we have in there. That should always be running. Very rare do you need stuff at its raw form. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you need stuff in its raw form, but very rarely. Most of the time, that stuff should be constantly forging all the time. So let's go ahead and head back to what we call our farm base. Now, our farm base is actually our first base. This is actually our second base in this playthrough. Now, we have played through multiple times before. This isn't our first playthrough, everybody. That is for sure. Now, watch out for that Backseat Gaming in the chat. I'm just giving you guys a little bit of tour of what we're up to. Now, out here, I can see Unforgiven's out here, rocking it as normal. Look at this beautiful area that they've done for our farms out here. Now, again, we have a lot of people, everybody. We have a lot of people in the server, sometimes up to 8, 10 peeps at the same time, depending on what we're playing at any given time. Sometimes we've had 20 people on the server, but that was on, another game. But basically, what they're doing here is basically keeping everybody alive with the food. Now, this game is very gear and food oriented, right? When you eat food, you eat 3 different types of food, and they will give you certain benefits, either health or give you stamina, or health and stamina, right? So you split between the two, or a certain percentage of the two. And again, this was originally our base. We had a much bigger base here, but I did scale it down to use those materials on our new base that we created. And so right here, of course, we're doing all the farming. Unforgiven's doing an awesome job, as well as sometimes when some people are not on, other people go in, like Alan or Warforged, and they'll go in and take care of the farms as well. And I don't assign anything to anybody, everybody. Sometimes I do call an all sleep, or I will call an all defend if we're getting attacked for whatever reason. And then over here, we have our various animal farms. I can see we've got some pigs in there. I couldn't remember if there was in there. Now, this is Ro. Ro loves to do this stuff. Oh, look at the little baby. There's a little baby piggy. Look at him. He's so cute. And then these are our boars here. Now, of course, what you want to do is capture the animals, and then eventually try to capture a regular animal. And then you can use that animal for resources, right? For meat and leather and all of that. And then you want to try to capture a 1-star of that particular thing, and then a 2-star of that particular thing, and then try to keep scaling it up. Now, over here on the other side, you can see that we have a ladder, and that ladder is so that you can lead the pig in there, and then basically give it some food, and then you just kind of hide out around the corner so that it will basically tame the animal eventually with that food, and so on. You can see he's got also like an in-between area here. Now over here, I'm going to jump in with the wolves. Ah! I'm good. We got a little baby wolf. Look at him, a little wolf cub. 1-star, by the way, as well. Another little 1-star there. Look at them all. Bunch of little 1-star wolves there. Very cute. So these are our wolves here that are being tamed. And you can see there's some food there. A lot of little 1-stars. And you can see that's a next level wolf, right? So instead of having the regular stars, we have 2 1-stars coupling up. And then eventually you'd want to get 2 2-stars, right? Because then you know you're guaranteed a 2-star. Now, if you take a regular wolf and take a 2-star wolf, well, you could get anything from a regular wolf to a 1-star to a 2-star. You never really know. But if you have 2 2-star wolves, you know you're going to get a 2-star wolf from that. At least that's how it used to work. I'm not sure if it still works that way, but we'll see. I do like to have a quick exit like that so that when you bring in stuff into tame, you definitely need a way to get out where they can't get out, right? You notice the ladder is a bit off the ground so that they can't just run out of there. And really nice looking. We have a little bit of a dock down here too. This is what used to be, again, our primary base. To get started, what I call a basic build, right? This is just basic. I know it seems big. It seems big to some of you, but this is just a basic build where you're just getting your stuff started. Now, way up on the hill up there, we have some taming area. And over on the other side of that taming area, we have a stamina. My biggest thing about this game is the stamina is really annoying. Because you're just running out of it all the time. It's also because I'm holding down the shift key because I hate slow walking like that. That drives me crazy. Probably my #1 skill in the game is running at any given time. Because I'm running over here and I'm managing this and I'm doing that and I'm organizing this and doing this and say, okay, but we got to work on this thing and do that thing and so on. Now, Dio has been working on our tree farm over here, doing a phenomenal job. She has expanded this whole entire area here and added more trees. You can see we've got a bunch of birch trees. Those birch trees are for kind of next level wood instead of the base level wood. And then basically so that we can farm that stuff. So we grow it, you knock it down, you replant it, and then so on and so forth. And you replenish our various woods that we need. Now, we also have a portal here, and that portal, when I go through it, also takes me back to the primary base. So that's our old base, which is now called the farm base. So we're farming animals like wolves and pigs, and then we're also farming all the food and all of that. And here we are back to our main room over here. You can see we've got a tree farm one there and a farm base. And then also we've got the trader and, again, various different bosses. Now, we also have been doing, working on the plains farm. Now, always not the best. See, someone's coming out of it, right? I was going into it. Always not the great idea to go out to the plains when you only have 25 health. Probably not a good idea, but let's see what happens. Now, over here, you can see that my crew is doing an amazing job of farming this flax. Now, flax is used in, obviously, in crafting. And the same thing up here with the barley for food and for equipment. And you can see we're way out here in the plains. We have cut out this area where we had wandered out here. And basically, we just let it run, let it build up, and then they come back and they collect it. We can see over here on this particular one right now, it needs time to grow, still growing there. This one says healthy. So they'll need to come over, collect all of this. And look how beautifully all the lines are, by the way. Very, very nicely done. That's not easy, but that takes a bit of practice to get that down. But they'll come over here, collect all of this, and then put all of this down and continue to scale it up. So say you start with about 10 of them, or say 5 of them, and then you take the 5, you turn it into 10, 10 into 20, 20 into 50, and so on and so forth, until you get about what seems about enough for everyone, right? Which is never enough, everybody. I find no matter how much you plant, it never seems to be enough. AMZ coming in. Oh, it's Saturday. I might sit here for the tour a bit. I missed a lot last week. Well, there you go, AMZ. Come on in. We're giving the full tour over here as well. We got to get that boss for you too, AMZ, so you get all the bosses done as well. So yes, and then of course this is our plains base, and they are collecting those various resources. Now again, I find there's usually never enough, no matter how much you scale it up. it just takes time. It takes time for it to grow. It takes time to collect. It takes time to replant. It takes time to go through and process it into the stuff that you need. But if everybody is, pulling their different sections, say, Kismet, I'll work on the barley. Kismet, I'll work on the food. Kismet, I'll work on, the clothes or the refining the gear, the forge stuff. Now, again, my role is typically to manage what's going on, set certain goals for the crew. Like today's goal is to get everybody geared up in their padded armor, and not just in padded armor, but also upgrade that padded armor. Because last time I asked my crew and I said, what is our next goal so that we can get to the Mistlands? And they said everybody needs to upgrade their armor to maximum. And by upgrading, you go to the bench, you have the iron or whatever you need, iron, silver, whatever it is. You go over there and you upgrade your actual gear. So instead of it saying 1, it'll say 2, 3, 4, and so on as you upgrade it. Now, again, our tanks are our main people who are taking all the damage, like Alan, like the Magician, like Warforge. Those would be people I would say, okay, upgrade them first. And then like Dio and Unforgiven and so on, all of those people will get upgraded first, and I'll be probably last in the line, but that's okay. Because my job is to come in here and to micromanage all of the gear. This is what I love to do the most, everybody, is to go through and sort through all the stuff. And so, but I think I accidentally picked up that food too. I might have to go put that back. But we'll see my crew get that going on. All right, so let's go over here. Now, again, like I was saying, we have stuff in my box here. I have my Wisp light, which is the light I was talking about earlier that we need for the Mistlands. And let's go ahead and see if there's anything I can go ahead and drop off my character for right now. Probably those frost arrows. Don't need those right now. Let's go ahead and put these frost arrows away in there. That was for the 5th boss, by the way. And typically, this would be the gear that I would carry. And I haven't even used these potions yet. I keep forgetting to use these potions. But let's go ahead and put the potions in there. And let's get rid of my helmet for right now. And we'll slide this all back. Like this. That's probably good enough. And so what I'm doing is just kind of clearing my inventory so that I can go through and grab all of the stuff. Now, what I try to do is clear the first one over here and just try to consolidate whatever I can into my inventory. Now, if I see something is already at 50, or like right there, you see I'm now overburdened, I would instantly go and try to put that into the box. Now, in this particular case, we have so much stone, which is good because later on, we're going to actually build our base out of stone. If we find a better place, though, the place we have right now is pretty awesome. I feel like the number 1 reason to move your base is because of the location of your base or you've exhausted all of the resources nearby. That's why we move our base typically, to try to find the optimum location. Now, this location is pretty awesome. We're next to the plains. We're by a bunch of mountains on this side and a little bit over there. A little bit of swamp there, and of course, some other plains and whatnot on the other side. So pretty good. Not too bad. We can see that we haven't explored the whole thing yet. Otherwise, it would normally show up in there. Because what we have is we have a thing over here. Also, this is where our upgrades are here in the back. We can see we've got a bunch of upgrades back here, which upgrade those benches on the other side. But we have this thing called the cartography table. So I can record my discoveries, and then my team can do the same. And then I can go ahead and pick up those discoveries, and it will reveal parts of the map that I haven't been to, but they have, right? So always a good thing to do that right when you log in and go in there and get that going on. I'll let my team know in a second. They're probably listening to this right now. So hopefully when I say that, they'll run over there and they'll do their cartography table. So again, when I have too much stuff of any given item, I put it here in what we call the overflow boxes. I don't go through and make 10 stone boxes anymore, or 10 wood boxes, or that. So I feel like that's a huge waste of my time. What I do is I just put them randomly in these boxes, and then when we need them, we can come over here and utilize them. Now, at some point, I will see that, oh, wait, I know leather's on overflow. I know certain items are on overflow. Now, also, certain items are also what I call single stack items. So those items will only stack that one thing. But if you can consolidate this stuff down, again, like I have more. I mean, it's almost like makes my guy sad when he gets overburdened. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing when you have way too many resources than you can possibly carry. You can see that I just keep going through the boxes here, and then I just keep trying to stack as much as I can. Now, if you notice, I have a lot of drop boxes here. Holy mackerel, look at that iron. I mean, look at that stone. Lots of stone there. You can notice that I do have a lot of drop boxes. And so what I do, oh, there's something new there, growth trophy, is I go through and I try to consolidate it up here. Again, if I see I have a full stack, like this wood here, I'll just take the wood out because you know it's full stacked. You're not going to be able to stack anything else of that particular item in there. So it's best just to take that out, just like with these bones here. Now, if I do have the ability to put it in the same box, I'll try to do that and try to max stack it there. But then just kind of work my way down into another box and then just get rid of that. Again, it just makes it easier to sort. Just a better easy way to do that. Let's actually go and grab the stone because that's going to be the easiest of all of that stuff. Again, now I need to get my character to be able to walk over here before he runs out of stamina. If he runs out of stamina, then I can no longer walk or move. So that is not good. You want to get that done as quick as possible. Holy moly, so much extra loot in there. So much extra loot. And again, just try to clear the stuff that's easiest. And so in this case, I can probably just go along and again, grab all the stone just to eliminate that because that definitely looks like we got a lot of that last time. And that's building up over here. So again, my crew can go ahead and jump in, do what they need to do. Now, also what I do in the very beginning is I usually chat with you guys while my team is getting warmed up. They're doing their stuff, whatever they need to do. And if they need my attention, they'll try to get my attention. But they know that this is kind of like me talking to my chat time. It's a little bit of me and you time, chat, while they're getting themselves spinned up into full speed. And then what I will do is chat with them here in just a moment. Now, I've also got basically row after row of overflow boxes. Because again, I don't want to use... Hey, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Get up. I don't want to use up all the resources for no reason, but we also don't want to just, well, we got lots of stone. Let's just throw the stone away. That's not a good idea because I know at some point we're going to be building our base out of stone. And then we're also going to be building it out of some higher level items, which we unlocked, which I'm not going to spoil for right now. But when we get to our mega base, we will build an absolute massive base. And I feel like this time we're going to try to consolidate it. I feel like they've really optimized the game a lot better than the last time we played. So on the server, we can have more stuff in the same location. But again, if you are playing the game, if you don't have a real beefy machine, what can happen is it can start to drag down your gameplay. So keep that in mind. Oh, this side over here doesn't have much in it. Yeah, a little bit of stone there. There we go. Now, again, I'm just doing the easy stuff first, and I don't always sort exactly the same every time because sorting can become monotonous if you are making it very boring. For me, I love to sort. I think it's the most powerful thing you could do when you're running with a crew. Now, if it's just you and you know where everything's at, well, there you go. You're fine. But when you're running with someone else, you want it to be so clear that when someone walks in to the base and they've never seen your organization system before, can go, okay, where's the fabric? Okay, fabric is on this side. It's right there. Okay, boom, there's where the fabric is, right? Without me having to say anything to them. Now, of course, if anybody has a question, says, hey, Kismet, I need to find such and such thing, I'll just say, oh, it's such and such box, right? That makes it super useful. Now, some things are single stack, like I said here, these troll leather pants. We're going to take that out of there. One of the things I also like to do is the trophies. Now, we get a lot of various different trophies. We can see we've got some there, various skulls. So I'm going to take this one out, put the trophy back in, and see if I can consolidate some of these trophies. This actually here is a trophy or a quest item as well. So again, we'll take out all of the kind of tree stuff, the farming stuff, and we'll go ahead and grab some of these trophy items. And then we'll just run down the way, just grabbing trophy items like so, just to try to clear out our inventory a little bit. Oh, we can put this back, take that out. There we go. Was there anything else in there? Nope. Trophy items, I would think, are among the easiest to micromanage. Yeah, there's a fueling berserker there. Very fun. The easiest to manage because you are going to... you're going to end up with a lot of those trophies. Now, they did add that new item I was talking about, the item with the lightning. And I'll just check all of these again. Oh, yeah, we have a little bit of this. And some wood there that we could probably take care of. Let's put that back for a second. And put this wood nice and easy right in there. And then we can come back, and then there we go. Now we've got all 3 of those clear, and so on. And so trophies are, again, the thing that's going to build up a lot. And you can basically get tons of trophies just at the very beginning, and then you're getting overwhelmed with trophies. You're getting so many that you need box after box after box to keep these trophies. And what you want to do is take some of these trophies and basically eliminate them by using the thing that destroys them over there, or just throw them away. Because they do build up tremendously. Somebody's handing me something. Alan's giving me something. I can tell what he's always looking to upgrade everybody, which is great. And so basically we're going to go ahead again, try to consolidate as many of these on ones that already pre-exist, right? So if you have a box full of these, you don't want to start putting them in a different box. You want to put them in where you've already got some. So again, you can see that one went to max stack there. What else we got in here? A little reindeer action there. And then here in the higher end one like this. Now, if I see that this is getting full and that we need to make a new one, or we can just go ahead and put it in another box over here. Definitely all this stuff looks like it needs to go. Needs to get rid of some of this stuff. Let's take this one out. We'll put the skulls in that one. And we're going to look like we're going to need some more trophies. We also have these dragon eggs, which is something that I don't really need in my trophy box. These are actually, you could call them trophies, but what they really are is they're for unlocking the boss. So a lot of these trophies are for that reason as well, just for unlocking the boss and getting the boss going. So I kind of feel like I'm just going to put this in the overflow, because it's not like we really need these right now. And these are actually really difficult to transport because they're extremely heavy. They weigh 200. And then usually you have to transport them from wherever you are to wherever the boss is. But in this case, we actually found some by the boss. And we had brought these back, these particular, hard to see there, these particular dragon's eggs. Brought them back to our primary base just in case we needed them. But we're going to go ahead and, again, just throw them in the overflow, because they are eating up space in my thing here, and you can't stack them. One of the things that I dislike is the inability to stack items. If I can't stack items, then basically they take up a lot of space in the deal here. And same thing with armor and all that stuff as well. All right, now we'll get into all this other little stuff. And we'll go ahead and just kind of keep stacking it a bit. I can see we've got some of that in there, and we'll leave things that are similar to each other. You'll see I'll leave that in there as well. Now, I've also got a bunch of wood here. That is our fine wood, and we go ahead and just stack that in there, and that will help us out. Same thing with our higher end wood. And again, you hit that max stack, you might as well just sort it in that moment. You can see that stuff is starting to diminish, right? I'm starting to have less and less stuff that I need to micromanage. And just kind of keep working across that. Or you can just grab specific items that you want, that you know are going to make you overburdened. You can go through and just grab all the wood, or just go grab all the stone like I did earlier. And slowly diminish the amount of items that you need to sort through the box. Now, sometimes what I'll also do is I'll get to a certain point, like right now, where I will just, what I call super sort the boxes, where I'll just go in and try to find where I left off right there. And basically just sort everything that I have on me and just stack it to whatever I have, right? And one of the great things about all the stuff I have on me now, at least except for the core wood, is all of this stuff doesn't weigh very much, right? Even if it's at max stack, it doesn't weigh very much, so it's much easier for me to go through. And I think the first 3 of these, now 4, yep, there we go. It doesn't take very much for me to sort them, because I'm not going to be overburdened when I'm sorting those particular things. And you can see that, again, we're slowly diminishing what it is that we've got in the boxes. And there we go. And again, I click everything. I don't necessarily look exactly at what it is I have in there. I just click it all just to make it go a little faster. And again, down the way, I can see that this one's not fully stacked there. We'll get that one. We've got some bones. Doesn't look like we can fit that in there. And we definitely got some room for it in there. Bones can go in there a little bit. You get the general idea. And so basically this is what I like to do. I like to go in and continuously overflow a lot of this stuff. Bones is on overflow. And you have to remember what is on overflow, right? I know that bones is on overflow. That means if I go to the bones box over here, most of that bones is full, right? It's full of various different resources. I can move myself down over here and give you guys a little easier. So you can see it's full of various resources. And as people use those resources and use them up, I'll come back, grab stuff from the overflow, and put it into the main boxes where they can utilize it. Now, again, I don't need a full box of this type of bones. I don't need a full box of bone fragments and a full box of withered bone and a full box of hard antlered, of wolf fang. Just mix the bones together, everybody, because they're not going to be coming in here grabbing 5 stacks of bones. And if they did want to grab 5 stacks of bones, they could always go to the overflow and utilize it over there as well. Now, at this point, what I will do is I'll start to go ahead and put this stuff away, especially if it's at max level or max stack, like the Grey Dwarf Eye. Now, I've also got a bunch of other stuff here, bird seeds and various different seeds. And what I do is I put that typically in the first drop box here. We also need like a gardening drop box. I keep try to remember to do that. That we need to get all that stuff in there. Also over here, I'll go ahead and replace this with the Desquito trophy. Even though usually I do it in low-level trophies to higher-level trophies, but eventually what happens is you know, you just get filled with too many trophies over there. So I'll go ahead and grab these and say, okay, this stuff needs to be taken and destroyed, and I will go ahead and throw it over here in the drop box, either for me to remember or my crew to remember. Hopefully I don't go, what is this doing in the box? This box is not supposed to be in this box. I'm going to go put it back in the drop box, which then, of course, defeats the purpose of me putting it over there in the first place. Right? That kind of stuff is annoying. So if you're not sure why that's in that drop box, do not pick it up and move it somewhere else. Now, the same thing if I find any iron or if I find any food along the way, I will put that in its appropriate box, drop box, for us to utilize it later. But now you can see I'm around the corner here a little bit. Another good idea, too, and again, I sort different ways just to keep the variety going. But another great way of sorting is to max everything out and then put it in a box, and then max everything out and put it in a box without actually sorting it, without doing the final sorting, just to make it go faster. What is it? I have too much wood. And now the tough thing is getting over here before you run out of stamina. That's the real tough part. There we go. Yeah, look at that. We're replenishing our wood there. We can take this core wood now and put that in there. There we go. And we're getting there little by little. Now, again, this takes a lot of patience to do this type of thing because this is a lot of resources that you're managing. And I let it build up on purpose. That's because if you just keep sorting it every time someone throws it in the box, everybody, it takes like 1,000 times longer than if you just let it build up and then sort it. Take a little bit of time like I'm doing right now and then sort it into its various boxes. You can see that I have a little bit of room there, a little bit of room for that one, definitely room for this one, not any room for this, but again, you can see I keep a little smorgasbord of various different leathers in there, and if they need more of those leathers, they know where to go over here in the overflow. Now, one of the things that we probably want to double up on is going to be our wolf pelts. And the reason why is so people can upgrade their cloaks, because we're going to be upgrading our cloaks a bunch today. So we're going to be taking that and moving this stuff over here into overflow. And it doesn't really matter where I put it in overflow, because really the overflow is mainly for me. Mainly for me to manage those resources over there on the side. All right, we're going to drop that in there. Now, again, I have some more stuff. We have a trophy there, pine cone. And again, we'll put some pine cones in there. Pine cone. Oh, that's a different type of pine cone. All right, throw that in there. There we go. Now, we also have some dandelions and other items as well. But again, we'll go in and micromanage anything that's left. And you see me double checking the boxes all the time. Sometimes while I'm in the middle of doing this, people will come in and say, oh, I forgot to clear my inventory last time. And then they'll be dropping a ton of stuff in there. And I try to do this only once per play session, because you can see that I've been doing this now for almost an hour. Both on the tour and then also running around and, you know, clearing the gear from here. So this is a big chunk of your playtime. if you want to be the sorter person. But I love doing it because it's super powerful in the fact that when someone says, hey, I need some resin, they can go, oh, it's right here in this box. And then they get the resin, and then boom, they're on to their next thing. So they don't have to spend an hour looking for items. If you just have them randomly in boxes, that's what takes up most of your time, is trying to find that individual item. And say, oh, okay, where is this? Which box did I throw this in? Oh, God, I can't remember. Was it in the 9th box or was it in the 50th box? Right? That's not good. That's a lot of time wasted by the entire crew. And again, it exponentially will go up based on how well you organize your stuff. So if you're not organizing it well, it takes a lot of your team's time to do that stuff. Let's see, a little bit more of that in there. Let's get our feathers in there. This would be something I would put in this box. Let's take this gunk out of here. And let's move this over here. Now, again, this is the same thing with our drop boxes. If I go over here to Warforged, you can see over here on the wall, he's got this all tagged up. Like he's got dandelions. That would be one I would point out there. Then over here on the other side, he's got ooze over here. So if I go to this box right here, you can see he's got ooze, which is different than gunk. Gunk is a different type of item. So this is like the stuff that you would put in the drop boxes. Now, it just so happens that I saw some dandelions right here, and I would just put it in the drop boxes over here. And then from there, he would then take that item and do whatever he needs to do. Same thing with cloudberries over here. I would go ahead and just drop that in there. Now, gunk there is taking up one of my boxes. So I'm going to go ahead and move that over here where the crystals are, and I'm going to say gunk, and then I'm going to go ahead and put a equal sign there, and then with an arrow. Now, if I do this right, it'll put it down on the next level. As you can see, it because the first line is so long, it pushes that second line down, and then if anybody's looking for any gunk, it'll be right there in the gunk box. And of course, I'll tell them also, hey, I moved the gunk into the gunk box. It's off on the side of the thing, and so on when I'm ready to chat with my team. And again, what can often happen, everybody, when you are doing this is that you get distracted, right? So I try to get this done as quickly as possible. And to get it done as quickly as possible, what I need to do is focus on what I am doing. Now, this is called the exchange box right now, but I'm going to actually turn this into the tar box right here. Tar. There we go. This way, when they're looking for this tar, it'll be right there in that tar box. There we go. And then also we have a crystal box where we have all of our crystals and so on. When you reach a certain level of a certain amount of those particular items, you want to have a specific box for it to be in. There's a fairling right there. Why did that not go into that box? I know I had some more fairlings over here. There we go. Get ourselves some room back. There we go, into that fairling box. It's weird that they didn't go into that box the first time. And then put that in there, and then we're good to go. And again, we can come back and sort all of these trophies later on. That's no big deal. All right, one more look along the way here. And again, you'll see we can look in the same boxes again and again because people can drop stuff in those boxes while I'm working. And I give it one last sweep. And again, this does take a lot of focus. And it'll take a great amount of your time, but the value of doing this is tremendous, everybody. It's very, very tremendous in the fact that you have now cleared all the resources, and the resources are in their appropriate places. So if anybody's looking for something, they can very easily go into those boxes and find that particular resource that they need over there. Like that. We got little dandelions hiding underneath there. Okay, and so that's it for that. What else do I got? A little bit of stuff over here that I can drop in one of these boxes. There we go, and some stone. We also have a troll leather pants. Now, if we go over here to our, what I call the finished goods, our armor and whatnot. Now, do we really need these troll leather pants? Probably not. We have, wow, really great job by the food by my crew, and of course, various different items. Now, it's my job also to micromanage all of these various different items in here, including like hammers and maces and other random stuff. And what happens quite often is you start getting a lot of low-level items in here, right? Hello, what's up, Dr. J? You start getting a lot of low-level items. So you might have a fine wood bow, and you might have a huntsman bow, right? And so the huntsman bow, is going to be a 51 bow, but a level 4 finewood bow is a 41. So which one do you keep, right? Well, at some point we would keep none of those because actually the bows that we really want people to have are the Draugr Fangs, which are going to be a bit better. Though, if they're upgraded, if you notice the upgraded bow, the upgraded Huntsman's bow, actually does more damage than mine does right now. A pierce damage anyway, is 51, 20 to 36. And since mine's only been upgraded once, my pierce damage on my weapon is 47, but it does 19 through 33. So what you really want to look at is, the value of the amount of resources you're using to do that thing, and then how upgraded that particular thing is. But right now, it's not necessary for me to get rid of this stuff because there is room in the box in there for sure. But do I really want to keep some troll leather pants? Probably not. Probably not. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and run over here and just annihilate it, because I normally would just throw it in the water and let it despawn. But you can come over here to the obliterator. You can go ahead and throw that in there along with, we got some deer trophies in there. Click this and then get away from it because it's going to drop. Thor bestows a gift upon you. Thank you, Thor. Thanks for coal. Right there. Now I'll just take that coal and throw it in here for my crew. But you get the general idea as well, that you can destroy stuff now, which is great, because normally you have just an absolute ton of stuff, and then you're like, I gotta go throw it in the water and do all of that stuff. Now, you notice that I didn't actually get anything for putting the armor in there. The actual reason why I got stuff is we had the deer trophy in there, and that deer trophy is what gave us the coal back. So yeah, if you're collecting deer trophies, you're getting a bit of coal each and every time as you're working that. Now, that's pretty much it for that. I do have some more trophies up here. I also have a sharpening stone. Sharpening stone would probably be great just to throw it in there for right now. Though, sharpening stone is kind of more of a weapon tool. Let's throw it up here. We have another trophy over here as well. And again, you notice that I'm focused more on this than I am on, running around with my crew. Because that needs to be done first. Just like prioritizing everybody. And what happens to me every single time, like I log in Fallout 76 or I log in Valheim, everybody wants to talk to me. Kismet. And I try to tell them 1,000 times and 1,000 times, do not do that. Do not do that, because I have some priorities I got to do as well in the game to move on to the next stage of what needs to be done. So usually at the beginning, my crew knows to go do whatever they need to do. And if there's an emergency, then they'll let me know. They'll let me know in the chat. Hey, emergency. But try not to do that. Another thing I do ask my crew is not to shoot off nukes and things like that in Fallout 76. Or to, be impatient. Just, relax, do something else. And then when I'm ready, I will be back here and ready to rock. Because boom, now I've got that done. Now I've focused on that. Oh, and I got to go put this stuff back too before I forget. I've focused on that. I've gotten that done. Otherwise, that takes like 2 hours, everybody, because I'm sitting there, putting out all the fires and all the other things that need to be taken care of. My crew knows that right now, collecting iron and upgrading their gear to padded armor should be their priority, and I shouldn't have to, be telling them each individual thing that they should be doing. So let me go ahead and catch up a bit on the chat here. Now that I gave you the full in-depth tour there, I should probably cut that recording right there and then put that out separately, so I have to do that tour every time, and then you guys can just go watch it on YouTube. Go ahead and start a new recording. There we go. And then make sure to cut that tour out later. DLC any good? Worth coming back, playing 2023. I haven't played in a while. Neither have we, Crypt. We just came back to play the Mistlands. Oh, way down here now. Let me move myself back up. Whoop, there we go. We just came back to play the Mistlands. Us as well. We played it when it first came out. Fantastic game. We played a little bit when Heart and Stone came out, and then we haven't played it in a while, in a very long time. Absolutely worth another playthrough. We've been having the greatest time. And of course, we start from scratch each time, so everybody starts with a brand new character. We all work together. We build up those characters over time. You're not allowed to bring a high-level character in here, because we know what it does. It sucks away some of the fun of that journey, right? Of that struggle to get where you need to be as a team. And then as everybody works together, everybody basically rises together. All tides rise together, right? That kind of thing. So I need to go back over here and drop this meat back. I think I grabbed from stamina. If you notice also, I don't use any food or anything while I'm doing this, and if I die, oh well. The reason why I don't do that is a huge waste. If I'm just in the base running around, doing that kind of stuff, it's a huge waste. So what you want to do is just throw that meat back down there. There we go. That's for you little wolves. And then as the wolves eat, and you got to be by where you're taming your animals, by the way. That's why eventually we want to move our animals. And of course, Unforgiven's over here, so he's helping that go. But eventually, you do want to have your animals nearby wherever you are most of the time. So if you're at the base or somebody's at the base all the time, like I am, I'm at the base probably the most. And then this way the animals are nearby the base. So in the future, what we're going to do is make animal pens that are nearby. Now, one of the problems with your animals is the fact they make lots of noise, which I don't like. I don't like the beehives because I have to listen to that beehive noise. I don't like to have a lot of ambient noise when I'm sorting and when I'm micromanaging stuff. That's just me. Yeah, it's not really DLC. It's really what it is it's addition to the game because the game's still in early access. So what they want to do is actually do 9 zones. And right now they have around 6 bosses really in the different zones. And eventually they want to have 9 total. So the game is still being developed. But we like to check in on it from time to time. And I think Warforged sums it up pretty well then. It's a lot of fun still. And in fact, more fun because they added more gear and more foods to choose from, as well as toughened up the mobs. So watch out for that. I mean, the trolls are way, way harder for sure. So watch out for that. Yes, it's Saturday, MZ. Yeah, wolves. Yay, wolves. Thanks for coming in. Again, sometimes I get in the zone there, everybody, and I'm, taking everybody on a tour, but I always come back to my chat. I hear this game is coming to Xbox Game Pass. That is true. It is true. Yes, very, very true there, Busta. For sure. Yeah, very fun to get it going on. It's going to be part of Game Pass, Unforgiven says. So there you go. Enjoy some Valheim. You're going to get addicted to it just like us. Yes, it is absolutely coming for Xbox. Yeah, there we go. We're supposed to release sometimes this month. Not sure of yet if any of the crossplay. I was watching a great video, by the way, by the awesome Jace over there at Coffee Stain Studios, who is the publisher, not the developer of Valheim, about the different factions, the different divisions of Coffee Stain. Because I'm sure a lot of people, like you said in the video, and I'm sure I already knew that ahead of time, will contact them and say, hey, Coffee Stain, I'm having a problem with my Valheim or whatever. I can't get it installed or whatever. And they're like, that's not us. It's Iron Gate Studios who actually produces Valheim and who manages at Valheim and does the customer service for it. So don't be going to Coffee Stain. Coffee Stain is just a publisher. So publishers, what they do is they distribute the game, they advertise the game, they do all of that stuff, where, of course, the developers actually are making changes to the game or update the game or whatnot. So basically, it's a partnership. If you're a smaller studio, you want to have a big publisher, so that big publisher has the contacts and all the people in the industry to get your product in front of more eyeballs. That's basically the purpose of the publisher. And they also might finance and help them finance their particular game. If that's in the contract. I don't know what their contracts are individually, everybody, but it's good to know that they are separate from Coffee Stain. So make sure you know where to go to get your stuff going on. All right, let's get back in here before I get distracted onto my next part of my mission, which is to work together with my crew. Let's go ahead and put all this stuff up here for now. And now we're ready to say hi to my crew. And again, I get very involved in what I'm doing. So there we go. And then we'll say hi to everybody. Hello, everybody. All right, I got the sorting done. How we doing today?
What up,
Hey,
kids?
Hey, Kiz.
Hi, Kismet.
Hey, kids.
Hey, all right. We got a primary goal today to get to the Mistlands. It was told to me last time that we need to upgrade our gear. So we're going to need a lot of iron, though we have some iron. Is that what our goal is here, to get everybody to max padded armor, right?
So, I don't think we need to get to max padded armor. Getting everyone at least level 2 might be good.
All right. I think it was Warforged you told me that last time, right, Warforged?
We could try it at 2 and see how everyone does as a test.
I mean, we got the crew. We could go to town on this iron. I mean, we might as well just gear up as best we can.
So to get more iron.
Oh yeah, that's what I said at the top. That's what you guys should have been doing for the last hour while I was sorting, focusing that iron.
Focusing a lot on food.
I see that. You guys did a great job. Distracted. So who's been upgraded already? Who's already level 2?
So I am maxed out. So
Okay.
I can tank anything in the Mistlands right now.
All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad you can take it, but if it hits us, we're gonna die. Let's start with level 2. Sounds good. So we'll start. So right now, people who are at max is Alan. Anybody else at max other than Alan?
I'm good. I can wait.
Well, we're at the end game here. So, Warforged, if you want to go max, just go ahead and go max. We'll get that going, and so we'll work everybody level 2 right now. Okay.
So the difference between level 1 and level 4 full padded armor is 18 points of armor.
Well, that's 18. That might save someone's life. Again, we're at the end game now. We're at the finished part of what we want to do here, push into the Mistlands, and see what that's all about. So I feel like gearing everybody up is always a good goal, because nothing like going over there and then getting one-shotted. That sucks. So we have the resources now. There's nothing other focus that we need to work on to get to the Mistlands, right? Is there anything else we should be working on? Talking Warforged, Alan.
We need
food?
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need
We'll get more
silver.
food once we get there, though. Yeah, silver.
We need silver so everyone can get a wisp light.
Okay, sorry, you guys are talking over each other a little bit there. Couldn't quite hear it. So something about silver for also for cloaks too, by the way. You can upgrade your cloak. Have you upgraded your cloak all the way, Alan, as well?
Yeah, mine is all the way up.
Okay, so you're maxed out. All right, so we'll focus on everybody else. Dio, how you doing? How you doing on your gear?
Alan was just bringing me some padded stuff.
All right. What about you, Fog? How you doing, bro? How's your armor?
My armor's good. I just need to upgrade a bunch all my armor, essentially. Like, upgrade.
Okay, well, are you at max upgrade, or you just upgrade to level 2?
Upgrade level 2 at this point, because...
You
Okay.
are currently at level 2?
No, I'm not currently level 2. All my gear's level 1, so yeah, upgrade my stuff level 2. Right. So that's what
If you
I mean.
throw me your gear, I'll get you to level 2 right now. We have
Okay.
that at least.
So Fog's working on level 2. All right, working on that. Let's get Dio on level 2 as well.
Yep.
Oh, we can't actually do cloaks at the moment.
Okay.
We need silver for that.
Okay, so
Let's see, who
the
else?
wolf
Me,
focus,
put me
okay.
in there. Now, what I do is I'm making a list, everybody, and it's my
Yeah,
job to
there's
organize all of this stuff.
basically only
Who's
one
on level
method
2? Who's
to
on level 1? Is it been upgraded? Have we collected iron? Are we going to get silver? Are we going to do all that stuff?
We're away
That's my
from
job, to see what's going on, to talk and communicate to my crew. Now, if you notice, everybody, I'm not saying, hey, you go do this thing every minute of every day. If I have to do that, then they're not a very effective part of my
Do we
crew.
have enough?
If I have to tell people, hey, go do the food, or go collect the wood, or go do all the stuff, my team typically will, based on what I'm talking about or what I'm doing in the stream, they'll also be listening and say, oh, well, we need more fine wood. Boom, they're on it. They go take care of it without me even asking them, everybody. And that is a great crew. And that's how we got so far as where we are. And that's why we have our giant base that we have right now, what I call a super base. This is actually not our mega base, everybody. This is what we would consider a smaller base. This is a tiny base compared to normally our size of base. And normally this would be out of stone. And we'd be doing this at a much higher level. And you'll see my team will get all fancy smancy and start building some elaborate stuff as well, which is pretty fun. Yes, there's bosses. There's been bosses in the game since the game came out, by the way, Busta. Yeah, there are bosses from the very beginning. There were 5 original bosses, and now they've added a 6th boss, which is for the Mistlands, and eventually they say they want to get 9 zones going. You know, this game was made by 5 people. which is incredible, everybody. It's an incredibly fantastic game for it, and I feel like you're actually like stealing it from them. It is so cheap. There are so many games out there. I know you've done it. I've done it so many times where you paid your $60 and you load that game in and you're playing it and you're going, suck. This game sucks. And you paid $60 and you're like, nah, now I got to go return it. I got to go do the whole thing. Most of the time you're lazy like me and you just say, screw it. Maybe it'll be better later. I don't want to have to go and return it and go through all that rigmarole. But sometimes I do. If it pissed me off, it's so bad, I will go and I will instantly return it. Absolutely. Or if I feel like the developer has done some shady stuff, I'll be like, nope, I don't want to be involved in it. I don't want to promote your game. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not going to mention who that was, but you probably all know anyway. But this game is like a steal, everybody. This is like a $60 game, in my opinion. I've played it for literally for thousands of hours now, or hundreds of hours. Let me go see. How much have I played Valheim? 408 hours, everybody, which is not a lot. That's not a lot in Valheim. There's some people who probably have 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 by now who will really get into the game. Now, one of the things that I do when I'm playing an early access game is I don't burn myself out on the game, where I'm playing it all day, every day, building gigantic builds of, for endless hours, for 1,000 hours and whatnot. And the reason why I don't do that is because the game is unfinished. It's still being worked on. So I don't like to burn myself out. A great example, Satisfactory as well. You see that I won't go get every single resource. I won't go into every single cave and explore every single thing. I just try to get better at building my factories and better at progressing through the game as it goes, because who knows what's going to change tomorrow, right? And so I always leave myself something to do so I don't go, I don't want to play that game anymore. Right? And because it's not finished yet. It's not released. It's still in the process of being produced. And that's the difference with games now, everybody. They used to be where they go off and make a game and then they come out with the game, right? Now they have early access. They have alpha games. They have all of that. To test it with their audience, which is a great idea, by the way, to test it with their audience, get some feedback on the game, maybe the community might come up with some ideas that they hadn't thought of yet, or some ideas that they had already thought of, and maybe they can integrate it or do whatever, or they don't want to listen to the community at all. They just do their own thing, which is their prerogative, everybody. It's their baby that they're producing. But if you don't, if the worst thing I've ever seen when it comes to game development, everybody, is Star Wars The Old Republic. Now, Star Wars The Old Republic as a game is actually a pretty decent game. I was invited to the actual guild summit, which I have a cool coin, by the way. Only one of 100 people who have that coin, by the way. As a guild leader, I have over 1,000 members in my guild. We had, I don't even know how many in Star Wars, 100 or 200 or something like that, that joined us, in and off as we played. And what I did is I went to this guild summit, and I was talking to the top devs over there. Right? I was talking to them, and I said, and I said, you need quick travel, you need all this, because it takes 18 minutes, 30 minutes for me to get the raid together. You need to have some quick travels to the raid area so people can travel there, get grouped up, and then raid. And then, when you get glitched out in a raid, you've been running there, you got 20 people. This is 20 people's time, So when you're losing time, you're losing that time times 20. Right? That's not good. And then you go through and you get to the end boss, and the end boss is glitched, and then now you just wasted 2 hours times 20 people. That's a waste of 40 hours, everybody. That's how I look at it as the guild leader, right? I got to make the most of everybody's time. So when people are late, they're running behind, they're costing everybody their time times as many people. And the same thing in World of Warcraft, we just do 40-man raids. So if we're waiting on one person times 40, say we waited 10 minutes, well, that's really 50 minutes or 40 minutes worth of everybody's time, and so on. So you need to think about that as a guild leader, because that's a lot of time wasted of each and every individual person's. People are late, or they say they're going to be there, they're not going to be there. And it's very easy just to say, I can't be there, unless it's an emergency. You had to go to the hospital, your family's in danger, whatever, then that's an easy pass. But if you just forgot, which I do now, but I didn't do then. If you just forgot, then that's a problem. That's a red flag for everybody else in the group. Now, we've also done dual 40-man raids. That means we're running 2 40-man raids at the same time. Now, that's a big guild, everybody. That's a big guild right there. And that's my guild, the Kismet BP, a.k.a. the Teamwork Tycoons now. One of the longest-running guilds in the world, by the way. 20 years together this June. And still together, TM. Been in the guild for over a decade. How long now? 15 years? 15, 20 years, long time. I go look it up. I have everybody's start date, by the way, in a giant list of when they started the guild and how many years ago it was. Probably 2016 was the time in which TM joined the guild. Very long time he's been part of it. And again, I love my members, everybody. I love the peeps who can work. It's been a minute. Yeah, right, TM? It's been a minute. I love people who like to work together, right? Who can work together, self-starters, don't need to have my attention every 5 seconds. Like right now, I'm talking to you guys, right? And if you notice, everyone's not waving. Kismet, I need your attention. I need your attention every 5 seconds. They're going to it, everybody. They're getting it done. I already said what needs to be done. I collaborated with the people who know what's going on, what we're going to next. We need iron. We need silver. We need to get everybody at least to level 2. Then we can maybe give it a try, see how it goes. But eventually, I would like everybody to be fully geared up, everybody to be maximum. This way, we know that people have a higher chance of survival when we go in those areas. Because I always know that it's a huge scale up. Every time you go into a new area, when you go from the, when you first start and you go from the meadows, which is the easiest area, which is where we are right now, and you go into the dark forest, well, those mobs are going to be a huge scale up from where you are because you don't have the gear yet. Then you go ahead and take out those mobs, you start collecting those resources, you start getting the resources to get to the next level of gear, and then it plateaus off. Now you can take on that particular mob and not have to worry about it as much. Like if I ran to the dark forest right now, oh, I got a black metal axe, nice. If I ran to the dark forest right now, it'd be no big deal, right? I could go over there and I could kill those mobs and solo all those mobs all day long. As long as I don't run out of stamina or run out of food. Definitely want to keep your food going. Like you can see, again, I'm not wasting any food. I even left my health low. I could go over there and heal my health and do all that. But I'm just in the base. And if I die in the base, guess what? I got to walk 3 steps and I'm there. No big deal. But you do lose your skill points when you do die. And so I don't want my people, all their hard work, to be lost for no reason just because we didn't prep good enough in the Mistlands. Now, we do need more silver as well. Now, we have a giant mountain right next to us here, and we need to go and double check that we have cleared every bit of silver from this mountain. I would definitely try this part here where we haven't been at the end. So we need to clear all of that and get that going. So right now, our main focus, all the normal stuff, our food, our, forging and all of that stuff. But we go to primary tasks. And those primary tasks, everybody pitches in the way that they can, right? Like if we have plenty of stone and plenty of wood and plenty of all of that, that's not a high priority. That would be a lower priority, but you still need to keep that going. If you don't keep the food going, people are going to starve to death. You run out of food very, very quickly, especially with the amount of people that we have. Like this looks like a lot of food, everybody. Again, I'll move myself down over here. This looks like a lot of food. But with our full team in here, 10 people in here, this could be a day's worth of food. I mean, a day of us playing, right? So 5-6 hours of us playing. So back up there we go. That could run out very, very quickly with my crew because especially when you're fighting a lot, you're doing all of that. All right, let's get back into it over here. Let's see. Why can I not hear myself? Oh, over here. There we go. Yeah, I just turned it down. That's what I did. I turned it down. All right. Sometimes I don't know if it's the game, is OBS muted me. I just turned it down so that sometimes when I'm talking to you, because they can't hear me right now. I have 2 separate microphones. One that goes to you guys here in the stream, and then one is for my crew. Because if I'm talking the whole time while they're trying to communicating, people die, and I don't like that. And thus it allows them to collaborate with each other and get going.
You can just put
okay, so again, we'll get everybody going. So we got me try to get to level 2. We got Warforged who says he's good for now.
Cart in the portal.
So he's good. Who else do we have on right now? I think that's pretty much it.
Your armor.
Oh, my armor's good.
Or not Warforged, sorry, Unforgiven.
Oh, Unforgiven is the other one. Unforgiven. Now what I'm doing is making a list, and that allows me to go ahead and do it. All right, have we explored the far side of this mountain? I don't see it on my cartography table. Everybody make sure to go over here and record your discoveries on the cartography table real quick. I don't see the far side of our mountain up here that's nearby us explored. Do we know if we've completely gotten all the silver from over there so we can work on our wisps?
We weren't finding a lot of silver in the mountain near the base, but it's certainly not fully explored.
So, who wants to go on a silver run with me then? so we can find some silver then.
Yeah, if you've run out of things to do, if you got all your stuff done for the day, like all the food and all of that, I would definitely take a partner. You never want to go solo unless you feel like you're super OP and you can take it on. I would go with a partner just in case you get overwhelmed with too many mobs. And definitely explore that far side. If we look on the map, I'm going to ping it over there. Explore this far side over here and see if we've got any silver over there, because we need silver, and instead of going to some other mountain and getting it and then have to boat it over here, we might as well check our island first. All right, and I'm gonna get prepped to go out there myself.
Kiz, if you give me your armor, I can upgrade it to level 2.
Oh, sorry, kids.
Oh, okay, no problem. Sorry, I was in your way. I'm gonna put it in the box here. I'll put it in my box over here.
Okay.
It's on the left side of the sort box. Alright, put my cloak back on. Run around in my tidy whities right now with my cloak, because, you know, that's how a real man plays this game. I've seen some people play the game, they play with no armor at all. They play it just totally without it. Go all macho. Macho build. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Challenge yourself, everybody. Challenge yourself to some fun. Alright, we don't need that fine wood there. We'll put that axe back in there. I feel like that would probably be a better one. Look at this. Look at everybody doing their thing, right? Doing their thing over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and throw this extra item in here. Now, it doesn't do us any good as when you, you know, get rid of it. There we go. As when you get rid of it, it doesn't give you anything for it, but what it does give you is peace of mind, so you don't have to sort that item 1,000 times, or you don't have to take it and go throw it off into the water, which normally what it is you need to do as well. All right, so I need to prep myself for going and running in the thing up here. Now, again, as you upgrade your gear will become more useful. Bread is a really good one here. Oh, that's some good stuff there.
They haven't hatched yet.
For stamina. Now, one of the things I do like to use is a kind of an in-between food, a food that doesn't do just food or just stamina. It does a little bit of both. Because it's great to have lots of stamina and just use just nothing but stamina food. But the thing that I've found, as a person who typically will use a bow and kind of stand back, is if a mob aggro's on you, they'll one-shot you because you don't have enough health. So you got to find a good balance between having a little bit of health and then as much stamina as you can if you're going to be working the bow and doing that. If you feel like you're not going to get hit, if you feel like you're not going to get attacked and you stay back far enough to grab any aggro, you should be fine. But the thing that I usually find is that that is very rare. Very rare that you're not going to get hit, because while the take is off taking stuff, guess what? A bunch of mobs came from behind you, one-shot you, you're dead. And then you have to run back, and you've lost your skills, and you have to keep running back again and again and again. And you're wasting resources running back. I hate wasting resources, but that drives me crazy. Drives me crazy wasting them resources. So now I've got a bunch of food there. So when I'm ready to run out, I'll be good to go. Okay, so let's see what we want to do here. We've got all of our stuff here.
I'm still using root, but I'm glass cannon.
And let's see what we got. Okay, so now also I have some other items, everybody, like the Frostner. What about weapons and armor upgrade, like shields and things like that, bows? How we doing on all that stuff?
If you've got a Draugr Fang, you've got as good a bow as we can do at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, like majority of our stuff needs like silver upgrades and stuff. So
We can potentially do black metal shields. Though we don't have a lot of black metal. Oh, actually, we need more chains.
Yeah, I have black metal shield. I can see the Draugr Fang can be upgraded to multiple levels. So yeah, more silver I see. By the way, I also moved that gunk into the side over here by where my box is, along with crystals and tar box. It's actually on the left side as you come into the sort room. If you guys are looking for the tar, gunk, all that, that's where it'll be found. All right, seems like we need more silver than iron at this point. Does that seem about right?
Yeah, everybody is actually at level 2 padded now.
I'm not, because I don't have mine on. But now I am.
Wow.
Thank you. All right.
So yeah, we need silver if we want to upgrade weapons. Does anyone want a black metal shield that doesn't have one right now?
Sulfur alert. Base is under attack.
So
All right, now the base is under attack.
So it is.
And so what I'm going to do is go ahead and eat my food and water now, or food and other things for stamina.
I would take a black metal shield, but if you don't have the resources, don't bother.
Looks like we got some stuff on the south side. We're out there fighting all the animals. Now, at this point, everybody, my team is so geared up that we can just go over here and wipe these guys out. Now, currently, I have fire arrows, so that's not going to be very helpful. But these particular mobs here are not very difficult, though you can still die to them if you're not paying attention. Because they throw flames on you.
Well, he kicked the heck out of that deer.
Good job.
Look out to your left.
I love picking up.
Got
fish
no
off the
stamina.
coast.
Me too.
I hate that stamina thing. There we go. I don't care if I'm on fire, but I'll be fine.
I picked up a level 5 fish off the coast once. It was pretty cool.
Level 5?
Yeah, I got like 12 pieces of fish or something from it. It was crazy.
Wow.
All right. Now, what we're doing is, what happens is
attacking
these
the
events happen, and they're from the different zones. So this one's from the swamp zone. It says there's a smell of sulfur in the air. What happens is, depending on where you have your benches will push back the area in which the mobs spawn. So always a good idea. Now, we have our faithful Lox out here, who is helping us out. We just let him roam out here, and he protects the base. I don't know if we're actually letting him roam. I think he got out. But he's running around, and he actually helps protect the base itself and whatnot. So he'll, hopefully he's on our side. Yes, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He loves me. Because what we're doing down here, I forgot this part over here that he's been working on. And that is our Loxes over here, we're finding something. And they took out one of the doors there, too. Oh, boy. We got to get in there and build back our door. We got one of the doors down on the Lox pin. Somebody needs to come over here and work on this. I know Ro's not here today, so if somebody can get over there and replace that door. I don't have any wood on me right now. Also, we can find the saddle. We can get Smashy back in there. He's full aggro right now. So what happens is when mobs spawn by your base in these events, they'll aggro your animals as well. And that's why sometimes it's good to have stone when you're working with the Loxes, because the Loxes hit really hard. You can also domesticate your animals and also put saddles on them so we could be riding. Now, one of the cool things that I would love to do, everybody, is get everybody one of these right here. Get everybody a saddle, and then us all roll into the Mistlands with our own animals, which would be pretty cool as well. Now, the problem is with the animals is that you cannot take them through the portals. And because you can't take them through the portals, you can't take them to other islands, so you have to try to transport them on a boat or some other ways like that. And I have heard of ways of doing that. And, of course, now it's raining. Now the event is over as well. My crew basically defended the base, and we're good. But you do want to have workbenches around your base to prevent mobs from spawning actually in your base. Like, you don't want to have like 5 trolls spawn right in the middle of your base right here, because they will come in here and they will wipe it out and do a lot and damage. So watch out for that. Now, the most valuable thing that I think is in your base is the loot. And you're like, well, Kismet, the people are not the most valuable thing? Well, the people can respawn. The problem with the loot is it represents hundreds of hours potentially of your people's time. So your time, your crew's time of collecting those resources toward a common goal, which is to upgrade the base, which is upgrade their gear, is to get fully upgraded so that they can then move on to the next zone and get the next bit of loot and so on, like we're working on right now. It's the Mistlands.
Build a crafting
And we've already taken on the first 5 bosses. We've wiped out those particular bosses. And now I'll just go in and drop all this various loot in the drop boxes here. It doesn't really matter which one they drop it into. I will sort them all later on anyway. But again, the next step for me would be also to upgrade my black metal shield and things like that. And again, we'll go through and we'll look at the upgrades here. So in this case, my Draugr Fang here, well, I would need silver, so I can't do that. I have a bronze pickaxe I can try to upgrade as well. If I go to the workbench, I look at the upgrades over here. You can see the wolf fur cape, again, silver. And then if I say, well, wait a minute, I want to upgrade my Frostner or my black metal shield, you got to have the right bench for the right upgrade, right? That's really important, that you have the proper upgrades and that you can upgrade it. That's another thing, too, is to know whether you can upgrade your gear. And upgrading your gear is vitally important, especially if you're solo, but also, you can see over here in the artisan table, there's also potentially some upgrades over there. Can you upgrade the Frostner? I don't see any where I would upgrade it. Where am I upgrading that?
You can. It's in the Ford. But again, more silver.
Yeah, it doesn't give me the option to upgrade it myself. What do I need to have on me that unlocks that ability to upgrade?
Probably the Yrmir flesh, maybe?
Oh, that might be it, yeah.
Except
the Frostner upgrade is pure silver. So like from 2 to 3 is 30 silver. I think 1 to 2 is like 20 silver.
Okay, well, where's that flesh so I can show it to the stream? That's what I'm trying to do right now.
At the trader.
Yeah, you'd have to buy some.
Buy stuff at the trader. All right, I'll go do it. Now, see, some of this stuff even I haven't done, and the reason why I haven't done it is because my crew has done it, right? And so I try to do everything, a little bit of everything, and unlock stuff to show you guys here on the stream the progression that we're doing. But I can't remember everything. I can barely remember anything, by the way, anymore. But for some real reason, I can remember maps and I can remember details about armor and all that other stuff. But if it's like someone's name or something like that, I have trouble. So over here we've got Yrmir flesh. I remember that now. There we go. Yes, all that stuff unlocked. All right, cool. All right, anybody else who hasn't unlocked this, I'm going to put it in the miscellaneous crafting box, so you can take it out and just put it right back into the miscellaneous crafting box, so you'll have it in your list of items that can be upgraded or worked on. Okay, so what I do is I bought it, but I don't necessarily buy it for me. I bought it so everybody can get their upgrades, because other people had purchased it, but we had not gotten it. So, again, the money is not owned by me, everybody. It's the group's money. It's the guild's money. So, to unlock the ability for me to upgrade my Frostner, I need to get a certain item. In that case, the thing there. Now, when I go into upgrades, there we go. Now we've got our Frostner upgrade. Now, another thing I noticed that my black metal shield is also not doing that, so I got to ask him about that, too. All right, what do I need for my black metal shield so I can see that upgrade as well?
Chain, black metal, and
Ancient wood?
Yeah, I think I got all the other stuff, so probably I haven't gotten the refined black metal or the raw black metal. I think I got the raw black metal. I think I don't have the refined.
There's refined. The coal chest.
That was exactly it. Thank you very much. Anybody else who hasn't got it, make sure to go in, get that refined black metal. It's up in the top forge area up there. That just unlocked a crazy ton of stuff. All right, so that just unlocked a whole lot of stuff when I clicked that, everybody, because we have now refined. Again, since I'm not refining it, oh man, we got to set a high priority to that hot tub. On our mega base.
It does add to the comfort level.
Exactly. Well, we'll get that going on our mega base. Not right now, though. Don't waste it right now. We'll use that iron for other things. But when we get fancy smancy, whether we stay here or whether we move somewhere else, we will see. I'd like to include the Mistlands, too. Imagine if we could get all zones in one island. That would be awesome. And we want to find a big area of the Mistlands as well.
When I saw that, I said hot top party, but no one heard me.
You saw what?
Well, when I grabbed the tar, whenever we did that, I think that's like 2 Sundays ago, I said, when I saw the hot tub as an option, I said hot tub party.
Oh, is that what it said? I missed it. I missed it. Too cool. So again, some of this stuff gets unlocked as you find stuff as you go through. It unlocks stuff like the windmill, like the Obliterator that we got. So again, you're looking for specific drops. Now, if you're in a group, you may never touch that drop. So somebody else grabs it and then is utilizing it, and then you never touch it, or you never collect it, or never refine it, then you will not actually have those patterns. So you definitely need to go through. And what I do as the sorter, I'm sorting most of the loot. So as I sort the loot, anything that I haven't gotten before, it will automatically unlock. Now, some things like refined iron, black iron in this case, I will probably not handle that if they're keeping it over there. If they're bringing it over here and they put it in a drop box or whatever, I might handle it then. But as you can see, there's some of the things I did not handle, thus I have not unlocked those things. But now that we've unlocked those things, same thing again, I can now go over here to the forge and should now have the ability to upgrade my metal shield right there. Very nice. And also the Frostner. Now, metal shield, of course, is going to be chain, black metal, and fine wood. That we obviously have a bunch of black metal over there. Chain's probably the toughest of all of those. I believe I made a separate chain box. I can't remember if that's from before. Yes, right here.
Barley is ready to harvest.
Right here. So there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to do an upgrade. So again, we'll go over here. We'll go to the workbench. Got it standing in such a way where I can't get to the forge. Really need to move that forge over a little bit now, but there we go. But you can see that, again, I don't want to go through and use it all because that would be very selfish, everybody. Don't go through and use up all of the food and all of the resources and all of the stuff because that's not cool. You want to make sure that everybody is rising together if you are working in a team. And let me put my light back on. If you are working in a team. So it's not like I want to go in here and say, I'm going to use up all 14 of these this black metal in here because we don't have a lot of it, right? You don't want to be greedy. Don't be greedy. Don't come in. A great way to get permanently booted from my group, and I've done this before, as people come in, they grab a crazy ton of resources that everybody has spent time collecting on. So literally, 10, 20, 50, 100 hours that they've spent collecting those resources, and they'll go off and build a base somewhere else. And then I will instantly boot them forever. You get one shot to be awesome, and that's it. You're gone. You do not take the hard-earned efforts of my crew and then go use it so you can build a base somewhere else. We work off a central base where we work together. All right, so the only other thing that I need now is a fine wood, and you can see that it needs at least a level 4 bench there. So we'll go ahead and try to get by Unforgiven here and get some fine wood here. Oh, get those chains out as well. Now, also, if someone else is doing the same thing as you, you don't necessarily want to take all the chains out. You don't necessarily want to take all the wood out if you don't have a lot of it. But since I'm just going to upgrade it once, just to show you how to do upgrades, right there.
I'll be right back.
Boom. And now I have a level 2 black shield. I'm just fighting one of them. Now, Alan's been doing a great job, like you just saw. He went and upgraded the padded greaves and all of that in there for me. You can have somebody do it for you, or you can do it yourself, right? And it's as simple as that. Now, I would suggest as early as possible, upgrade all your basics, right? Your basic stuff. Like here in the workbench, you can see that I've already upgraded my hammer to its max quality, the hoe to max quality. Now, I never have to make one of those again unless I lose it if I die. But normally you don't. Normally that stuff you have forever. Now, do I upgrade my pickaxe? Probably not, because I can go ahead and make a higher end pickaxe to replace that one. And then once you get to the highest end pickaxe, then you can go ahead, like, I don't know if there's a better pickaxe than what I've got. I don't even need a better pickaxe. I don't use it all that much. We have a black metal axe. Let's go see if we got one in here. Oh, look at this black metal dagger there. Cool. Let's see. Crystal battle axe. Cool. There's some stuff in here that I've never even tried, that I've never even utilized. So, I like to come back and look at it. Black metal knife. I know some of my members, they like to gank. They like to come along and gank people with the knife, especially hit them from behind. Always good to get them with that. And I typically don't use the tower shield because it makes me go slower. And as someone who typically is using the bow, I only pull the shield and my weapon out when I need to run out of arrows, one. Or two, if I need to wipe out a mob quickly before it can recover. Because the Frostner is going to freeze them, and then we'll go from there. So we got some focus to do. I don't see one in here. Now, if I don't see one in here and I don't know, I will ask. If you don't know something, everybody, the only way to know is to ask and admit you don't know. So that's the best way to go about it. Can we upgrade our pickaxes any more than bronze pickaxe? I don't see any
Yes, not yet.
But you can upgrade to iron, but it's not worth it because there's another. If you don't want a bunch of knockback from your mace being Frostner, there is a higher level mace that you could get that does more stun than knockback.
Yeah, I would prefer less knockback. I feel like the knockback is a little annoying because I find I overswing way too much. What's the next one up?
It's Porcupine. It's actually an iron mace, but it does more damage.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it says knockback 100, so it's still going to knock back.
Yeah, but it doesn't do quite the same amount of knockback for some reason. But it does more stun, while Frostner doesn't really stun.
Yeah, I like how it slows, though. And it does frost damage, right? Yeah, frost damage and spirit damage. I see I'm comparing them right now. I have the Frostner up over here, and I have the Porcupine up there. So before I upgrade it, see, that's a great thing to think about. Do you want to upgrade your item? But it uses 20 iron, so that's a lot of iron for right now. But again, this is what I like to show you guys on stream. You know, why I'm making these choices and what, you know, the reasons are behind it. Which is why I like to do a lot of stuff on the stream myself, just to show you guys, as opposed to someone else go and do it, and then you guys can't see what happened, right? Which is why I'll do like one of the thing, and then, you know, my crew also wants to be part of the upgrading and all that stuff as well. So, but you also need to come back and use your forge for repair. You can't use the workbench. You got to have a forge to do it. That's why you should always have a portal back to your primary base or wherever your forge is, or bring materials so you can create a forge along the way, so that you can repair your items, because they do diminish over time. So it reduces their speed, backstab times 3. Knockback says the same. Parry's the same. Block force, same. Armor is 30. Now I'm looking at it at the thing. Armor actually 39 on that one, so block armor is higher. Uses stamina. 14 uses more stamina. Let's see. Pierce, which my Frostner does not do. So that does pierce damage and blunt damage 50. Definitely way more blunt damage. But it doesn't really do frost damage. So 40, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 95 total. And that would be 95 as well. So if you see when you figure out total damage of an item, you want to just basically add up all the damage, right? So adding up the blunt damage, the frost damage, the spirits damage, that would be 95 points of toward the damage. And then over on the other one, it also is at 95. But they're both level 1. So as you upgrade them, they one might get higher than the other after the upgrade. Like this might have a better upgrade than this one. So it might work out a bit better. It does do better single damage. So you can wipe out mobs maybe more in a single hit. Of course, if they have resistance to blunt damage, well, then half of your damage is going to be gone. 40, 50, 60. And then you'd only get pierce damage. Now, of course, if they have resistance against blunt and pierce damage, well, then you're really in trouble. Because different mobs have different resistances to different types of damages. If you're taking on a frost dragon with a frost weapon, obviously it's going to be very diminished. Same thing with your arrows. If you're shooting fire arrows at a fire mob, well, probably not going to do as much damage as it would, say, you were taking on a Draugr or something like that, which are susceptible to fire damage. They would do more damage to them than to other ones. So you have different damage types, too, that you're trying to match up. This is a good decision. Do I want to burn 20 iron on it, or do I just want to upgrade it utilizing 15 silver? That's a good question. A good question. Yeah, I'd rather get to level 3 armor than to burn 20 iron. Let's see what my upgrade is, if I did want to upgrade my gear. So that would be 6. That would be 12. That would be 10. So 22 would be my upgrade to level 3. Or I could get a weapon or I could get a weapon, right? Well, weapon upgrade. Am I going to use the porcupine enough to justify using that iron for that? See, this is all the things I justify in my head, everybody. That's why I tell you this stuff out loud. Because I think through that. I think through, okay, if I use that iron, what is its best use? For me to take less damage? Because I'm going to be standing in the back shooting arrows most of the time anyway. Am I going to be up in the front using my weapon all that much? Probably not. Probably not even worth it for me to even upgrade my Frostner or even go to the porcupine or to upgrade the porcupine at this point, because again, the thing I should probably upgrade more is going to be my bow, the thing I use the most. So let's go ahead and think that through and say, okay, what do we need for our bow? Well, we'll still need 10 silver to upgrade the bow. But I would probably upgrade the bow first, right? That would be the thing I would upgrade before my primary weapon, because I'm going to use it less. And that is how I think through that kind of stuff right there. So, but I do appreciate the advice from my crew. And then maybe we'll do the porcupine later when I feel like it's a more effective upgrade for me. So let's go ahead and put all this stuff back so my crew can utilize all of that later on and be good to go. So again, we should be out doing silver right now. Let's go to it. Alan's up there searching for it right now. Good. And let's see how much iron is left over. We still got plenty of iron. Yeah, we still got plenty of iron in here. What about going to level 3 now? You think we can just gear everybody up to 3 now?
3 is 22 iron per suit.
Yeah, I just went and did that on stream. I'm going to go to 3. So, again, let's just burn it up. Doesn't do us any good sitting in this box.
Yeah, so as far as I'm thinking, the main calculus with the porcupine versus Frostner, it's going to be a lot easier to upgrade a porcupine if you wanted to upgrade your mace.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it takes time to collect either thing, you know, silver or iron. The main thing is we're at the end game now. So, again, you know, trying to save resources is always a good thing. I'm always down for that. But our main goal now is to reach the end game. So we should get everybody as geared up as we can, and we should focus on that. And then, you know, tiptoe into the thing and see how it goes. All right, I'm gonna burn because we got a whole bunch in there.
Which portal did you use to get up there, by the way?
I just went from the farm, ran up here. I don't have portal stuff on me.
Okay.
Okay.
But there is silver right where I am.
Oh no, I got distracted. I just made some. Darn it, that was my bad. God, I hate it when I do that kind of stuff. Ooze bomb.
Come from the plains base that we're using last time, and
I just wasted that iron. Well, now I got to get out and find some more iron. I just wasted that iron. That was my bad. And this is my biggest problem, everybody, is I get distracted. I was talking, I was listening to them, I wasn't paying attention to what I'm doing. And that actually is a big problem with sleep apnea as well, is that you live in a dream state all the time. So you know when you first wake up in the morning, you're kind of like, you know, groggy and you're not quite all there? That's me every minute of every day. So I should have been doing the upgrade over here, and I wasted that thread as well. But here's the thing. In the long run, no big deal. If you make a mistake, everybody, the best thing to do in your life is just say, I screwed up, and then make amends for it. If I just wasted a bunch of iron, well, guess what? I'll spend another hour going and collecting that iron and bringing that iron back and doing whatever I need to do to replace that iron so somebody else can go ahead and utilize it. I'm very strong in that way. If I make a mistake, I feel like it took me a long time in my life. A lot of people, what they do in life, everybody, is they spend a lot of time trying to be not wrong or being the smartest person in the room and try to prove themselves to everybody. You don't need to do that, everybody. One of the most powerful things you can do in your life is admit that you did make a mistake. All right, come on, get out of there. Admit that you made a mistake. Say, you know what, that was my bad. I made a mistake, and then move on from it, right? Now, if you're with a bunch of people who are going to beat you up for making mistakes, then you're with the wrong people. If you notice, my people didn't go, Kismet, you wasted the iron. I can't believe you wasted the iron. I will boot people for that. Especially, I mean, if they do it to me, that's one thing. But if they do it to my crew, they're instantly gone. They're instantly out, right? So I let them make mistakes and don't beat them up for it. And they let me make mistakes and they don't beat me up for it. Again, you don't have to be perfect and you don't have to prove how smart you are all the time. I feel like a lot of people suffer from that. Put a 1 in the chat if you know people who constantly have to prove how smart they are. all the time and have to tell you how smart they are all the time, right? That gets old really, really fast. Very, very quickly. I'm going to take some of this stuff out of here and just, clear torches. I don't want to keep too many torches. And put these bombs in there. There we go. Put those in there and then put these for destruction.
Okay, I'm here.
So again, if you do make a mistake, just make amends for it. Admit it. You made a mistake. I made a mistake. And then you go, okay, I'll go collect some iron and do all of that. I'm really going to collect a bunch of silver. That's what we really need to work on first. But then go back and use what I just upgraded to my advantage. Now, I can go take on a bunch of mobs in the swamps now, and it won't be that big of a deal because my gear is really built up.
On the map,
but I could still die. I could still die going out there because if I get overwhelmed with too many mobs or whatever it is, I could definitely still die. So in this case, they have scaled up the game in such a way that you should always be worried. Even when you're running around the forest now, where those mobs, I can one-shot those mobs now, you should still be worried that you're going to die because you didn't bring enough food, so your food buffs run out. You forgot to do your buffs, so your buffs run out, all of that kind of stuff. Like one of the things I'll do before I leave is I'll go in here. We have comfort 12 right now. I thought we had higher comfort than that somewhere. Or am I only remembering that weirdly? But we have comfort 12 in here. Now, based on the comfort level of where you're at is the length of your rested bonus. And your rested bonus is probably one of your best bonuses because you get it for free right at the very beginning. You just make a campfire, you sit down. Now you got that rested bonus. It's going to help you run around and get into more trouble as well. Now, also another thing to do while you're waiting is maybe to gear up your food. This way, while you're waiting for your rested bonus to go up, you're also, your health and all that stuff is going up at the same time because you're basically just resting in front of the fire. Another great time to do that is to build up your comfort level wherever you're going to sleep. So I don't do it very often, but sometimes we do an all sleep. Well, we go ahead and sleep, and then while you're sleeping, you're also getting your comfort and also healing your character and doing all of that at the same time. Now, I do have another buff right here, Ether, which helps me when I'm running around and battling and just helps me, keeps my stamina up. So let's get out and see if they found some over there. All right, how are we looking? I see you guys are out there. Did you guys find any silver?
Yep, there's silver right where we are.
All right, have we extracted it yet, or no?
They need stuff for a portal.
Yeah, I was supposed to say.
All right, I'll go ahead and pick up some portal stuff, and I'll run out to you. All right, now I got to go to work, everybody. This is where, well, I mean, it's not like I wasn't going to work ahead of time. I mean, I just spent the last, 2 hours doing all of that. But again, I am always trying to stay on point, right? You want to be an example for your crew. Now, of course, they don't need to go for 20 hours every single time. But you need to be an example, not someone just sitting around. We've all had those bosses, right? Where they're sitting around doing jack squat while you're doing all the work. That sucks. They're just in there telling you what you should be doing when they should be, doing their job instead of being all up in your business about your job, right? So what we're going to do is go ahead and grab some stuff for a portal and make our way out there. And that's going to make it easier for my crew to get back. Now, my portal's somewhere else right now, so I need to think about where and whose portal it's going to be. Like right now, I see the Dios is not activated because you can see the letters on the side is not lit up. Warforged is not activated right now, but everybody else is. We gotta get everybody's wherever their portals go. We got to get those locked into new portals so they can utilize their portals as well. Hey, thank you, DJ Watchkin, for 55 months of sub love. Also, thanks to AMZ for that 16 months as well. Let's show them some love in the chat, everybody. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run out in here into the world and actually get away from the base. I know, watch this. Boom. So I hit that guy and frosted him and interrupted him. He then got stunned. And I'm going to run up into here. Now, even though... and I'm going to ping that direction so I know what direction I'm running. Even though I do have all this gear and I have built up my character, I can easily die. I can easily die running up here. If I get, two-star wolves on me, that's it, I'm dead. Even though I have gear from the highest level, from the plains, which is much higher level than this, I can very easily do that, or run out of stamina like that. I can very easily do that. Now, also I can boost my stamina here. Now, of course, I'm going into a much more dangerous spot. Now, let's see if I can take out a wolf. This wolf here is a not even a 1-star. He's a non-thing. See, now I can take his damage, and I can now wipe him out, which also takes away the fear of taking on that mob. Now, one of the things that happens a lot in this game is the fact that the mobs will come out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they'll be behind you. You have 2 mobs on you, especially when you're on a server. Sometimes it'll lag out. All of a sudden, you got tons of mobs on you. Also, to go through the mountains, I have to have my cloak on. Otherwise, I will freeze to death. Oh, look at that. There's a dragon's egg there. Otherwise, I will freeze to death. Now, I'm taking the path, the most direct path to them. They probably already looted all that. I'm trying to take the most direct path to them. Now, I could take the longer path. I could go around the outside and whatnot and go that way. But I'm running through here. Now, what can also happen when you're running through dangerous zones like this is you could be trailing mobs. That means behind you, you've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 10 mobs trailing behind you that you didn't even see because, you know, you were just running through, not paying attention. And then all of a sudden you turn around and boom, you got a ton of mobs on you. I find it's also difficult to run away from mobs in this game. Very, very difficult. And so if you are, say, in the mountainous area and you have a bunch of mobs on you, we look around, nobody on me right now. Oh, look out for the locks.
Do either of you have bone mass?
Nope.
Oh, look at that hit before it could get to me. Nice. Now, see, I just entered into a little bit of plains there. If I aggro those mobs, I'm dead. Those mobs are going to kill me. So I need to watch out I don't aggro those. So now I'm going to kind of run along the outside edge here again and try to ping where they're at.
After I go back to the...
Again, I'm just kind of circumnavigating. Now, what I'm trying to do is bring them some resources for a portal. They found where the silver is, and we need to extract that silver and get that silver back to the base.
Yeah.
Now, one of the fastest ways to do that is to basically pick it up and run it there. Also, if you have a boat, you can put it on a boat and then drive the boat there. Or one of the things... Look, Gollum. Golems will kill me, too. Now, again, I'm not a tank, everybody, though I do have the ability to tank some stuff, as you saw there. You saw those wolves were way much easier than they were before. Now, before, when my previous gear that I had, those wolves would hit me, and they would do like 90 damage, even if I was blocking them. Even if I was blocking them, I would take a tremendous amount of damage. Now, you notice these little rocks?
Well, I told them.
See those rocks there? They're there for a reason. They're there because if you're going up the hill here and you run out of stamina, you can stand on those. And it'll give you somewhere to stand to rebuild your stamina. So while you're jumping up the hill here, you can keep making it up the side. And you can see that I have a lot of stamina going on right now, and that's going to help me get up to the top of the hill. Man, it's way the heck up here. Way the heck up here on the top of this. And the very fact that I made it here tells you that I've got decent gear. And also I didn't get ganked by about 15 mobs, which is good. All right, so here's my crew over here, and what I'm going to do is simply...
Hi, Kismet.
What up? All right, we'll make a little flat spot and put down a little portal here. The only person who doesn't have their portal occupied is Dio right now. We got to clear some portals today, too.
There's a workbench already down in the hole.
Oh, you already got it going? All right, awesome.
Yeah.
But aren't you going to extract down there? Where are you going to extract it?
We've got it extracted. It's in the chest.
Oh, you already did it already. Wow, okay. Okay, so we're gonna use your portal if you don't mind, Dio.
Nope. Go right ahead.
All right, so we put the portal down, and then we just name it Dio, which is her name. And boom, then the thing activates, and we can take everything back except for the silver. The silver itself is the type of thing that you can't go through the portal. That's why you see the little circle right there. That's telling you cannot bring that through the portal. So what we need to do, very easily, just pick up all the silver right here. Just pick it all up on your character, nice and easy. There we go. It's only 1,300 weight. So that's not going to happen. So what you could do is you could have you could bring a cart over here and make a cart and try to run that cart from here all the way back to where our base is, which is not an easy thing. The problem with the cart, I find, is it's supposed to, they took away the thing that has, when you go up a hill, that slows you down. They lie. I was having so much trouble taking
Yeah,
iron because the heavier
yeah,
the
go
stuff is, the
max.
harder it is to get that cart up and down
got some
the
lead
different
going for
various hills. So I find the best thing to do right now is just to see how much I can carry.
There's
So let's
also
start with
plenty of food
13.
in, the
I can
fish
carry a
stock
little
box
bit
as
more,
well.
and I'm holding down shift, by the way, to cut it in half. Let's see. That's a little bit too much. All right, so let's say 3 back in. And there we go, 420 out of 450, maybe one more in right
Think
there.
we're getting
Oh,
a
maybe
ping?
one more. Oh, yes, 448. Now, I've got a little bit of stuff on me, like stone and things like that. They got a lot of stone in there. So I can take a little bit of the stone off. I can take a little bit of the other resources off of me and go with that. But I'm just going to actually put all that back in the box. I'm going to actually grab this stone here right there because everything that I have on me now, I can go through the portal. So I can go through the portal, grab all the resources that can be portaled back to the base and clear a bit of that out. And then I know that the magic number is right around 23 silver, and then I can put that on me, and then I can run that all the way back to the base. Especially if you have a lot of stamina, right? If you're using stamina food, you should be the runner, right? If other people are using food that's for like tanking and things of that nature, then they should be using
I'll be right back.
they should be using those foods, and you should be using the other foods. Now, again, if you notice, I put that back in my overflow because I know that's going to end up there anyway. So no reason for me to put that in the drop box.
Sweet. Not chickens yet.
And so I'm just going to go ahead and very quickly drop off any excess resources that I have there, and then back through Dio's portal, which is right here. And then again, we can do it with the cart, or because we only have like 3 or 4 stacks there, everybody could come over here and grab a stack and simply just run it back to the base. So that's what I'm going to do. So I know that last time it was 23, so let's test that again. We'll take 23. We'll put it on there. Oh, okay, I can have more now. Boom. Now I'm at 25. Let's go ahead and do a full stack. I can not quite do a full stack. So let's say 4 back. Oh, maybe one more. And again, I try to optimize, with all my other gear, maybe even my helmet on there. There we go. With all my other gear, how much silver can I carry? So it's 27. So 27 is what I can carry. So as you can see, we only have, if each person carried 27, it would be basically 2 more people plus a little bit extra, right? Who could take that and run that back to the base.
Fog needs some help. Alabama being attacked.
Where are you at? North of where we're at?
Yeah, I think so. Like if 3 dregs on, dregs on.
Now, when somebody calls for help, everybody, I stop what I'm doing.
The hill laser.
And I run toward them. I can see we've got, there's like 4 or 5 drakes over here. Look at them all.
I have a party on me right now.
I just realized I have no arrows.
I'm just above you, Fog. I'll try to help you out.
See ya. Tank up the shots.
All right. Now you can see I can block their attacks as well. And this is what I love to do, everybody. Dodge mobs. I call it mob dodging. Very, very fun. Way too many of these. Oh, just missed him. Oh, no, I got him. Died, sucker. Or he died from the flame. Because I'm using flame arrows against these mobs, so they're actually taking flame damage. So what I'll do sometimes is actually not try to hit the mob again. Oh, there's one down. Just try to hit him with the flame so he catches on fire, and then let him burn to death. Oh, wow, that was way too high. There we go. And wiped him out. All right, very nice.
Thank you, boys.
No problem. I'm going to run some of this silver back to the base. I'm going to start hoofing it. All right.
We got base. We got small. That our planes base is still set up from yesterday. So
Now, if I can grab any of these other resources, just squeeze a little bit more resources, that's good.
That was the last hit of my pickaxe.
What am I doing? There we go. So what they're doing is they're extracting it, and then I'm going to do what's called running, right? So you run it back and forth. And of course, all my buffs in my particular character are set up for that running. What happens, by the way, also is you need to utilize your food because your food, whoa, look at that drop off.
Here's more silver.
Your food has diminishing returns.
Nice.
And I can see that my base is over that way. I definitely don't want to jump off there because I will die.
Side of the mountain base.
But what you want to do is, you know, have people do the thing that they're best at. My thing that I'm best at, everybody, is organizing the group. Am I the best tank? Am I the best range damage? Am I the best healer? No. What I do is I put the best of each of those things together. That's what I do best. I get the best of each of those people, and I don't have a big ego as well. I am of the age, everybody, where I don't have to carry around a big ego and say that I'm the best of everybody. Look at me, everybody. I feel like that's a young man's game. Whoa, look out! Now again, like I said, they like to come out of nowhere. Ooh, mama, that would have normally killed me right there, everybody. That would have normally killed me in a single hit. I would have been dead. But again, now that I have that level 3 armor and that I can take that damage a bit more, that did help me from dying right there. And again, you don't want to die with all this silver. This silver is incredibly valuable to my crew. And I find that happens to me quite often, that mobs will just appear out of nowhere. This one that's coming up. 2 of them, maybe. Now, it's nighttime as well, so these mobs may be stronger than normal. And they might be like 1 or 2 stars. I let them get a hit in first, and then I try to wipe them out. That's always a good thing, both in the plains and over here. Now, another problem, everybody, look, I'm wasting all these wolf pelts. Sadly, I can't carry them with me, but I can tell you at this moment that those wolf pelts are worth a lot less than this massive amount of silver that I have on me right now. Because, again, remember, this represents people's time and effort. Whoop! There we go. That silver represents people's time and effort, and there's only a finite amount of silver where the mobs, the wolves, will respawn. Plus, we also have a wolf farm here as well that my team has built up, so we can actually breed wolves and then kill them and take their resources, or use them as pets, as also as guardians. Whoa! 3 wolves, like I said, everybody, look at that. Now what I do is I'm backing down the thing, trying not to get hit by all 3 of them. Oh god, and now I got a mosquito. Mosquito killed the wolf for me. Thank you, mosquito. Notice that one of them went back. Gotta know when it's your moment. You got to know when it's your time to attack, everybody. Very, very vital. Whoa! Oh, great. Now, farrelings. All right, I'm out of here. I am out of here, everybody. Now, don't walk in a straight line. Back and forth, back on. Man, it's one calamity after another. 3 wolves on me. Now I got 3 farrelings on me. Always something. Now, I just happen to know that we have some defenders here by the base. Our big boys, our Loxes here. So if they do chase me down here, what I'm going to do is just go toward the Loxes. And those Loxes, what up, big boy? I love you. There's some baddies coming in. Get those baddies. Go get them. Go get them, big boy. Boom! And that's it. They dead. Now, those farrelings also turned back. I was actually saved by a mosquito, which killed one of those wolves. And you got to know when to fight. You got to know when to fold them and when to hold them, everybody. In that case, I folded out of there, and I advanced in the opposite direction, a.k.a. got the heck out of there. Because it's more valuable to me to get the silver back than to prove how awesome I am in battle. Getting the silver back to the base is my primary goal. And so I'm going to go ahead and bring that back over. Now, normally I just throw it in the drop box, but we're going to get this fired up right over here in the forges. Now, since I'm more safe here at my base, I'm going to get my thing on. So what you do is you put the resources in to the side over here in the smelter. So we put a bunch of silver ore in there. There we go. And sometimes you can overstuff it too. You can see I got the 12 there. And then we'll put the rest of this over here. So now while my team is out there collecting, it'll also go ahead and start forging up all of that silver. Now, another thing that you're going to need is you're going to need coal to keep the silver going. And that goes on the other side here. So we're going to go ahead and fill up the coal there. And same thing over here. And now we can just let that run. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you got some silver left over where you didn't necessarily use all of the silver. That is true. Then what I'll do is either put it in the drop box or put it right here. I'll put that silver in that box, leave it there. GG's good to go. Now I also, because I just happened to grab some black metal scrap as I was running, I will put that in there also to be refined. I've also had some linen thread, which I think I had from earlier from my upgrading, or I got it as a drop. I can't remember. And I just accidentally picked up some silver ore there too. I'll just throw that in the same box. And then my team, whoever wants to work on the forges, will take care of that right now. Alan is working on that. So, I don't want to take away someone else's stick, as they call it, everybody. You want to let them do what they want to do, so I'll just start it going while he's off collecting resources. And we do that a lot, where we will we'll basically balance each other. So, like, when if I'm off doing something else and something needs to be done, that person will do it. If somebody's not on that week and they're not doing the food, then somebody else will do the food. So it's good to find a balance between those things, but also I don't want to go and say, well, you know what? Hey, you're doing this thing? Well, hold on. Let me go do the same thing that you're doing. That's not cool, everybody. It makes people feel uncomfortable, as well as it's like taking their stick or basically taking their thing that they're trying to do as part of the group, right? So now to save time running back, what I'm going to do is go through the portal. Because now I can go through the portal because I put a portal down. I come over here and grab whatever resources are left and then rinse and repeat. Now, running at nighttime is incredibly dangerous, everybody. Very, very dangerous. You can die very, very quickly by doing that. And I wish there was an easier way to get back to our base, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like I'm going to end up through the plains no matter what I do and end up across the thing here. So I'm going to go ahead again, try to ping toward where I'm going and see if I make it this time. Now, my food's about to run out as well, so I'm going to go ahead and just eat my food up because that's all about to run out. That's going to give me higher... I didn't even look. That's going to give me higher health as well as stamina. And then while I'm running, and I also hit R to put my weapons away to give myself a little bit of extra speed and stamina. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Now sometimes, look, he's right in front of me, and it's not getting him. It really annoys me that it doesn't actually hit the mob.
Oh, it's Kiss.
And now I'm gonna die.
Of course it is.
I'm gonna die for sure. Dead. The reason why I'm gonna die is because I'm on a hill. And one of the things that this game does not do, and it's really obnoxious, in the fact is... one of the obnoxious things that happens is you'll swing and the mob will be right in front of you, but because he's elevated ever so slightly, you're hitting the wall and you're not hitting the mob. And that's what just happened right there. I hit the mob, I swang about 4 or 5 times, and I hit the mob maybe 3 of those times out of there, and then I died. Now, here's the thing that you could do at this point. Hey, DJ Watchkins, you can get upset, you can start banging your keyboard, God, this game sucks, I hate this game. But what you want to do is go into this game with your eyes open. And know that you are going to die a lot in this game. Now, if I die, no big deal. I lost a little bit of skill. I have to build those skills back up again. But if you die, no big deal. Here's what you do. First, calm down. If you get so upset that you start getting angry, then you should stop. You should stop playing that game right that moment and come back to it. But watch out, because your gear will eventually go away. But you don't have to be in that much of a hurry. Like right now, you can see I've gone in here and I'm just chilling out for a minute. And my character is resting. And the reason why he's resting is to get his rested bonus all the way back up to 19. Now I've got that going on. Now another thing I could have done before I did my rested bonus is to do some food. So now I've got to go ahead and do my food again. Now this time I'm going to go much higher health. And then of course a little bit of stamina in there as well. Because I'm going to need to run in the frost area and try to get my stuff back. Now, here's one of the things that you can do is you can have extra items in your ammo and armor. Like we have a troll hide, but there's no frost capes in there. So I'm going to take a bunch of frost damage, or what you could do, we don't have any potions. Again, you want to keep yourself some frost potions, some poison potions for this moment in which you need to use maybe a frost potion to try to get your gear back. Now, if I die, again, no big deal. The only thing it does cost me is a bit of my skill. So I'm going to go ahead and go like this. Now, just like I said, even though I have plains level gear, and that gear is upgraded, I can still be 1 or 2 shotted, especially if I'm on an uneven surface like that. It's one of the worst places to battle is on an edge. Now, I could have went in and tried to flatten it out, but I did not have enough time for that. I could have called my crew in to help me out. I also did not have enough time for that. Or even smarter idea, especially if you're solo, is to forward time. So if you die, forward time so it's daytime, so you're not taking on the really tough mobs that are going to kill you. So I don't worry about it if I die, everybody. I just run back, go do my thing again. And I will try to run, even though I'm going to get frosted like crazy, and try to run and get my gear back. And especially the silverback. So I'm going to instantly go into freezing mode. Now, on my radar, I can see where my gear is. But that doesn't mean that the mobs themselves... Now, look how close I was, too. I was literally right here. Doesn't mean that those mobs are gone. Those mobs can still be there in that particular spot. But I've recovered my items, and I immediately want to go actually to my cloak first. There we go. Get my cloak going first. And then all my other stuff going, like my stuff for carry weight and things of that nature. And there we go. We've got all of our stuff back up and running. I think I had my circlet on, too. I can't remember. But there we go. So now I've got my food back up. I got all my stuff. I recovered my stuff. I'm good. I can even use my buff so I can have more stamina. But I probably should have moved down to a lower level like this and tried to fight them down here. Picking the way that you battle is just as important as what your gear is and all of that. And so I died, and then now I just move on. I move on with my life, everybody. No big deal. I died. It happens. It's going to happen to you a lot. Now, if you think this game is brutal, and it is, it's very brutal in the way that you die. Whoop, here we go. Very brutal in the way that you can die. Now, again, see, I'm fighting them on an edge, which is going to make it tougher. Now, you just wait for them to fly around, and they'll come straight at you. And right when they come at you, boom, wipe them out. And because of my gear, if you notice, I didn't take that much damage, even though I did take a little bit of damage from them. Now, what's going to happen is now I'm in the plains, everybody. I'm going across the plains right here. And I can very easily run into some mobs that are too tough for me, again, even though I have really good... Oh, I forget to turn my sounds back on. Even though I have really good gear. And so I will just try to get out of the plains as quick as possible, because fighting the mobs that are in the forest or the snow area are actually easier for me to do. And I feel like no matter what level gear, if you get overwhelmed with too many mobs, you're going to die. Especially if you're taking them on at nighttime, which I did, which means the mobs are much stronger. But the advantage of the nighttime is the fact that you could get like 2-star wolves, right? So if you get a 2-star wolf, bring it back to your base and get a couple of them, even better. But if you could take them back to your base and then breed them, tame them, and breed them, then you would have a 2-star wolf on your side. That's right. I could be running around with a bunch of wolves right now on my side, protecting me against animals as well. The one thing I don't like, though, is I don't like my pets to die, because your pets can actually die in this game. Oh, pick it up. That your pets can actually die in this game, and it's really sad. Now, again, I'm going to go back, and I'm going to try to get to a flat area right here. See, I've got a flat area there. And I'll wait for them to attack first. 1, and then 2, and then just got to go to town on them. Try to take at least one of them out. Or if I could take out 2. Now, see how much easier that was on a flat surface? Another problem with the game, everybody, is that it doesn't necessarily target the mob. It's targeting whatever's in front of you. So learn about those different levels as well. Now, again, it's not like my first rodeo, everybody. Not like my first time I've played the game. So if I die, it's okay. And if sometimes I'll goof up and I'll press the wrong buttons and the wrong thing, even though I have the ability to kill them, it will still be tough for me to kill them because I goofed. I messed it up. And again, it's real dangerous to run through here if you don't have the gear, but sometimes it's just dangerous to run through there even if you do have the gear as well. But you got to do it. Now, what's an easier way of doing this? Well, it might be easier to put a boat nearby if you are by the shore. Run it to the shore, put it in the boat, and then just drive the boat around. Now, one of the things that I feel like this game does that trolls the heck out of you is the fact that for some reason the wind seems to always be against you all the time. Actually, when you're running through here as well, it's a good idea to keep your sound up.
I see it, yeah.
So that you can hear mobs coming at you. Well, there we go. I put my weapons away now, I think. And so there we go. So now we're in our second round of bringing the silver back. One of my favorite things to do, everybody, is this. Whoa! Let's see if you can make it over over your fence. Oh no, Kismet's stuck!
With, Foggy and myself.
Pick up some coal where I'm at it. Now, the rest of this, everybody, I'm not going to forge this stuff. I just showed you how to do a little forging just to show you. But the rest of it, I just simply put it in the drop box over here, and they will manage it.
Go ahead.
They'll take care of it, get that going on. Just like that.
If you guys are having trouble with the golem, just jump in the hole.
Yeah, it's half dead already.
I'm just gonna tank him.
Oh, I hear them taking on
Hold
some
him off
golems.
until you get over here.
Now, I need to go ahead and find me some more arrows, or make me some more arrows, because I'm running low. So let's go ahead and get some feathers. We are going to need some resin. This is why we have all this stuff. God, somebody's burning up all the resin. Every time I look in there, it's like the resin is gone. I'm sure they're using it for a good purpose, everybody. But that resin goes fast, man. It's not that hard to get resin. You can go out and you can just go into Black Forest. You get tons and tons of it over there. But it does go fast sometimes, especially when you're in a big group. Let's see. Crafting some more fire arrows. Now, I like fire arrows, though some arrows are better. Silver arrows are better than what I've got, but it requires silver. And I definitely don't want to burn that. And if I have to use more arrows, but they do less damage, but use less resources, I'm in the wrong thing. And it uses less resources, I prefer that. I prefer, you know, if I got to hit them 10 times versus 5 times, but it requires a lot less resources, a lot less time for those resources, that's usually better in my opinion. But also, you also need to think of the effectiveness of your arrows as well. Like, if I'm making, I ran out of fire arrows already. What did I not have? Oh, resin. I ran out of resin. What you also want to do is just have some regular arrows.
There's one in the
And that just takes wood. That's super easy to do. So you'd have backup arrows in case you ran out of fire arrows. I usually like to have 2 stacks of arrows at any given time. And then have them be different stuff. Another one that we might do is our obsidian arrows, because you do end up with a good amount of obsidian. Right now we're not getting that much because we're not running the plains that much. But you might also do a bit of those. And have those because they do a lot of piercing damage. And they are great kind of general use, just like a regular arrow is great general use arrow. So we'll make a stack of those as well. There we go. And then depending on what you run into, especially if you're an archer, you want to have the different types of arrows, just like Hawkeye, right? Different type of arrows that you're using for different purposes. Now, the hardest thing to remember is to put your stuff back after you take it out, everybody. You might go running off like I do from time to time and end up not having all those resources on you, and then you're overburdened, which is not good. All right. And I hear them talking about a golem over there. Did we take out that golem, or you guys need help with that?
We're good.
Yeah, we got it.
All right, I got some silver going in the forges. I put a bunch more silver in the drop boxes. I'm coming back to get any more that you guys may have. Now, everybody is an important link in the chain, everybody. Now, again, just because I'm running running resources back and not fighting all the mobs and doing all of that, doesn't mean that my contribution is any less or any more than anybody else's. Again, everybody plays a vital role in the overall of the team.
I'll go back and repair.
Now, see, I added those arrows, so now I can't get to 28 anymore. Now I can only do 26. But that's okay. Now, again, during the daytime, that's the time to run that sucker. Now, I feel like that path I did before, right through the middle here, is my better path, even though I did die that one time. And because it's a quicker path, it allows me to run down the edge here. Now, always be watching your food. Be watching where you're at. Be listening for mobs. All of that stuff as you're going. And so my little death marker now has helped me find a quicker path from here to there. If I go the other way, there's like a steep fall off there. Also, probably not a good idea to ever be without stamina. Everybody always want to have a little bit of stamina. And I feel, I don't know if they're still in the game or not. You guys can confirm it in the chat. But you can, if you're halfway stamina, it used to basically go faster if you stay above half. So I'm going to try to do that as I'm running here. Try to stay above half to help my stamina. And at any time I can hit R, pull out my weapon and my shield, and then I can hit R to put it away again. And just kind of keep running. Now, of course, I'm going to have to run a little bit through the plains here. Oh, and I'm running the completely wrong direction. So I wasn't paying attention. Probably better if I just stay in the forest at this point. Now that I've gone so far, I went way too far down. And better I stay in the forest, maybe. Oh, nope. Okay. Now, those are good. You want to kill those too, so you get those resources. Look at that. Out of stamina.
Okay, I made a little path here.
I don't know if this is really helping me, because I am basically still in the frost, but also right on the edge of the plain. So you can drag mobs from the plains and from the thing at the same time, because you're right on the edge of it. Now, watch out for them blocks. Now, I'm just taking the long way around now, because I was talking to you guys and I wasn't paying attention where I was running. And that happens. You know, if it happens, it happens. And this part right here drives me crazy. It's the fact I run out of stamina constantly. And if I do a whole bunch of stamina gear, or a whole bunch of stamina food, well, guess what? Mobs come up and they one-shot me and I'm dead. So you got to find a good balance between having that health and then having stamina as well. And while I'm at it, I might as well, you know, explore a little bit over here. Never know, there might be some silver over here. I don't have my thing that detects the silver, though. But there's definitely a little bit of mountainous area here.
Maybe. I think we're a little low on black metal at the moment.
Okay, dokie. Then don't worry about it then.
Yeah, we should go wipe out some more camps out in the plains at some point.
There might be a bunch of black metal where we defeated the boss at the boss board.
Oh, right, and Motor, yeah. Right, or the fifth boss. Fourth boss or fifth boss?
Fifth.
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe we should... I'll check that out when I get back to base. I'm currently taking the longest route possible. I totally was talking to the chat, wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so I'm taking the longest route around the mountains that I didn't need to take, everybody. Now, again, your food will diminish over time, so your health will start to go down, your max health will start to go down, your stamina will start to go down. And again, this whole running and the stamina thing really needs, I feel like, needs to be buffed. It needs to be buffed. It really does suck some of the fun out of the game, is this constant waiting for stamina. I think I'm not one who likes to walk slow. I can understand that you don't want to obviously have an infinite amount of stamina, but I feel like the regen of the stamina, the balance between health and stamina is not that great. I would actually go more stamina health split when I'm doing running like this. Because again, all of a sudden I get 3 wolves on me like you saw earlier, or just a wolf and one of those guys. And those guys hit real hard and just, boom, one-shot me once the wolves are on me. If I'm in a bad position as well. More eggs up there. Where am I even going? This way. Easy to get off track.
Oh yeah, we got plenty of like black iron here.
Do we got a boat there?
Nope.
You have stuff to make a boat.
Yeah, we got stuff in the miscellaneous crafting box. You want to grab it out of there and get the boat going on? Bring that back. Be awesome.
How many stacks are there?
And we got like 4 full stacks and 23 and 23 other of 23.
Yeah, you put
You
4 in
can
a
use-
smaller boat and just put some on you.
Just make sure you have enough inventory space to carry the rest. You can't
yeah,
be overburdened.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm gonna grab my inventory and probably go to trade and buy it.
Me and Warforged working together there. Ah, out of stamina. Kamikaze! What I boy? Here we go. When you're landing in your base, you take damage. No big deal, right? Because, you know, fairly secure in the base. All right, another round of silver rundown. Now it's getting dark time. Now, at some point, everybody, you got to overcome your fear, and I would do it very early game. Overcome your fear of dying. Now, some people don't like to die in games. Well, you shouldn't play this game then, because this game is going to be very, very death-filled. But again, like this game is, I feel, pretty tame compared to games like Ark, where you just die all the time. I mean, constantly die. And that's because it is very, very unfair. When you start Ark, I've had it happen to me multiple times, where I start the game, I'm running around, I'm collecting some berries or whatnot, I'm level 1, I'm just doing some basic stuff, and a level 100 dinosaur will come and boom, stomp you to death. And then you try to run back and get your stuff, and he stomps you again, 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 and he will just non-stop stomp you for hours on end, everybody. He will just keep doing that forever. So then at that point, you say, screw it, it's not worth picking up my gear. I'm going to go the other way and see if I can get something going there. So very, very brutal. Now, this game is somewhat brutal, but it's kind of fun because they're still working on that balance, right? Because it is an early access game. So as they're working on that balance, sometimes it may be too hard and sometimes it may be too easy. At some point, we could one-shot those trolls, everybody. We could, because when our gear is upgraded, we would go and then, boom, knock out the trolls and do that. I need to get back to my thing here. Let's stay focused so I'm using my food effectively. And then in a minute here, we're going to have a crazy ton of silver. And so everybody will be able to get their silver upgrades as well. Get their Frostners upgraded and whatnot. And we may or may not have enough time to make it. Oh, 26 is perfect. Hold on. 26. Perfect. And there we go. It's set off again, before it gets dark. Now let's try less fail this time. I will try to actually pay attention to what I'm doing this time. I'm going to tap there. There we go. And go toward where my death was, but I'm going to go this way. There we go. See, what I need to do is go down this way, but then turn toward where I was. Get my run up. And then turn toward this way to try to cross that right there. Now, eventually, by the way, you won't even need... get my weapons out and then put them away. Eventually, you just visually know where you're going, right? You can just visually know the path that you're taking from here to here. So what I want to do is go across the plains in the minimum distance I need to be in the plains. So right here. And then get back up into the frost area and whatnot. Now, this is a ways to run multiple people together, though that is always a good thing to do, especially in the beginning.
Runs across,
if you're going to...
We're going to need some more of those.
Okay, keep an eye out for mushrooms. You hear that? That's a Fairling somewhere. And again, ping where I'm going. Now, I don't necessarily need to go back and kill every single mob I find. What's this? Kind of looks like silver there, but it doesn't highlight as silver. Could be just a shiny rock. I don't need to sit and kill every single mob, everybody. I feel like that's sometimes the downfall of a lot of people. They sit there and they want to kill every single mob. Right here, oh god, see, like I said. God, gets me every time. Kill them before they kill me. Whoop! Woo, mama! They out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, those suckers came from. Yeah, it's dangerous to be a runner, everybody. Just as dangerous as if you were the tank. Being a runner is very dangerous because you're doing it solo most of the time, too. But I do have the gear, I do have the food, I do have all of that. But it's now up to me for my skill. To be able to detect that they're on me, to defend myself, to balance my stamina, because my stamina was really low when they jumped me there. And then, of course, have my gear up enough where I'm not going to have to worry about that problem of being able to block them. Now, the higher your gear level, the better you can block them, and, of course, the less damage you take as you're running through there. Oh, and I just automatically kill the wolves. If you see the wolves, just go after them, let them hit your shield once if you have the blocking ability. Plus, you're building up your blocking as well, everybody. That's another good thing that I'm doing. Now, there's a dragon over there. I'm going to try to ignore the dragon because they take a little bit to kill and not really necessary for me to kill them. Plus, my inventory is pretty much full anyway. And I'm just kind of, doing the, the lower end job, which is the running part, right? Not the collecting of resources and stuff. Oh, I see some dark iron there. Don't think I can pick that up. Oh, and my rested went out. And don't think I can pick that up, but I can tag it right there to remind myself to maybe grab that after I'm done here. Now, my food's running out. All my buffs are running out. All that stuff, that becomes a very dangerous time. Now, am I going to do my food and stuff right now? No. And the reason why is I'm going to try to get back to the base first, and then, you know, turn in all this gear, turn in all this stuff that I have, and then go get my buffs, and then eat my food. This way I'm going to get the maximum amount of time out of that as well. So first thing, of course, to drop off your most precious resource, in this case a ton of silver, in there. And then anything for the drop boxes. And you can see our drop boxes are filling right back up again. Again, I could find wherever these resources are in the box. Sometimes that takes longer. I just drop them in there. Okay, so we got that done. Now back for my rested bonus. Over here, and you just rinse and repeat, everybody. Just rinse and repeat over and over and over again until you get all the loot. Now, one of the things I do have to do is basically dry out first. You can see it's wet up there. I got to dry out, then my comfort level kicks in. Now I'm at comfort level 12. And then you sit here for, I don't know, 15, 30 seconds. I forget what the actual number is. But until you see that buff up there, and once that buff pops up, boom, you're good. And you're ready to move on to the next thing, which will be my food. Another thing I'm going to do is run back up there and get those resources. Because, you know, a couple of them could make a difference. And plus, they're real close to the base. And if we leave them there, then basically, come on, Gate.
Probably the small boat, by the way. So.
Come on, Gate. Oh, lagging. And open the gate. There we go.
Big lag.
Yeah, I was trying to go out the gate there as I go get this iron. So I'm running back up toward the iron to get that iron as well. Now, again, that's why you mark it on your map to do that before it goes away. And you just run back up here and grab it. Now, the most important thing when you are working on team is communication, everybody. Is that you are communicating with each other on what you're doing.
No.
And you can see, boom, I grabbed that. Now, if somebody else grabbed it while I was doing that, they should have said, Kismet, I already grabbed the thing, right? Instead of me wasting my time running all the way up there. There's nothing that pisses people off more, everybody, than people who are bad communicators. If I'm doing something and I'm working on something and then someone else comes up and does the same thing as me, that's also very obnoxious, unless I ask for help. I mean, if obviously you're in battle and someone's going to die, or in real life someone's like suffocating or something like that, then it's okay to just step in and help. But if it's a non-life-threatening thing, people don't like unsolicited advice, and they don't like it when you take their stick. When you take their moment away from them, right? Just like backseat gaming is a great example of that. If you come in and you say, oh, well, kids, all you gotta do is click on this thing and go here and get that thing and the thing and the thing and the thing, then you've stolen those moments away from people who had not experienced that yet, who had not gone through and been able to do that thing. So I highly recommend to watch out for those things in your life, though it's your life choices. Those are the type of things that will get you permaban from my channel. I'm not your papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be a decent human being, though I'll give you, some of my takes on it. But I'm not telling you what to do in your life. I'm just telling you from my point of view, and I feel like that's okay in life. It's okay to say from your point of view. It's okay to have an opinion. It's when you're you're wrong and nothing you say is going to be right. When you get to that point in your life, you have failed as a human being. That's my take on it anyway. You've failed to have the basic human being ability to talk with other people and be able to talk with them with a respectful way, right? Talk to them and say, oh, okay, I hear your point of view. I don't necessarily agree with your point of view, but I hear you. This is your point of view, but my point of view is this, right? That's the basic human ability that... Wow, look out. Where'd he go? Sneaky little guy. I don't know where he went, and I'm not waiting around to find him. I'm out of here. See, sometimes those could be 2 stars, everybody. And I ain't gonna be able to take on no 2 stars. And again, I'll do this for hours, everybody. If this is the biggest benefit, if this is the thing that my team needs most, then this is what I will do. For hours on end. Like you saw me sorting for an hour earlier. That was the thing my team needed the most at that moment, was me clearing the drop boxes.
Yeah, padded gear?
Clearing the box, trap boxes. Again, look at them come out of nowhere.
Fairly easy.
Be able to tank them with your face if you've got your padding gear on.
That overswinging. I do a lot of overswinging. And it's usually because of the terrain. The terrain can be real awkward.
Yeah, those guys are just target practice for my bow now.
Still more
It
damage.
can be really awkward to fight them on uneven ground.
you.
So again, just running back. I've already ran, I don't know, 100 silverback. I will do whatever is the highest priority.
Nighttime starting to be
Oh,
dangerous in the
God.
meadows.
Wolf guy. Got lots of stamina. Now, sometimes you can't outrun them. Like in this case, especially if you go to an area which they're chasing you like this, and then they're up on the thing and you jump down, because mobs have trouble jumping down. But sometimes it's better to run than to be too overly brave. But also you can run yourself right into more mobs, which makes it even more difficult. Now, I might
Do
be
we
able to
wanna
take
keep
that guy
this
on.
portal up
I
here
don't
on the
know.
mountain?
Is it worth my time to do that? No. I don't have
with
anything to
the-
prove to anybody,
Find
everybody.
any
My
more
my
silver.
job is to help my team. That is always
Have
my
you
highest
cleared,
priority. So that is the
north?
thing that I'm going to do. And if I got to run away, oh, what up, Loxy?
Like up there?
Are you a good Lox or a bad Lox? I don't know. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
our
I
Lox or
know that
what.
part, man.
Oh, that's Smashy.
I have not been up there, no.
Do you know if Ro left us that saddle? Because Smashy is way up the hill here. We got a bunch of our Destructo and whatnot up the hill. Smashy's almost dead up there, by the way. We could get our guys back in the pin.
I haven't seen the saddle. Ro might have logged out with it on him. Also, I have the last of the silver.
All right, awesome. So yeah, again, the goal, get all this silver over here. Yeah, let's convert all this silver. Let's get it all going.
Oh yeah, I got all 4 forges smoking.
Nice. All right, so we totally drained all the silver from that location, right?
There were 3 nodes right there, and they are empty.
All right, that ought to get us started tonight. All right, let's get that forged up. How much do we got right now? I think I'm going to stay with the Frostner. I don't know what it is. I'm feeling the vibe of the Frostner for now. And then maybe I'll switch later. But I'm going to go ahead and at least do one upgrade of my Frost now. Going to grab some silver out of here. All right,
Yeah,
at least...
another problem with Frostner is that a lot of mobs have immunity to spirit damage.
Ah. Yeah, well, I kind of feel like they would have more resistance to blunt damage, wouldn't you think? The higher they get.
Depends.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. See, sometimes you need, in most games, this is a thing too, that you need multiple weapons based on what it is. Fallout is a great example. Some weapons do more damage, like
just
laser
for the
weapons
first
do
aspect.
more damage to super mutants than a stick would do, right? So, of course, you're looking at what their weaknesses are, and then basically trying to find their weaknesses and then exploit those weaknesses by using the appropriate arrows at the right time, the appropriate weapons, and whatnot. But I think I'm going to go, I like Frostner because it does slow them. So even if I don't...
Appreciate it.
even if I don't have the ability to make sure I'm upgrading and not making it, there we go. Even if I don't have the ability to, I'm gonna put this iron and silver. Iron, silver, tin, copper. There we go.
Hey, Dio,
Uh,
we're set on food now?
What do I do? I put the silver back in. So the most important thing, everybody, is to have a weapon that goes great with what you're doing, but also to have a good all-around weapon. The thing I like most about the Frostner is that it slows the mobs. And thus it allows me to get more hits in, and the mobs aren't attacking at a super high speed, and then also makes it harder for them to get away from me, too. So if I hit them with the Frostner and they start flying away, well, that gives me time to pull out my bow, boom, and then try to wipe them out before they get away. Also very good technique there as well. So I feel like that's pretty good. Probably a good time to replenish that food since we have now got that going. Again, I try not to use the really high-end food. Like right here, the high-end food would be, using your black soup there. A little bit of sausages, but right here, wolf skewer is going to be a 65 health. I mean, it would be nicer than my sausages that I'm using, but leave that for our crew because we have less amount of those than we do of the hot dogs. The hot dogs over here, we got a ton of those. And the same thing with the fish wraps. That's 70 health. Though, I mean, I'd like to have 70 health. That'd be awesome. But again, using it for the people who are tanking and who are taking on mobs much more than me. All right, silver down. All right. All right, do we have any iron left over somewhere that we could grab? Not black iron, but regular iron?
So I think a Hanian's portal links to a swamp that I think he was saying still has like 11 crypts.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, let's get that going on. That's where I'm going to go next. Let's see. Thank you, Fog, by the way. I see you out in the ocean there bringing that black iron back. Appreciate you, man.
Anytime.
So he's out here. Look at that. See, I appreciate my crew. He went and grabbed the, from the Ugalath, our fifth boss. He went and grabbed those resources, got on a boat, or made a boat, got on the boat, and now he is taking that effort and time, because there's a lot of effort to sail that boat, everybody. Believe me. Especially when the wind's always against you. Of course, there is a buff that you can get that does help you, puts the wind in your favor. The second, I would not turn that on until you actually start to go. And then once you start going and you're going against a headwind, boom, that's when you turn it on. I would actually not turn it on if you don't have a headwind. Not until you actually have a headwind. That's when I would turn it on. I would just try to maximize your angle to go as fast as you can. And then I would definitely run across the shore. The scariest part is between right here, where you're going straight against the ocean, because there's like giant monsters out there that try to kill you. And so you're trying to get across the ocean as quick as possible to get to the other island, get along the shore where you're a little bit safer. And then he's going to run that all the way around, and then we're going to have a ton of black iron. So not only did we do a ton of silver, we did a ton of black iron, and what is the other thing that we need? We need regular iron. So we're going to go through Anion's portal over here. His is right next to mine, right there, and we're going to go scout it out, see how much we got. Now we're going to see if there's any left over.
Kismet took some for an upgrade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did. Took a little bit and upgraded my Frostner just to level 2. I also put some of the silver in the silver box in the sort room. Over there.
I was thinking we should have gotten over 200 total.
Right. There was 3 veins.
I don't know. I ran at least 100, so I know at least that was much. All right.
If you're upgrading, moving some of it, then that makes sense.
Well, I only used 15. It's not like I used 1,000. I used 15 of it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, well, maybe. Oh, yeah, I guess maybe not that.
I try to use the minimum amount of resources, everybody, for what I'm doing. Right here. God, look at all these crypts up here. Holy mackerel. All right, now, how many of these have been done, though?
Oh, the drop boxes. Okay, I mean, check those.
Crypt done.
I was just counting 150 or so up on the second floor.
I put some of my gear in the other Dropbox, so watch it.
Yeah, I put all of mine in the Dropbox, so, or at least most of it. I started a little bit going earlier, but you should at least have, 60 in there, maybe. All right, now this has been cleared, I could tell you that, but has it been completely cleared? What kind of mushroom did you need? Yellow mushrooms, or what kind of mushrooms?
Red.
Red mushrooms. All right, I'm just looking through the things here.
50 in mine.
So forest ones.
Yeah, I'm out in the forest right now, pretending I'm a pig.
All right, this one definitely looks like it's already been completely
Truffle
cleared.
vision on.
So, and again, I look on the ground, too, to see if they might have missed stuff. My team's very thorough, except for that spot. That's funny the second I said that, too. My team is very thorough in making sure to get every bit of thing. Now, sometimes it's hard to see because you don't have a light. But I'm pretty good about sniffing out loot, everybody. I don't know, it's like a loot sense. Kind of like a spidey sense, but a loot sense. I can usually sense when there's loot nearby. That's just me and my crazy abilities over here as well. Now, where we're at, by the way, is we're way over here. Our actual thing is down here. So what we'll want to do is go ahead and try to collect as much iron as we can from these crypts. And then do the same thing we did. Take the boat, put it on the boat, and then run it back. And then everybody can get geared up as much as they possibly can. Now, again, saving it for a rainy day is not always the smartest idea, though sometimes it is. If I was going to move the base right now, I would definitely not use up all the resources because, you know, you'd have to take some of the resources and move it. And especially since a lot of the stuff that we have built, if we tear it down, it will give us the raw iron, and then that iron would need to be transported to wherever the new base is, right? So important to know that you do have to transport it back, and you can't just run through the portal with it. Another thing that we have done, by the way, is to go in and make something out of it at that location. So instead of taking the iron and running the iron back and have to go against the headwind and do all of that stuff in the early game, what we'll do is we'll bring some copper and tin and we'll bring it to where we have the iron and then refine the iron there and then make people's iron gear and all of that stuff at that location, which in the early game I feel is more useful. Now later on when you have the buff for the wind direction, then that's different. Then it's better for you to go ahead and get that going on. Now one of the things that I would do with this right here is I would go ahead and click on it like that and put a little X that one has been cleared. Now, the next one says that it's over this way. And again, I'll get my gear out and then I'll hit R. And then as I'm running around, if I see any pretty flowers, I'll grab those for my crew as well. And so it says it's right over this way. Now, again, whenever I'm done with something, I always put an X on it or I'll just say it's done. Or I'll just pull it off of the thing. Another thing that we typically do is we'll take the torches out in the front. This one does not. This one definitely looks like it hasn't been opened. But I have a problem. I don't have the swamp key. So I need to go ahead and run back to where I was and get myself a swamp key and go in there and get it going on. Now, another thing that I need to do is prepare to go down into the swamp. And when you're at the swamp level, you're going to run into a lot of mobs that poison you. So a smart idea is to bring yourself a poison potion. And at my level, with my gear, I should be able to solo down here. I shouldn't have any trouble soloing as long as I'm being smart and not letting them damage me or hit me in such a way that I'm going to die. So we're going to go back through here. And we're going to go ahead and get it going. Right here. Now, let me catch up on chat. You're getting focused. His bowl. How much am I going to have to hit you up to hit YouTube to check this out? How much am I going to have to hit you up to check what out? Absolutely know nothing of this game. Survival is all. What do you do? Oh, yeah. There's different levels of survival. So, of course, you start off in the plains, which is where we are right here. So that's one area. There's different zones as you're moving through the game. And so basically it's survival, but there is a bit of storyline to it too. Of course, the mighty, the All-Father, Odin, has sent you here to redeem yourself in Valhalla so that you can move on. And so what you're doing is you are going around proving yourself to Odin. And that's why you take on the different bosses. So you have, your survival, you have your bosses that you're doing, that you're undoing or taking out along the way. And of course, it takes different tactics. You have to learn how to summon them. You have to learn how what their weaknesses are to try to kill them. And so on. Of course, the more people you have, actually, the tougher those bosses are as well. They get very, very tough. Like with the fifth boss we took on this time, we forgot to use our fire potions and all sorts of stuff, and we were just getting annihilated. But we did do it on our first try because everybody kept the boss going the whole time. Even when they attacked our main base, too. They attacked our main base here while we were busy taking on the boss, which is not good because you have to now split your forces. And I was just trying to keep the boss going. I wasn't trying to kill him. I was just trying to keep him going, dodging all of his stuff he does. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it. And all of the effects that he does just to keep him going while my team, who are way stronger than me because they have better gear and better armor and all that stuff, are running back because they died because they were trying to take that boss so it doesn't kill us. And so I'm very good at that. It's called kiting. Kiting bosses or kiting mobs. And just keeping them busy while you're waiting for your crew to show up and to help you out. I'm very exceptionally good at that. All right, I'm back here. Let's go ahead and throw some of this stuff in here. Over here. So again, we got to prep. Now, we got our food. We got all of that. Let's go ahead and look for some potions here. Don't need too many potions. Maybe 2 maximum in there. And then I've also got some health potions as well that I can go ahead and put on me just in case. And again, I wouldn't use it till you're actually ready. Now, before you go and do these crypts, I would also repair all of your gear because your pickaxe does break pretty quickly when you are down there. Okay, so we got that going, and we got all of our stuff. We've cleared our resources. Do I really need to bring all these arrows? Probably not. So let's go ahead and put my arrows away for right now. What would be better arrows for these guys? Maybe some, some obsidian arrows. So we'll go ahead and put our fire arrows away. We'll right-click on our obsidian arrows, and I like to have them in my bar so I can see how many arrows I have left. Very, very useful, because you're sitting here trying to pull your bow and you got no arrows. Probably going to die. Probably going to die. So let's do it.
I'm good.
How much is this game? Yeah, it's about 20 bucks, and I feel like you're ripping them off. It's an absolute steal for 20 bucks. I think it would be steal for 40 bucks. I think it would still be a steal, even in early access, everybody. I think that this game is one of the best values going right now. It's incredibly awesome. You can come play with us as well. If you want to, Gord, come play with us. We can, even if you haven't never played the game before, load up the game. Make sure you're starting a new character for all you people who have played before. You cannot bring your old character into our server. And the reason why is we don't want one person to be super OP who played through the entire game and has all the Mistlands gear and has all the gear unlocked and all of that. It makes it less fun for everybody else, in case you don't know. You do need to start a new character, and you can come join us here on the server. It is open to all of my Teamwork Tycoons, so all you need to do is jump onto my Discord. I'll go ahead and throw the link right there. You go into the rules page, which is right there. It'll automatically put you in the rules, by the way, most of the time when you go in there. You read all these rules, including be respectful, rule number 1, both in my chat and with my team members. Look out for each other, right? If somebody's in danger, stop what you're doing, go over there and help them out as quick as you can. Teamwork always first. Always put the team above all other things, because don't just go out and use all the resources just for you. Make sure that you are balancing, that other people are getting some of the resources as well. Now, you never leave a team member behind. Don't go run off and leave them back there and they're back there dying, because that feels terrible when that happens. Sometimes they accidentally do it to me, too. They get all focused and they leave me behind. I'm the leader, but the first person they should be looking out after is me. And that's one of our rules, by the way, back since Lineage, since 20 years ago, everybody. If you see anybody attack me, they are to instantly die. Especially when we're doing PvP and sieging and whatnot. Especially as the leader, I have to get in there and I have to grab the crown back in the day of Lineage. By the way, they're coming out with one called Blood and... What's that thing called? Oh, it's like Lineage 3, they say. It's a modern version, MMO of Lineage.
Throne and Liberty.
Throne and Liberty, that's what it is. Yes, there we go. I knew somebody lived it. I might have to call up the crew. What do you think, Warforged? What do you think, TM? Do you think I might have to call up the crew?
Oh, I'm going to try it out for sure.
Yet.
Because that's Lineage 3, bro. That's like, you know what I mean? Going back in time to, like, go back from where we started kind of thing. Back to Lineage, after 20 years. Look, that gives me goosebumps, everybody. Gives me goosebumps. Now, being a guild leader is heartbreaking, everybody. I hate kicking people from the guild. I hate kicking people out of the thing. I don't like banning people. I don't like doing that. If you are a sick person, you like doing that. You go to work and you're like, who can I fire today, right? There's something wrong up here if you enjoy doing that. But as a leader, sometimes you got to do that. Some people just go off the rails. They're being really rude. They're, not, going along with the teamwork thing. They want to just go do their own solo thing. That's why I tell everybody up front that we are not a solo guild. If you want to just get in our guild and use the benefits of our guild, but then never play with my team members, then this is not the guild for you. And just be honest. I just try to be honest with people. But sometimes people come to me, or they'll G quit the guild, right? Because they want to go and be with this other group or whatnot. You don't have to do that. You just come to me and say, Kismet, I want to go off and do the thing. And I say, okay, I release you from your vow of loyalty, because we have 3 virtues, everybody: honor, loyalty, and respect. That's it. You can do those 3, you're in, just like that. And some people will leave the guild. And, all they had to do was come to me and say, Kismet, I'm going to go do this other thing. I want to go play these guys. We aren't doing much PvP, say, and I want to go do PvP all the time. And I'll say, okay. I'm not going to convince them to stay if they don't want to stay. That's not my job, everybody. It's not my job to convince people to do things that they don't want to do, right? My job is to, organize the guild and keep it stable. Keep it where there's not a lot of drama going on. If you cause drama in my guild, you're gone. Like that. Out. You cause drama as a mod, you're gone. If you cause drama in my real life, I don't want anything to do with you, right? I don't want to do that kind of drama stuff, because that kills guilds. It absolutely kills guilds when you cause that drama or you feel like you're better than everybody else or you got to be the smartest person in the room. Now, I don't care if you're the #1 gamer in the world, ranked #1 in every game in the world. I'm just going to really put it up, way up there, right? If you're an a-hole, I want nothing to do with you. I don't want you in my guild. I don't care how good you are. That's irrelevant. I care how well you do with other people. If you work well with other people, you're in. If you can follow, honor, loyalty, and respect, you're in. It's as simple as that. I don't need to, I don't need to go and look at your experience if you're the top rater of the world. Because you know what I've done, everybody? I've taken people who have never played MMOs before. Because my team is so awesome, because I will take the time to do so. And I have gone in and met people who have never played MMOs who went on to be the best tanks and the best healers and the best DPS that you've ever seen in the world. I'm telling you, some of the best that are out there. And the reason why is because I took the time to do so. Is to say, oh, well, sorry, you're not lead enough to be in our group. Even though they just want a shot. They want a shot to be part of the team. Right? And you make them feel like a valuable part of the team. And that's what I try to do with my team. Don't take away their stick. Don't take away their thing. Making sure that they feel like a valuable part of the team. Like if someone's come to me, like Alan, when us been together a long time, if every time Alan came to me with an idea and I said, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm super smart and you're dumb. You know how bad he would feel? If I did that to Warforged or to the Magician, they would feel the same way. If I kept calling him dumb and me being so arrogant of a leader saying that I know everything. The one thing that I know is I don't know everything. And so I lean on my team, which gives them a time to shine. My job is to facilitate their greatness. That's what a good leader does. A leader does not have to be the everything person, does not have to be the smartest, best at everything. A good leader puts amazing people together and facilitates their greatness. As simple as that. That's it. That's your responsibility. Every single time, my responsibility is how can I bring my team together to focus on what we need to do next. You see me do that at the top of the stream. I focus on my main thing, sorting out the loot so I can get that done. Then I focused on what does my team need to be doing right now? What do I need to be doing? Right? I need to get out. We need to get some silver. We need to get some iron. We need to get that going. And if you're that type of person, you should come and join us because we're going to play that game, which I've already forgotten the name again. All right, let me ask my team what the name of that was again. What was the name of that game again? I've already forgotten.
Lineage.
Throne and Liberty.
Throne and Liberty. There we go. Well, I did forget Lydia's. That one I'll never forget. I grinded the heck out of that one. I grinded a prince up to 50. And if you want to do something that will make your life a living hell, try to get a prince to 50. Because it's both the weakest class and also the hardest class to get to 50. In fact, when I got to 50, I was the first one on the threshold of 50 of the entire server. And I spent thousands of hours doing that. I spent thousands of hours, everybody, grinding that character up. Okay. Now, here's the thing. When you die in the original lineage, you lose. Well, I was just on that one character.
Yeah, right.
I know, right? And so what happened is when you die, you lose XP. So you can actually de-level. Now, when you're level 50 and you're a prince, I sold everything I had to get this thing to go to the tower. There's this tower that you would go to. And that was the best place to farm loot and farm XP. So I would go to this tower and I would literally sit there for 8 hours and just farm XP. And so I would go 8 hours, farm that XP, get lagged or whatever it was that happened, right? Or I got overwhelmed with mobs or whatever. I would die. Guess what? I got to start over again and do another 8 hours to get 1% XP. Yeah, that's hardcore gaming right there, everybody. That's where Kismet comes from. That's where Kismet was forged in the hardcore style of playing games. I don't know if most of you could handle that, everybody. It would probably drive you insane every time you got DC. Now, remember, everybody, 20 years ago was in the days of dial-up modem. That's how long ago that was. I'm just standing out here in the middle of nowhere, not even paying attention that I could have just died right there. All right, let's go into this one. Oh, I forgot the key. Darn it. That's what I went back for. See, I get distracted. Talking to my crew. But yes, that's what we want to do. We want to get that game going on. I'm going to probably put it in there and we'll track it. Now, am I going to bring my entire guild back in it again? Well, we played New World was the last one we did. Overall, I love the game. I thought the game was very good. Had some great starts and a lot of things. But one thing I realized while I was playing the game was the in-game is terrible. I don't have the time I had when I was a 20-year-old man, everybody. When I didn't have any kids or family or other things to do in my life, I had a lot more time, a lot more leisure time than I do now. Also, I had lots of money then too, so now I have to, grind for just a few pennies. But in those days, I had less cares in my life. So I could grind out in 8 hours in Tower of Isolation, I think it was called, or Insolence or something like that in Lineage 1. And I could grind out 8 hours on a Saturday and just try to get my 1% XP to get one step closer to getting a level 50 prince, right? And then I would do that every Saturday or every Sunday. I would grind that out. And then the rest of the time, when my team needed me, we would do group events. We used to have parties and all sorts of stuff. I've literally given away millions, hundreds of millions of gold in that game and a whole bunch of other games after that, where we would do parties together and we would have all this fun. Now, I was hoping that would happen in New World, that we would have that kind of magic happen again, which it didn't really happen. It was very fun. I enjoyed playing it. I ran through. The quests were okay. I feel like it lacked the cinematic-ness of something like Hogwarts Legacy, which has a great cinematic story where you're in there, you're talking to them, you're seeing their face, and it switches over to the other person's face. That very Fallout style or very cinematic style dialogue. When you're doing dialogue in New World, it's like this. You're like this. Hold on, let me get a little further out. That's what you're doing. That guy's talking to somebody else, and then you're reading the text, and there might have some dialogue or some story, but that's what you're seeing. The whole time you're in the middle of a deep story, right? The main story of the game, or even side stories. This is what you're looking at. That's not very cinematic. It doesn't draw you in. I did not care if any of those NPCs lived, everybody. Any NPC in the entire New World, I didn't care about them. I didn't care about them. I didn't really know the story. Later on and toward the end of it, I did kind of take the effort to learn the story a little bit, but it didn't draw me into the story. I didn't care about the characters, and it wasn't very cinematic, and thus it made me not want to play. Made me not want to play the game because I didn't care. Right? I didn't care. And then after a while, my team didn't care either, because in the high end, people had been running for months this little loop to get gear, right? To get resources. And so they've been running this thing for months on end, every single day. I don't got that type of time, everybody. I don't got every single day running that thing for 5-6 hours a night. I don't think so. And they're running it over and over. So I started running it too. So, okay, get my gear. And then I realized that it takes months and months and months. These people have been running it way more than me every single day. And they've been doing it for months. And I'm like, I'm not going to ever get this done. I'm not ever going to get that done because I will never have enough time to do that. And then also my team was like, Kismet, I'm not into the game. I'm out. Right? So a bunch of people left. People were not interested and kept going. Some people left without telling me, which is always a bad idea because then you've broken our loyalty vow. You can actually be released from your loyalty vow. But if you just leave the guild, that's being disrespectful to the entire group of members and being disrespectful to me. And you can redeem yourself, though, if you did do that once in the past, everybody, and you have done enough good for the guild. I've had people do it. I call them my fallen stars, everybody. Back in the day, and we still have it going now, by the way, it's still a thing. You can actually earn the Kismet star, which is the highest award in the guild. I know, we got awards and everything. Pretty cool, right? It's called the Kismet star. So, because our guild used to be called the Kismet BP, I didn't name it after me, everybody. My actual original name is Guru Kismet, way back in the day. And that's usually my mage's name, Guru, or Guru, some people call it that way. I call it Guru, which is actually before, by the way, 20 years before the Guru in that, whatever the name of that cartoon thing is called. I can't think of it, but great. It's great. Minions, there we go, Minions. I knew it was in there. So Minions are a really fantastic series as well. Key, that's what I'm doing. Looking for a key. Where are my keys at? God, where are those keys? Heck if I remember. I don't even remember seeing any of those keys in a long time. I don't know what I did with my key. Good question. I'll ask my crew here in a second. I got them turned down for right now. Remember key, everybody. Remember key. Don't let me leave here without that key. All right, I'm going to get that here in a second. So, again, everybody, they can come to me and say, hey, Kismet, I want to, I'm sorry and whatnot. I want to be back in the guild. And I'm okay with that. I'm cool with that if they've done enough good in the thing. And I have some people that have, done a lot of good and then, done some bad stuff and just were disrespectful to other members and things like that. I don't care if you're disrespectful to me that much because I'm old and I've heard it all anyway. So I don't really care that much. But I do care that it sets a precedent that it's okay to be disrespectful to everybody else in my guild. If you're disrespectful to my guild, you're gone. That's it. I'm not here to, teach you how to be a decent human being. If you're 20 plus years old by now, you should have a little inkling of how to treat other people with respect, right? And that's the same way I am in real life, everybody. If one of my friends starts going off on me, I'm going to value how much it is to keep this friend versus how much good they've done and how much disrespectful they are. Right? If they're super disrespectful to me, then I will be like, there he is. He's trying to get my attention again. Yeah, I try to get on a roll here, everybody, and then he's trying to get my attention. Hold on a second. He's trying to get my attention for something. I'm on a roll. Hold up. What's up? I can see you jumping around. What's up?
If you want to put your bow in this last drop box here and take the one that's in there.
All right. I was on a roll there. I was on a roll, Matt. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So again, like I was saying, I have these members that are called the Fallen Stars. So they got the highest award in the guild, right? And it takes 5 years to just be nominated to get it. 5 years you got to be in the guild, right? With good standing. And so they got these things. And then at some point, it goes off the rails. It goes off the rails. And one of my guild members, and I'm not going to tell you their name, came to me and said, Kismet, our guild is so known for our respect and for our ability to work together. This one we're playing World of Warcraft. We had 300 plus members, just an absolute ton of peeps, and they were mostly all active too, which is awesome. So you're running dual 40-man raids, you're running just raids nonstop and whatnot. And he came to me and he said, we should kick out all the non-good players and only invite the top elite players into our guild. Now, I know how this is going to go already, everybody. That is never going to be my guild. Because I have told you that story earlier, if you listen to it, about how I had people who have never played MMOs who went on to be some of my finest members, right? Because they don't have an ego. But I told them, no, you should know this by now, that is never going to be my guild. I do not kick people out. I don't care if they're low level. I give them a shot to be amazing. And I've had it time and time again where I've had people come and be amazing in the guild, even though they've never played MMOs before. Now, of course, if they're causing drama, they're disrupting the guild, if they're being a jerk to me or other people, then they're gone. I just insta-boot them. I don't mess around, everybody. I don't mess around, and try to give them 53 chances to be awesome. Sometimes I give people second chances. It's all in that individual in that moment. Right? It's not just, I just going to boot everybody, right? I take everything into account. I listen to everybody's side of the story. I try to be as fair as possible. That's what you need to do as a leader. Try to be as fair as possible before you remove somebody from the guild. And I've had other people that I had to remove who kept saying, oh, well, Kismet, I don't want to talk to you about this issue. And that happened in New World. I don't want to talk to you about this issue because I don't feel it's valuable enough of my time or something. I don't know what the heck happened there. But I want to stay in the guild. And I say, if you're not respectful enough to talk to me about what your issue is and where you want to go with the guild, then you shouldn't be in the guild. And I'm going to have to boot you. If you don't want to give me that common courtesy, that common respect, I'm going to have to remove you. And I did. I removed this person who I absolutely loved, who I thought was an incredibly great person in the guild. But as the guild leader, I set the precedent. I set and have to make the tough choices. And if I make the wrong choice, I also have to take the responsibility, even if it was someone else's fault. I have to take the responsibility for that choice, right? And I hate removing people, everybody. I hate removing people. So that happened. So they got all upset that I didn't want to, boot out all the noobs and keep all the elite people and whatnot, because I know exactly what that causes. It causes drama, it causes instability in the guild and all of that. And so they got pissed off and they left the guild. And I'm like, I love you, bro. I wish you the best. And they left. And they were one of my longest running members. They've been with me forever, for a very long time. I think like 8 or 9 years. They left the guild. And I'm like, well, I appreciate you. You've done a lot of good work in the guild. You're a great member. I'll love you forever, even if you're mad at me. Because if someone's mad at you, doesn't mean you have to be mad back at them, everybody. You can go, I understand your point of view, but that's not what I'm going to do because that's not the guild I want to be part of, right? And that's not the guild that I want to lead. Now, another member who doesn't know the deep story that we're going along said, well, that person's leaving. Well, Kismet, you must be a terrible person. I'm going to leave the guild too. So I had 2 Kismet Star awardees that left the guild. And I tried to explain to them and say, look, this was the issue. They wanted us to be an elite guild and kick out all the lowbies and not let anybody in unless they were super elite and all of that. And I tried to explain it to them. They didn't want to listen. They didn't want to hear it, right? And I said, okay, I love you too. Guess what happened a year later? Year later, Kismet, I was wrong. I was wrong. It was wrong of me to ask you that. Will you forgive me? And I said yes instantly. Because I don't hold a grudge, everybody. I'm too old. I'm too old. If someone who did me wrong in the past comes to me and say, Kismet, I was wrong, because it takes a lot to do that, to say that you're wrong or that you made a mistake. The worst thing you can do is dunk on them right after that. If they are strong enough inside, if they've leveled up inside their soul, inside their being, enough to say that they were wrong, then that instantly I'll remove that easily and reinstated them in the guild. And you know what happened after that? The other person who left, who also was a Kismet Star member, another fallen star, who came to me and said, Kismet, I was wrong too. And I said, I understand. I was just trying to do what was right by the guild and all the guild members, not just by myself. And it was heartbreaking to watch you leave. But again, there is a redemption path. There is definitely a redemption path there. Now, some people are going to be mad at me forever, everybody, because I did the thing that they didn't want to do, and I didn't do what they were telling me what to do or whatnot. And they will go on to be mad at me, and they will hold that darkness in their soul forever. I don't like to have it in there, everybody. I don't like to have that evil, that hatred, that that vitriol that you could build up in your soul versus other people. I let it go. I just I let it go. I don't carry it around. That's why I'm so free now. I have enough problems in my life, everybody, than to keep that anger inside. But if somebody else is being disrespectful and rude and telling me what I should be doing at a 53-year-old man this year, I'm 52 right now, as a 52-year-old man, nobody should be telling me nothing. I've already been through it, and so have you probably, no matter what age you are, right? You've been through it. You've been through some stuff. You know who you are. You know what you're supposed to be doing. And as long as you're doing something positive in the world and you like who you are, that is the moment that you should not have to listen to anybody else. Now, obviously, don't break the law. You can break some rules, like I break graphic design rules all the time. Proximity, distance, white space, all that stuff. I break those rules all the time, because those are just, rules that don't affect people at that level. But again, sometimes I'll take a moment and stop and tell you some of the problems I've had in the past, so maybe you'll learn from those. You'll learn from those moments. Now, of course, it's your life. They're your life decisions. They're all on you. I don't like to take away people's choice, because I don't like my choice taken away either. Oh, Kismet, you have to do this. Or Kismet, you can't play this game because of this reason. I'll say, no, I don't answer to you. You're not in charge of what I'm doing. You should be in charge of what you're doing. And if you're coming in telling me how terrible of a person I am because of whatever I did, whether I was playing a game or whether I was talking about this kind of stuff or whatever, then that's a you problem, not a me problem. Because I come from a good place. And if you come from a good place, in the famous Shakespeare line, to your own self, be true, everybody. And I do that every single day. Every single day, I get up. I try to help my kids. I try to see how my family's doing. And sometimes I'll get lots of sass because my kids are teenagers, everybody. You gotta take a lot of sass from girls during their teenage ages. And I love one of my daughters, but she is feisty redhead, and she will talk to me with massive disrespect. And I'll say, that's enough of that. You start doing more disrespect to me, I'm going to take your phone away. Because that's the first thing she loses when she does disrespect. If I hear her, it doesn't really bother me, everybody, just so you know. But it's a precedent that you have to set. If I see her talking with disrespect to my wife, that really pisses me off. Now, that is what I get upset about the most. Because my wife works her butt off every single day. So I get to do this. Of course, she didn't have to work for 10 years, and I did the same for her. What goes around comes around. And I didn't even think about it. It wasn't like I pre-thought out that I was going to work for 10 years while she stayed home and take care of the kids and all of that stuff, which is a tough job in itself. Everybody, I'm not diminishing that. But having to go to work and working with people that you don't really want to be around, I feel is a very difficult thing as well. Not trying to compare it, But I'm just trying to say it's difficult to go work with people, especially people who just have no motivation in their life. They don't care. They're punching in. Oh, it's tough working with those type of people. But so my wife worked for 10 years, and she runs them all over the place. She, cooks their food. She helps them with their lunches. She helps them with their clothes, and does all the clothes and does all that stuff. And I try to help out too with the towels and try to help out with stuff as well, and especially with the kids, with the discipline of the kids, with keeping the kids on track. Make sure they're doing their homework, doing all of that stuff. And then also trying to make it fun from time to time. Like I'll, bit puzzles and we'll go out to eat and we'll have a fun time and trying to find a good balance. Because I'm not here to be their best buddy. I'm here to be their father and to prepare them for when they're an adult. That's my role. That's my job. And the number one job as a parent, everybody, is to make sure that your kids know you love them. I tell my kids I love them every single day. Every day. So they'll always know that my love is infinite. There is no limit to how much I love my kids. And that will stay with them forever. Because there's nothing worse to your child than to feel unloved. To feel like you don't have enough time. Like if my kids came to me right now, I would stop this stream. If my wife came to me right now, I would stop this stream. If a good friend of mine called me from Japan, I'm in Tennessee, in the United States, by the way. Called me from Japan right now and said, I need your help. I need you to be here right now. It's an emergency. Maybe someone's injured. Maybe something's going on. I would instantly stop the stream. I go, I'm on the way. And I would hang up the phone and I would go buy a ticket and I would go. Because that's the type of friend I like, and that's the type of friend I like to be. And it's hard to do that, everybody. It's hard to not put yourself first all the time. That is your biggest hurdle you're going to have in your life. How to get past the point in which you're only thinking of yourself and that your needs are more important than everybody else in the world. And that is just simply not true. Simply not true that there are, a couple other people on the planet. And as you level up as a human being, you will discover that. You'll discover empathy. You'll discover that other people, out there are maybe suffering more than you, even though I'm going through it, everybody. I mean, I'm suffering a lot. Just this last week alone was one of the most uncomfortable weeks of my life because I have a lot of medical issues that I have to deal with. But there are some people who are on the edge of death, everybody, who are really having a tough time. You got kids with cancer, so we raise funds for them to get their chemotherapy. And then you never know, everybody, they may go through that chemotherapy. Now they're in remission. Now they don't have to spend their entire childhood in the hospital, and they can go back to being a kid, which I think, that gives me goosebumps, everybody. That makes me feel good inside. And that moment is a rare thing, that you fill up your soul with the good things in life and try to avoid all the bad things like being a liar and a thief and one of those type of people who sabotage everybody else, who try to make everything about you. Like sometimes I talk to people, everybody, and no matter what I say, put a 1 in the chat if you have people like this in your life. No matter what you say, they always take the conversation and they turn it around so it's all about them. A great example is in the movie, what is that, with the superheroes? What are the superhero father and dad and kids? Impossibles or something like that. What is it? Darn brain. I love that movie too. I love those movies. Those are great. What's the name of that movie, chat? Tell me in the chat. I'll give you 1,000 kids cat. Oh, I forgot to check my retweets today too. I forgot to check on the retweets. How we doing? We're at 2. The Incredibles. There we go. The Incredibles. Again, sleep apnea makes it tough for me to recall memory. Thank you for that. 1,000 kids cats for being my memory. In The Incredibles, the dad is always making it about him. Right? Because he feels like he's not a superhero anymore. He works at the insurance thing. He lost the thing he loves to do most in life. He had to give it up. And thus he feels lost as a person. And so everything is about him. Even when he's talking about his kids, he's always turning it around about him. And he's not realizing that the most important thing is about the child. The child needs help. He's acting out in school. He's doing things that he shouldn't be doing. Right? He wants to run in the track, but he knows he can't because he has superpowers, so it wouldn't be fair and whatnot, even though sometime later he's able to be in the track thing, even though it would be unfair for the rest of the kids. I don't know. I feel like that part's a little iffy in there. I would never, if my kid had superpowers, I would say, sorry, that's just it's not fair. It's not right. That you get to run and you have this ability that's way beyond everybody else. That would still not be right. I'd have to explain to him, and he might not understand it when he's young, but maybe as he's older, he would understand it. So the dad always makes it about himself all the time, instead of worrying about how well his kids are doing and helping his kids. And then he learns over time, he levels up in real life to stop thinking about himself so much and think about his family and think about his kids and his wife and his extended people around him in there. So that's a great example, everybody. There's 1,000 other movies that are like that are examples of the person only thinking of themselves and then growing as a human being and then start to think about others around them. And especially if you're a leader, everybody, you have to think of the team first. Even if an individual is causing an issue, you have to remove that individual. That's what you got to do at work. You got to do it if you're on a guild. You got to do it if you're on a team. Whatever it is, you got to remove that person. There it goes again, putting it back in there, doing something. I try to get out of his way. You got to basically learn to do that. Learn to manage people so they're not sabotaging the group, right? Anybody I feel is sabotaging the group is gone. That's it. They're out. They're out of there. Later. Now, by the way, I'm just standing around, waiting around to have them forge all that stuff up. I got to get back to it. All right, let's get back to it over here, everybody. Let me bring my crew back up.
I need to go get some blood bags.
Does anybody have a key? I don't see any extra keys. I need some keys for the swamps.
There's a box almost full of keys.
Can't remember where I put them. I'm having a brain freeze.
Right in front of me, keys.
Oh, keys and wishbones. That's what I did with them. All right, thank you. You know, I'm gonna sleep apnea sucks. There we go. See, I'm the one that put that there, and I can't remember. And again, I could act like, oh, well, I'm the smartest person in there. But the best thing to do, everybody, is say that you don't know. Now I just solved the problem. And if my team wants to bash on me because I can't remember, remember, I'm partially disabled, but that's a disability as well. And I like to say partially disabled because there are people who are way worse off than me. But, you know, I've been struggling for almost a decade now with it. And it is a torturous thing. It is terrible to have people feel like you're stupid all the time. And I feel stupid sometimes because I do dumb things because of my conditions. But if you're not big enough of a person that you can't look past that and say, well, you know, this person actually has a disability, so it makes it more difficult for them, and accept them for who they are now, not who you want them to be, then you're going to also run into a problem. So my crew gives me that that leeway as well. So when I do dumb things or I forget things or I, you know, make mistakes, they don't beat up on me all the time, right? You don't want to be around people who are beating up on you. There we go. Got the swamp key finally done.
Level 2.
You don't want people who are beating up on you, telling you how terrible you are all the time, telling you that you're wrong, and it basically brings you down. It wears you down over time. That you have to deal with these type of people. If no one asks you for your opinion, I find it's better not to give it. If nobody asks, whoa, look out!
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Oh, and now's a good time for my potion.
Get you
All right.
to level 3 padded armor.
And let's go. Boom.
Need more iron if we want to get you up higher.
Oh!
Yeah,
Oh, I
priority
like that
is,
bow, everybody.
getting
He just made me that bow. That bow is sweet. You see that?
Everybody else is already level 2, which is all we're really shooting for right now.
Kaz, you need some backup?
Unless you're tanky. There's your shield. Get that.
There we go.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, there's a
You
spawner.
want to use that instead of that silver shield.
Oh, 1 star. All right, back it out. Now's a good time to run away.
You use a
Now look at that. I have level 3 padded armor and still almost
You
died.
could use whatever melee weapon.
And that's because it's
I prefer to
nighttime,
use
and I'm
frost
taking on
because
these mobs at
that's
nighttime, and they're like
all
1
we
stars
get.
and whatnot. So now I have to sit and wait for my stuff to go up. Now I should have brought a bonfire and put it right there because I have to wait for myself to heal
Well, currently I have
over here before I can take on that mob again because that mob's going to wipe me out. Now, I typically like to do range damage because it's obviously you're not right up on the mob and you're not getting hit by a whole bunch of mobs at the same time. But there's a spawner in there, which is going to keep spawning mobs until I take out that spawner because, of course, I never get it easy. Everybody, it's never easy, I find. And so there we go. So we'll go ahead and do a little bit of health here. And we'll just sit for a minute. Now, one of the problems with being in the swamp is that your character is constantly wet, which is can get annoying very, very quickly. You can also sit right in here, but of course more dangerous. The mob's going to find his way to me.
And the cape.
But what I did was I made it where the mob cannot get through. Most of the time, I don't clear the whole thing, so the mob can get to me. So I can just go ahead and sit in here a little bit. And of course, what's going to happen though when I'm sitting in here is that the mob is going to spawn more mobs because there's a spawner in here. And then before I know it, I'm going to get overwhelmed with mobs and be dead. What am I getting hit by? Oh, another archer over there in the corner. Look at that. Didn't even see him.
The only reason why I say that is, like, for example, if when we get to Mistlands, if you die, we have somebody to like.
All right, there we go. Very nice. All right, now we're going to also get a bunch of chains here, which is going to help us do our upgrades. And then, of course, running around picking up more iron. Now, if we have 11 more of these left, that means we got an absolute ton of iron over here. And really don't need to settle. We don't need to settle for level 2 gear or whatnot. I feel like I'm just going to try to collect as much of this iron as I can, stack it up, put it on a boat, take it back, because I'm not really going to take on the Mistlands this week because we're going to run out of time. I can tell you that already. We're going to run out of time for that. And really what I want to do is make sure that the full crew is here so they can be part of the Mistlands as well. So we'll try to get that going probably next week. Of course, some of my crew can run ahead. I mean, it's not like they have to wait for me. They can run ahead and go explore a little bit of those Mistlands, see how tough it is, see if level 2 is good enough, and whatnot. And again, since we are kind of at the end game, I think the best thing to do is to, test it out, see if it works. If it doesn't work, then we can push forward a little bit on that as well. Oh, I don't have my sound up. Sound back up. And so on. Now, if you notice, I go a little timid, right? Before I go in and unlock that last one. The stuff here at the bottom. Also going to get overburdened doing this as well. For sure. Alright, well, I don't see anything, but that doesn't mean there's not nothing in there.
Drop box.
Alright, yeah, nothing in there. Okay. Now, we'll go ahead and look and see if we missed anything. Just kind of roll over the ground. And if it says that there's a little piece there, you can try to hit it. Most of the time, you can't get it. Now, this one's going to be one that goes underneath, and what it does, it puts your weapons away, which is always a dangerous thing. Then you come in, you hit R to put your weapon back on, and then we got those two guys up there. We got no spawners, and then these guys I'm going to shoot right in the face.
1 dandelion, 10 honey, 10 raspberry.
Now, one of the weird things that it does is that they can't get down from up there sometimes. I don't know why that is. But hey, I'm going to take advantage of it just like they would take advantage of it if it was me. And we're just going to hit take all. There we go. And that's it. Just rinse and repeat. Do your thing. Now, I'm also getting some various other resources. And this is what you're working toward in this game. You try to work up your gear so you can get to the point where, you can solo this stuff and whatnot. Now, it's solo. When you're playing this game on your own... oops. Just did something. When you're playing this game, I accidentally used my potion. On your own, I find it's like 10 times harder. But it is so much harder. What are you doing? Overswinging. It's 10 times harder because you have nobody to fall back on. So if you're fighting a mob and you're getting low health, someone else can step in and start taking that damage while you go ahead and back out a little bit and heal up. That's always useful. Plus, if you have aggro, if you hit the mob from behind, then the mob will switch to you. Then they're hitting from behind, and you can play that kind of aggro game back and forth.
You can go ahead and collect them.
As well. Now, the main thing I'm here for is the iron. And there's a lot of iron over here. So we're just going to keep rocking on. Take the time, invest into it, and whatnot, and get it going off. Just a reminder, everybody, in about an hour and a half, I'm going to switch over to another game. Definitely invite you all to come join me. We're going to stop some Valheim around 3 a.m. Eastern. So make sure to be ready this time so I can go ahead and close down the server. So if there's anything that you need to start before that time, you might want to set a timer. Because then I'm going to shut down the Valheim, and we're going to go play some Mech Arena. Free to play, by the way, everybody. It's a great sponsor of mine. We're going to throw down for some fun and prizes. So a little event that I set up, everybody. I started it last week, at the beginning of the week, so you guys have enough time to download it and come and join me. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and start downloading it right now. Get yourself going on. We're going to play it until we get up to Division 9 and try to get you guys some loot tonight. Now, again, if we have 10 people come in and level up, then what I'm going to do is go ahead and start a giveaway. And, of course, the more people that come and join us, the more giveaways I am going to do. So, there you go. So, go ahead and follow that link. Help support the... Oh, now I'm carrying too much. We got a chest in here somewhere? Yeah. Right here. Now, sometimes what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and put the iron in the chest because it does weigh you down. I might as well put all the stuff in there and just start stacking it in such a way that it keeps you from getting overburdened. Fighting overburdened is a dangerous thing. A very, very dangerous thing. And also my pickaxe is broken. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and grab all this stuff again. Over here, 30 is going to be too much. Let's put this back. Yeah, that's good enough. Leave that there. And then make my way back. Now, once your pickaxe is broken, take that out. Once your pickaxe is broken, then you can't fight your way through anymore because you can't knock out the walls or knock out all that sludge that's in your way. So I need to go back to here. And so what I'm going to do is go ahead and take this iron and I'm going to run it back to the base because I have to run back anyway because of the portal. Now, had I moved my portal over there, I could just do it right there. But then I would normally build something around the portal because they can break your portal while you're not there. Always a good idea to have your portal up on top of these. That's Anion I learned that from. Very, very smart. Just have a little spot up on top here where you can go through the portal. Again, I learn stuff from other people all the time. Then I'll go ahead and put the iron in there. And then the rest of the stuff, I'll just go ahead and take that with me. And because I'm not overburdened, I can jump. So I can jump up into the portal, teleport back, drop off all this other stuff that I have, and I will sort that next time. And I just drop it off whatever the closest box is. Now, if you notice that sometimes when I open the box, it doesn't open. Because whenever you load into an area, it's still loading all of the stuff. It's loading the boxes. It's loading all of the things. So it will take time for that to load. And it is actually based on whoever, I guess, is the person who has the instance in that moment. So, somebody with a slow connection, you might have trouble if they are the kind of main person who's been at the base as well. We'll go back and we'll also get our rested bonus. Now, as you notice, I already got my rested bonus, a 9 rested bonus. That's because I have the campfire up on the top. So even if you forget to do your bonus, at least you're getting it accidentally just by coming in there to the sort room. I'd like to make it way more comfortable in that room, so when you are dropping off your stuff in the drop box, it's also doing your buffs. I might do that later. Well, I'll add it to the top above it. I just put a whole bunch of comfort items above there, which will affect everybody who's underneath. A great way of doing that, so it's not actually in your way. You don't have to have all your comfort items right out in your way. You can also use it to go ahead and do this stuff. You don't play it anymore as well, says Gorks. Yeah. Again, I feel like it's a great game. I like the mechanics of it. The cinematics were not good. The storyline, I like the storyline in itself, but I didn't like the way they presented the storyline. I felt if they did it the more Hogwarts style, where you were interacting with them and you were seeing them up close and thing, and the cinematic style, I like that much better in a story because it draws me in, because I start to care about the people. Otherwise, I don't care about them. I don't care about them. I don't understand the story. I'm not really paying attention to the story that much if I have to read the whole thing. I'm not going to remember it if I read it. I typically remember it more visually than I would if I had to read the whole thing in there. And I feel like I'm not alone in that visual problem. That is for sure. All right. Again, don't want to spend too much time. Oh, sorry. Trying to get to the food. I don't want to spend too much time yapping it up here and hanging out in the base. Want to make sure that I got my food ready to rock over there, and then want to get back as quick as possible. I repaired all my items, and then back through Anion's portal again. Now, also, what this does, everybody, while I'm doing all this iron and doing all this stuff, gives my team time to you know, forge up the silver, upgrade their stuff, do all of that stuff. And I feel like this this round of the game is just going to be upgraded. And again, I don't have to just be upgrading gear. I don't have to run through the game as fast as possible. Some people have that affliction. It is something that I am not afflicted with. People who just want to get through as fast as possible, get to the next thing, whatever it is, and hurry, 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 hurry. I am not like that. I like to enjoy the journey along the way. Very, very important to enjoy that journey as well. All right, use my potion. In we go. All right, back to it. Okay, looked like we went left first.
Come back.
And then, oh yeah, we went under this thing. Again, I don't mind rolling up my sleeves, sitting over here for hours on end, collecting loot. I'm going to take that out of there just in case.
Go get him, Tyler.
And just keep grinding that loot. I don't mind at all. And again, once my crew is built up, I don't mind them running ahead, going to the Mistlands and doing all of that. One of the things we did need the silver for is so everybody could get their stuff for the Mistlands. And we got a bunch of it there as well. All right. And so while we're forging that up, everybody's getting upgraded. Let's get this iron fired up as well. We might as well. We might as well get them to max everything if we can. And if we can't, again, we'll try it at level 2.
Oh, I see we're out of locksmith.
One of the things that also happens, everybody, is that even though you're not, you know, normally getting hit,
The rest of the game.
I find that I get one shot all the time because I'm an archer, right? So I'm using the bow and whatnot, and all of a sudden the mob will aggro. Maybe I'll get too close to the mob, and the mob will switch on me.
You'll get a lot
And so
of
I
rest
constantly am thinking about that as well. About
the chicken-based foods.
about making it where people don't die all the time.
Minus chicken.
People don't really like to die. I know, it's a crazy thought, right?
For tanking, I still will want the locksmith.
And so definitely we'll try to grab at least a full large ship's worth of iron. And if I run out of time today, I run out of time. That's just the way it goes. And then I'll let everybody know, because I want to let everybody know in advance when we're going to the Mistlands so that everybody can come and join us. I know that Anion is not here today, as well as Ro. So I don't want them to miss us all going to the Mistlands together. Also, they're going to need to upgrade their gear as well. So even if I collect enough so they can get to Tier 2, then that'll be good as well. And I like to, whenever we do like big things, like, you know, we haven't done the Mistlands yet in this playthrough, I do like to give everybody as much advance warning as possible. Yeah, I got it there, and it also got it back here in the corner, because it's like a spike there. I do like to let everybody know in advance so that you're not, you know, everybody's not missing out. Right? They don't feel like they missed out on the, you know, the big area that we've been trying to work toward.
On the shore.
I like collecting loot too, but it's like my thing. Like my thing.
Behind the pan.
I gotta get better at collecting this loot too. I used to be really good at this, everybody. It's like I used to be good at shooting mosquitoes from really far away. There's like a magic little spot and a right angle that you get to hit that thing just so. The same thing up here. When you got this right here, you try to get up here and try to swing and hit it at the right moment. Wait for my darn stamina to go up.
I'm just standing here.
Yeah, I got a foul smell from the swamp right on top of me, of course.
Yeah, they're over here with. Yeah.
At primary base?
I'm at the tree farm.
Alright. When my team's in trouble, I drop what I'm doing.
Failings here.
I mean, they'll probably be okay. You guys need me to come back, or are you good?
Me and Forgiven got this.
Nah, I got it.
All right, they got it. They got it. All right. Again, the first thing I think of is to their well-being, everybody, and that's what you should do as a leader. Look to the well-being of your crew. All right, we got that done. We'll just leave that
I
there.
think we're good on Forgiven right now.
Sometimes it's just not worth it to try to get that right angle.
Failing this research.
I just move on.
Go over and help.
They've also made all of these caverns. You haven't played Valheim in a while. They've made these caverns more, much larger. So it is easier to collect more loot out of one of these. And, you know, these are very hit and miss. Sometimes you'll get really good ones that you just get a crazy tons of resources from. Come on, you. I know you're there. You'll get a crazy ton of resources from, and then sometimes you'll get, like, you know, a couple rooms where you get barely anything, which really sucks. Come on, you. Sometimes those ones in the corners, everybody. Those ones in the corners are frustrating. All right, we're out of there. All right, so we went left. We went straight. Let's double check straight again. Dead end. Dead end. Look for anything we might have missed. Oh, right there in that corner. There we go. And at least get that little one there. Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes not worth your time. Might as well just move on. Oh, and then my thing's broken again. And then we'll do rinse and repeat. Keep bringing it back. Now, I need to bring it back to this one anyway. And the reason why I need to bring it back to that one is the fact that eventually I'll need to run into a boat anyway. I'm just going to flatten out some of this area so I don't have to go in the water maybe every time. Would be awesome. There we go. I got to find the stairwell. I want to add another stairwell on the other side, so when I'm coming in, I can just go up that side too. And then, to get it back over here, put that thing in there. So looking good. So about 42 so far. Then back to the base, repair my stuff, work on my food, do all that stuff. Oh, I forgot to mark that hydrate off. I did that earlier. So again, everybody, take a quick moment, download that Mech Arena. Get it going right now. I want everybody to come join me. Everybody's joined me as well. Which one of you guys have downloaded that Mech Arena? Have you guys downloaded that for later?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have.
All right, I need everybody to come join me for that one. That's a sponsored event. I think it's going to be fun. Again, we need at least 10 people to get to Division 9. And then we're going to unlock some giveaways. There we go. So again, big thanks to them for sponsoring the channel. I love doing sponsor stuff, everybody. Again, I turn most of it down. I just don't have enough time in the day to do some of that stuff. And some of that stuff, I don't want to do. I don't think it's appropriate for my stream. It might be mature or something like that. You know, blood, gore, horror, or something like that that I'm not interested in. But occasionally I see cool stuff, and if I see cool stuff, I'm all about it. Like I do like doing Mech Arena. Now we're going to fight with each other and against each other and all of that, and we're going to check it out. Now I don't know that much about it because I don't like to know. I like to, when we're doing Learn to Play, I like to have those moments where I'm learning stuff, which helps you learn a little bit as well. Might learn some tips or something from me doing it. Now, of course, my crew will have probably already went in there and who are absolute pros at it by now because they've been playing all week. I haven't played it all. And I do that on purpose, everybody. I purposely try not to know everything so I can discover it. And that's part of the fun. The discovery is the fun part.
Black metal scrap over here at the farm base.
That's part of the fun.
Attack, and we're probably going to need somebody to come over and get it.
No, there's fairlings over in the meadows now. So there's about a 9 stack in that box in the farm building.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, it was 10 times. Now it's 11.
Stay at it, everybody. Stay focused.
So the failings migrated to the meadows now?
Yeah, I think the difficulty ramped up since we beat that that plains boss. Or not the plains boss. Yeah, the plains boss.
Nobody in here. More loot. Now again, doing this solo in the early game when you only got copper gear, everybody. Remember, they have geared this up. You haven't played it in a while. They have made it tougher than it was before, especially the trolls. You know, if you were in there wiping those trolls out like they were nobody business, they are a lot tougher now. So keep that in mind if you are going to play it again. I think it's good. It's good for them to try, you know, harder, easier, and try to find that good balance as they're developing the game. Also, by the way, I'm also getting my skills up here while I'm doing this. Again, did I get all the stuff over here? Yeah. I'm also getting my skills up, like my pickaxe skill and stuff like that. About 18 seconds left on my thing here. I have to go back for another one. But the second it runs out is the second I'm going to have one of those mobs. All right, here's a Draugr right here. Now, he can't hit me, but if I'm good at what I do, I can hit him. Ah, stamina. Stamina! Good for my stamina to go all the way up. And then I'm going to own this dude. By the way, you can slide while you're holding it down. I interrupted him and wiped him out. I should probably go back for some slimy stuff. Should have got me some more potions when I was back repairing, but fuck off. Be very thorough. Get every little bit. I mean, if we got 11 more crypts over here worth of iron, we can get a lot of iron. Again, not only for the people who are on right now, but for the other people. Now, I will not upgrade my gear anymore until I'm sure that Anion and Ro and all of them have enough iron and whatnot for them as well. Wow, really? That's it? I think that's game over on this anyway. All right. Make sure we didn't miss any loot. Any other directions that I didn't find? Wow, that's actually a fairly small crypt in here. And I always double check that I just didn't miss something. I would love it if they had hidden doors, everybody. Secret doors they should add to this game. I love games with secret doors. That's like my thing. Trying to detect the secret door and then you push the wall and the wall slides open and there's something behind it. I love that kind of stuff. Stuff behind waterfalls, things like that. Reminds me of the old school Dungeons and Dragons because I had the original set, everybody, 1977. Yes, the original set, the original Dungeon Master Guide, original all of that. And I played it a ton with my crew when I was young. Now, again, I was kind of like a surfer geek, everybody. I love surfing. I love going out and, you know, doing all the other fun things that you can do in life. But also, you know, a little geeky. Love comic books, you know, like computers and things of that nature. And there's nothing wrong with liking what you like. Screw anybody who tries to tell you what you can like or what you can't like. You can like whatever you want. It's your life. You like, if you want to listen to thrash metal one moment and then listen to some classical right after that, go right ahead. You answer to no one. If that's what you like. Obviously, just, you know, do something positive in the world. Don't do crazy stuff that harms other people. I always got to have that good balance. Whee! All right. Oh, didn't mean to go in there. Put that in there. All right. Now we almost got 2 stacks. That didn't take too long. Back over here. And now we're going to move on to the next one. Again, thanks for hanging out. Now, again, everybody, our time's running down. You got about an hour to go ahead and get your mecha downloaded. Mech Arena. It's actually called Mech Arena something else. Let me look up the name. Mech Arena Robot Shotgun, because there's another thing that's called Mech Arena. This one's called Mech Arena Robot Showdown. There we go. And we're going to get that going on in just about an hour. So gives you plenty of time to download it. Get it loaded up. Remember, it is a free-to-play game. And you're like, well, Kismet, I can't donate. I can't sub. I don't have enough money for that. Well, guess what you can do? There's a lot of free ways of supporting the stream. Going over to Twitter, hitting that follow button. Here, I'll throw that stuff in the chat for you. Popping on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Hit like on my videos. That's free. Helps the stream tremendously. Allows me to bring more giveaways and more stuff. The more you guys go do that, the more giveaways and the more sponsors and other cool stuff I get here on stream. And my goal is to facilitate your greatness at home as well. In the form of getting you loot and saving you money. I always feel like saving money is making money, everybody. Absolutely. If you can get something for 50% off the price you would have paid for it anyway, that's a good deal. Then you can buy other stuff with that other money, right? I always find that's a great deal. So that's what I like to do here in the stream. And I've given away thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff. My accountant thinks I'm crazy. He might not be wrong. I don't know. He may be right. Sometimes I might have to side with him. Because, again, I've been doing this for almost 10 years now. We're actually going on 8 years, but I've been disabled for going on 9 years now. This will be the 9th year. Going on a decade of doing this, and I make nothing doing this. I actually put every penny right back in. And that would seem crazy to some people. Why would you not go just, be a Walmart greeter and make yourself, a decent salary or a basic salary by doing that? Because I don't love to do that. And I love to do this. And I love to do it every minute. And I love to, when I do a giveaway and someone's super excited, like I just gave away that Robo Brain, and Third Brick went in and he got it out of the box and he's super excited and he took a picture of it and he puts it on the Discord. Those are the moments I live for, everybody. Those are the moments that I like to do. Bring a little joy and positivity into your day. And whether it's you watching here on stream or whether it's doing giveaways or whatever it is, or raising funds for charity or whatever, those are moments that you get to keep in here forever. And they are irreplaceable. They are amazing moments in your life, everybody. If you can search those moments out, and sometimes you have to grind. Sometimes you got to be that, you got to work at fast food. You got to do all of that just to survive. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't let nobody put you down because, you're a janitor or you're, washing dishes or whatever you got to do to survive. There ain't nothing wrong with that. No one should be telling you that you're less of a person because you're out there washing dishes. You're out there doing what needs to be done, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't let nobody put you down for that, for sure. If someone talks to you like that, then you know that they're a terrible person, not you. They're the terrible person for putting you down. When you're just out there, trying to feed your family, just trying to make a few dollars. Maybe you don't have certain skills that, you got the basic skills, and those are the only type of jobs you can get. And that's okay. That's okay to do that type of thing. Oops, I did not mean to do that, and I did not mean to take it out. My bad. Put that back. Let's see. Crypt. I meant to click it again. There we go. All right, that clip's done. Crypt is done. Now I'm going to go to this one. Do I got anything on me? No. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. I hear something. I hear one of those little Bernie guys. Oh, yeah, over there. Oh, more ahead of me. What up, home slice? Whoa, you missed me. Whoa, you missed me again. This is a bad idea, everybody. I'm dragging mobs. What happens when you drag mobs is you get a lot of mobs on you very, very quickly. Though I do know a trick. How close are they? Not too close. I do know a trick, a way to get them to run back, and that is to run inside into the thing. Now, of course, you could come in and there'd be a bunch of mobs right there, too. So that's dangerous as well. I'll get my gear up. But that's a great way to have those mobs run off, right? They run back to where they were. And I don't really need to kill every single one of those mobs, but I got things to do. Or actually, I'll wait till I see some mobs who are actually going to poison me. So nothing to the right. We got one to the left and one straight. I'll probably go left first. When in doubt, go left. Just don't go left 4 times. If you go left 4 times, you end up where you started, everybody. Or you go right 4 times. Ah, there he is. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, he's an elite in there, too. Smoke!
Chicken got out.
All right, now you're on double secret chicken probation.
No, I'm just gonna kill it.
All right, they're letting our chickens out, everybody. How could this come to pass? He knows I'm just joking, everybody. He knows I'm joking. I joke around with my crew. I typically don't joke around with new members. But I have a, kind of a funny sense of humor. I think
I need to call PETA on that one.
I kid around with my people who could take it. If I feel like somebody cannot take that kind of jibbing or, you know, a little bit of trash talking, then I try not to, right? If they're offended by it or whatnot. But my team, they've been around a long time. They know I love them. They know I'm just messing around, and they do the same thing to me. They're like, Kismet, you fell off the mountain again. I'm like, I know, I fell off the mountain. Again, as long as it's not mean-spirited. I feel like that's what some people don't realize, everybody. We've been doing that forever. Gamers have been doing that since the beginning, where you kind of take the vinegar or the moxie out of people or whatever. You take a little bit out of them by just kidding around with them and whatnot. And sometimes, people get it. They're along with the joke. The joke's not on them. They're along with the joke, and they can take that kind of old school, whatever you call it. Went out of my head now. That old school trash talking. And I trash talk the NPCs, everybody. I think that's funny too. So I'll trash talk the NPCs, occasionally trash talk my peeps with love and respect, but not with the mean spirit. I feel like some people think that trash talking, you're supposed to talk really mean to other people. Like, oh, you suck and you're blah, 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 blah. You start bringing their, where they're from, their race, their background, what orientation they are, whether they're male or female or something like that. That's when you've crossed the line. That's when you should absolutely not do that stuff. That's when you're not being funny. Nobody thinks that's funny. Nobody does. When you've crossed that line. It's funny when something is funny and it's funny to the person, and you say, you fell off the cliff, Kismet, and I'm like, I know, I fell off the cliff again, and then it's funny to me and to them. But when you're mocking other people, or if you're discriminating against them, oh, ouch, discriminating against them, that's when you've gone wrong. So a good life lesson there for you, everybody. Of course, it's your life. You wanna, remember that you are responsible for your actions. So if you're gonna act like that, remember you're gonna get some consequences. That is for sure. Especially in my channel, I will permaban you. You will be gone forever. You can appeal as many times you want. You start treating people poorly, you're gone. That's it. I don't put up with it. Even though my generation, everybody, my generation was filled with those people. I can tell you, I grew up with those people telling me this is how this kind of group is, and this is how you should treat these type of people and whatnot. And the thing I realized, that was a failure of that generation, of my parents' generation and the grandparents' generation, the generation before that they kept retaining that evil is what I call it, but that need to feel superior to other people to make themselves feel better. They had to feel superior to other people simply by putting them down based on what group that they pigeonholed them into. That is a failure on their part, and you can let that go in your life. You don't have to continue on that hate that other people have taught you when you were young. And in the 70s, it was really bad, everybody. They make fun of people who are overweight, people from different countries, people just, you could be the same as everybody else, but you might like comic books. Then they called you a nerd. Or you may be into the chess club. Then they call you a geek, right? They got to find some reason to tear you down so they can make themselves feel better about themselves. And that's the basic gist of it, that they are not strong enough as a human being to treat you well and not bring you down, right? And I feel like that's a great failure of the human race in general. And you don't have to keep it going. I feel like that's the worst thing. Is that you keep that stupidity going generation after generation after generation. Now, it's your life. You want to be that person. You want to be that level 0 human being and never level up in real life. That's one thing I did in my life, everybody. Because I was told this is how you treat people. That's how you treat people. You treat people who are different groups different ways. And you treat them less of a human being. And I can tell you, it's wrong. It's a failure. It's a failure of their generation. And if you continue it on, then you make it a failure of your generation. I set that stuff down. I realized it because I met people from those different groups, and it wasn't that at all. Well, what up? We got to get it on a party here? Let's go. Bye-bye, suckers. I got a lot of good gear, but I wiped those guys out like nobody's business. Again, that was a great failure of that particular generation of that they kept that hatred going, everybody. It seems really stupid to me now, but I believed in that stuff when I was young. We used to go around, I wasn't at that level, though. I wasn't like a racist where I go around and call everybody bad words, but I would bring people down. I'd say, oh, man, look at those pants, man. What, you got a flood coming on? We called it burning people in those days. Now you call it griefing or you call it discrimination. But in those days, we just called it burning. So we would just tear people down based on where they were from, based on what they look like, what clothes they have on. We would just tear people down all the time. And all the people around me who were sketchy peeps in their own right would tear other people down for the very things that they did. That was really the funny part of it, is that they were just as bad as the other people and had just as many problems in their life and were just as despicable, or maybe even more despicable, because they were that type of person. And just one day I realized that's not true. They say, oh, well, this group's like this. Well, I'd meet those kind of people, and they were just the nicest type of people. And some of those people were the kindest, sweetest people I've met in my life, because they know what it's like to be treated poorly. And so they don't want to treat people poorly because they've been treated poorly. They've learned that lesson the hard way, that they don't want to be those level 0 human beings. They have made the choice, and that is a hard choice because it takes effort to be a decent person. Being a jerk and being a smart aleck and telling people what they should be doing and being so hard-headed and so locked into your views is easy. That's one of the easiest things you could do in your life. That's a level 0 human being. You only care about yourself. You only care about being right. You're self-righteous. You're so about being right all the time that you can't level up in real life. And lots of people suffer from that. They suffer from the inability to grow as a human being. And that should be your journey, is to level up in real life. To learn a little bit of empathy, to learn to see stuff from other people's point of view, to care about other people other than yourself as you go along in your journey in life. Now, obviously, you don't want people to take advantage of you, because there are those scumbags out in the world that'll manipulate you and take advantage of you and make you feel bad and all of that, because they want you to do whatever they want you to do, right? They want to make you feel bad so they can have control over what you're doing. Right? Those are called manipulators, people who like to manipulate you. Fair weather friends are a great example. People who say, oh, you're the grass, you're the best, oh, I love you so much, oh, you're my best buddy. And then what happens, you're at a party, right? And they can't see you because you just walked up behind them and they're talking about you. Say, oh, I hate that guy. That guy's a jerk. That guy, oh, man, I can't stand talking to that guy. I just had to talk to him earlier, right? Talking to that guy. And you're standing literally right behind him. You can see all the other people going, because now you just found out that person is a horrible person. If you're talking about people behind their back, everybody, when they're not around, oh, look out. What goes around comes around. Look out for that deal. That's not cool. When you're going around and telling how terrible other people are, oh, well, this person's a terrible person, da-da-da-da-da, and you don't even know that person, or you don't hang around with that person, you haven't met that person, you haven't been, you're not an actual friend of that person. I feel like that's pretty scumbag-esh as well. Not good in the long run. Now, sometimes while I'm just doing stuff, I'm just collecting iron right now, everybody. This is nothing too super exciting. I do talk a little bit about real life. Try to inspire you in your life to go out and be a decent person. Now, remember, it's your life. They're your life choices. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you some examples from my life along the way. That's part of my stream as well, everybody, as I do try to inspire people here in the stream. In fact, that's probably the most part of my stream. Is to inspire people to do what they love to do. So go out there and let nobody stop you being a decent person. Even if they're a terrible person, that doesn't mean that you have to match their horribleness, right? You don't have to match how they treat other people and whatnot just to kind of fit into their little stupid group. That's like high school stuff, everybody. When you get out of high school, if you haven't got out of high school yet, I know most of us probably in this channel have. When you get out of high school, guess what? You are not going to see 99% of those people ever again in your lifetime. And if you, whoa, look out. And if you live to like 50 like me, you will not see those people. I haven't seen a lot of those people in forever. Now, you could go to a reunion and all of that and see them then. But I don't care to meet those people because a lot of those people were terrible people. They treated me terrible. They treated other people terrible. And that kind of karma always comes back to you later on. It definitely does. It will come back to you and burn you in ways you haven't even thought of yet. I don't know, whatever I did to be so disabled as I am now, I can't think of anything that I have done to have to go through such torture and purgatory every day because of all my medical conditions. Or maybe it's just a challenge put forward in front of me to see if I can rise to the challenge. I kind of try to take it on like that. But I would take this suffering on no one, everybody, because I'm constantly dizzy every day. It's difficult for me to get out of the bed. It's difficult for me to sit here and play games. I know, it seems crazy, right? It is difficult for me to do a lot of things that I did without even thinking about before I had these medical problems. And this ain't no fairy tale, everybody. I ain't gonna wave no magic wand and then all of a sudden all your disabilities vanish. That is not a thing. But you can learn to manage them. And then, of course, start to improve your health slowly, which is what I've been doing for years upon years upon years. And that's why I do this, because this gives me the freedom to say, all right, everybody, not feeling so hot. All right, we're leaving right now. Bye, gotta go. Right? And I've done it many times. I've done it probably hundreds of times here on the stream. And I did it just the other day when I wasn't feeling so hot. I said, okay, well, this is about as long as I can go, everybody. I got to stop. I got to take a break. And a lot of my audience knows that. A lot of my community members know that, and they're cool with it. Like, oh, sorry to see you go, Kismet. We're having so much fun. But that's okay if you got to go and do take care of your health and rest up and then come back stronger the next time. Same thing why I decided to start losing weight, everybody. I was, 230 pounds at 5'9", everybody. That's a lot of extra weight. And I just didn't gain it because I was eating a ton of food, everybody. I ate excess food for my body size a little bit for a decade. And it sneaks up on you. So you have, 2 pounds this year, 2 pounds next year. For a decade, that's a lot. Or say you get 5 pounds for a decade, that's a lot of pounds, everybody. That's a lot of pounds for that amount of time. And that's how it gets you when you get older. Because what happens is, you stop doing all the things you did when you're young. You're not running and jumping and climbing trees and jumping from rooftop to rooftop like I used to do when I was young. You know what you're doing? You're at work. You're sitting in front of your computer. You're doing that all day long. You're not out there exercising. You're not going to the gym. You're not looking after yourself. That is the reason why I gained my weight. That is what, look out. That's what happened to me. Right? And maybe you're different. Maybe your metabolism's a little bit slower. Maybe you had the same problem where, you had to get out and work and you didn't have enough time to look after yourself. Now, there's no real excuse for me, everybody. I did have lots of money. I did have lots of, success when I was young. So the only person I can blame for not keeping my youthful health was me. And so when I was young, I thought, well, I'm making all this money. I've earned all this success. I'm going to enjoy my success. But it creeps up over time, very, very slowly for me, that creeped over time. So what happened is I got really unhealthy. I started having these medical problems. And to help with those medical problems, especially my sleep apnea, I started saying, okay, I can't go anymore. I've got to be mentally strong. I've got to force myself out of the bed every day so my muscles don't atrophy, right? So my muscles start to go away. And so I start losing muscle, start gaining fat. That's how it works, everybody. Start gaining muscles, start losing fat. That's how that works. You can't out-exercise a bad diet, everybody. I have a terrible diet. Pizza, spaghetti, candy, ice cream, all of that. And that built up over time. I never had that problem when I was young. In fact, I would forget to eat. People would warn me and say, Kismet, have you eaten today, dude? You're looking so skinny. Because I was like 130 pounds forever. For a very long time. So I got to 230 pounds. I have all these medical conditions. What do I need to do? I need to stop abusing my body, everybody. I need to stop abusing myself. So what I did is I said, okay, that's it. I'm going to start eating better. And so I did. I stopped eating candy all the time. And I started eating grapes and strawberries. I used to have a bowl right here on my desk. I was there for decades, everybody, for many, many years. And it had M&Ms in it. And so I used to start as a small bowl, but then it got to be a big bowl. And then sometimes I would be eating those, and I realized I ate that entire giant bowl of M&Ms. One of those big, family size M&M things. Because M&Ms are among the perfect candy in the world, I think. And so that's a bad habit to get in. It looks like if you had chips or stuff like that, you don't grab the whole bag of chips. Because you know what's going to happen? You're going to be eating those chips, you'll be watching TV or whatever, and you look down, you ate that whole entire bag. It's like 2,000 calories you just had right there. And then also it'll make you sick too. So what I did is I started substituting. So instead of putting the M&Ms in the bowl, I put strawberries and grapes in the bowl. And I'd sit here on stream and I'd eat it instead of eating all the candy. And so that helped me. I stopped drinking soda all the time. Now, you don't have to give it up forever. I feel like that's the worst idea. The worst idea is to say, I can never have this thing again. Because that'll be the only thing you crave every minute of every day. And I know that about myself, everybody. I know that is about me. And of course, you tailor it to whatever is best for you. But that did help me a lot. And so I lost like 10 pounds. Just doing that, dropping soda, stop drinking soda because it's basically syrup that's been carbonated. You know, like syrup you put on your pancakes? That's what soda is. Yeah, in its raw form, it's syrup. So they put syrup in there, they carbonate it, and you drink it. It's like acid, everybody. And I love Dr. Pepper, everybody. I'm not gonna front at all. I love Dr. Pepper. It's my favorite drink. I absolutely love it. I call it the ambrosia or the cherry Nuka-Cola. I absolutely love it. But I had to give it up because it wasn't doing good for my health. Now, do I have soda every now and again? Yeah, my wife might have a root beer and I might take a sip of that. But I certainly don't want that 10 pounds back that I lost simply by stopping drinking soda. That was it. Just kept eating bad, kept having pizza, you know, candy, all that other stuff. But I stopped drinking soda and I lost 10 pounds just from that one thing. And then I started substituting food. For, you know, instead of candy, I'm eating, you know, fruits and vegetables and things of that nature slowly over time. Not like, you know, I'm out there, you know, pumping iron 24/7. And then I lost another 10 pounds. So now I'm down 20 pounds. So now I'm down to about 210. So now is the smart time to invest in the most important thing you want to invest in your life. And I lost track of that, everybody. I lost track of that in my life. And that is to invest in you. You are your best investment. Whether it's your health, whether it's your education, whatever it is, you are your best investment because you are the thing you're going to be around your whole life. So invest in what type of person you are, invest in your type of skills that you have, and then definitely invest in your health because as you can see, everybody, there's some millionaires, billionaires out there who still died even though they have all the money in the world. And that's because they didn't take care of their health. They didn't take care of their health, and that money cannot buy back your health at the end of your life. It might extend it, but it's definitely not going to stop death. Death is coming for all of us. So you definitely want to try to extend it by taking care of yourself. And if you've lost track of where you're at in your life, like I did, you know, lost track of taking care of yourself because you're so busy taking care of your family, you're taking care of your spouse and all that. Now, obviously, you don't want to neglect the rest of your stuff in your life either. You still want to take care of that. But at some point, you have to be mentally strong up here. You have to say, not going to get that 44-ounce Dr. Pepper today. I'm going to get me a smaller one. I'm going to get me a smaller one and see if I enjoy it just as much. And usually you do, but then it leaves you wanting more. It's an addiction. Everybody, caffeine is an addictive substance. There's that sleep apnea striking again. It's an addictive substance. So same thing with cigarettes and alcohol and all of that stuff. And they made it that way on purpose because they don't care about you. Smoking companies, they don't care about you. They don't care if you get, terrible asthma, terrible inability to breathe. They don't care. They don't care because they're making their money. They don't care if you die tomorrow. They don't care about you. They don't care about you, and you shouldn't care about them either because they don't care about you. So if you're taking the hits for them, everybody, I wouldn't take the hits for them. A good friend of mine who I worked with for many years, she was amazing what she did, everybody. I'm not going to tell you her name. But she's amazing what she did. Super sweet, nice, kindest person you would meet in your life. But she was addicted to smoking. And I never noticed it because, I don't stare at people, everybody. I don't look at what they're doing and what shoes they have on. I never notice people's shoes. My wife does. I don't notice people's shoes or, what kind of clothes they have on or that kind of stuff. I feel like all that stuff is frivolous anyway. It doesn't make you any better of a human being because you have nicer clothes. What makes you a better human being is how you treat people, I think. But she had went through and said, that's it. I've decided I'm going to stop smoking. Right? And that's a hard thing, everybody, because that addiction is hardcore. Right? That's some hardcore addiction right there. What up? Come on, I'll punch you to death. All right. Get my punching going. Look, he can't even damage me, everybody. He can't even damage me because my armor. I'm gonna punch him to death. Get my punching to going. Taking too long. Just die. So she tried to stop smoking, and she did. And you never notice. I never noticed how ashen her face was, and how green her face was all the time. Because after that, she just absolutely glowed. She lit up the room every time she came in the room. Every time she came in the room, and she felt better, she could breathe better, and I can tell you that that absolutely extended her life. She's still alive today, everybody. And I can tell you, at her age now, she's in her 60s and 70s now, probably just going into 70s, probably. I didn't tell you her name, so I can tell you her age. Normally, I don't tell females' age to anybody. But she's alive today because she made that choice, and she looks way better, and she feels way better because she told me so. And I'm so happy for her because that is so hard to do. Don't let nobody tell you that stuff is easy, because that stuff's not easy. It's not easy not drinking every single day because, you know, you want to escape your reality because reality sucks. And you're in a tough position in your life, so you're drinking all the time to escape that. Even the richest, most famous, most amazing people in the world, everybody, still suffer from those addictions because they want those people to be addicted because they got all the money and they want to get their money into their pocket. Yeah, that's why they do that. That's why they do that kind of stuff. Is to basically, siphon the money from them. So they're this big successful celebrity, and then they get hooked on drugs or alcohol or whatever it is, and then, what I call the scumbags of the world, are using that thing to get those people addicted, and then draining them for all their money they're worth. They don't care. They'll take all your money. They'll take all your money and watch you die and suffer with all of that. My parents used to smoke when they were young. And my dad and mom would have been gone way sooner had they would have kept that going. Now, I'm not telling you what to do in your life. They're your life choices. They're all on you. I'm just telling you what I've seen in my life and what I think about that particular thing. I think I would never work for those companies because I know what the end result of that is. I have watched people waste away, everybody. If you've never watched a loved one waste away from that, then you have not gained perspective on how terrible that can be. But remember, it's your life. They're your choices. If that's your thing and you want to do it, go for it. Go for it. I'm not here to tell you what you can or can't do. I'm just telling you that there are consequences for everything that you do. In everything that you do. If you treat other people poorly, you will be treated poorly. New sub badge right over there. The mighty, notorious TDK coming in. Let's show some love in the chat as well. It's Kit Kat for me. I love Kit Kats as well here, Ludo. I know they're so good, aren't they? And you can break them off and just have a little. See, you break them off feeling like you're going to have less, but you're going to eat that whole package. I know I am. Right here, Luna? Yeah, for me, it's M&M's. But I love all type of candy. Candy's like my one addiction, everybody. I'm not addicted to drugs, alcohol. I'm not addicted to lying either, which I also feel is an addiction. I'm not addicted to, deceiving people or scamming people and stuff like that. Some people suffer from that as well. I'm not addicted to sex or alcohol or any of that stuff. I'm not addicted to any of that other than candy and junk food. Because that's how I grew up, right? I grew up, in the age of junk food, when junk food really started to take off in the 70s and 80s. And then you thought that was really food, everybody. Just so you know, junk food is not real good food. I mean, it's food, you can survive on it, but it's not good for you, especially if you have a lot of it all the time. I grew up on McDonald's and all these other places look out. And all these other places that became absolutely massive, despite the consequences of making everybody a lot less healthy. Right? I think that guy's stuck up there. Yeah, he's stuck up there. Yeah, stuck up. He got stuck. So, again, I had to give that junk food stuff up as well because it was affecting my health. And so, getting back to my primary story, a little inspiration hopefully for you, is I lost 50 pounds. Now, when I started to lose weight, everybody, I did not even think that 50 pounds was a possibility because when you're at 40, you're doing less exercise. You can do less exercise because now you're overweight, right? So it's even harder to motivate yourself to get up, to go every day, to say no Today, I'm going to go ahead and go for a walk today. I'm not going to sit and watch TV for 5 hours. I'm not going to get on the, my social media and, scroll Twitter for 4 or 5 hours. I'm going to get up. I'm going to walk 7 minutes that way. I'm going to walk 7 minutes back this way. And that takes mental effort. That's the strongest thing you need to be at, everybody, is this. The people who are in really great shape, a good friend of mine, who I'd known since I was a kid, was incredibly overweight. He was like 350 pounds, everybody. He was a very, very big guy. And the reason why is he had a lot of tough luck in his life, everybody. He was born, and he had to have his leg amputated below the knee. He had a rough time of it. Everybody would pick on him all the time because, he's disabled, and that's how the scumbags were back in those days. I wouldn't. He was a good friend of mine. I would defend him, and I got in a lot of fights defending him, too. I said, you don't mess with my friend, everybody. Come on, he's disabled. That's a messed up thing to do. He's like, oh, well, he's a gippy guy, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, that's it. Don't do that again. And then that would be it. Because in my day, we threw down, everybody. And you know what? In my day, the teachers didn't break it up. That's right. The teachers didn't come out and break up the fights. They would be like, I don't want to be involved in that. No thanks. They didn't break up the fights. They didn't take the bully off of you. If you went and reported that somebody was bullying you, they would say, oh, that's just kids being kids. No. That's screwed up, everybody. If somebody's bullying you, you go straight to the peeps. You go straight to your teacher. You go straight to the principal. You go straight to whoever is going to defend you, because guess what? It's going to get worse and worse and worse. That's how it's going to get. Right? And when people don't have any respect for you, they don't care for you, why you care about what they think? Screw them. Screw them. You don't have to care about what they think. You're not obligated to be kind to them if they're being mean to you. Now, don't be mean to them. But you don't have to listen to what they say. If they say you're a terrible person or you're a geek or you're whatever, that's a them problem, not a you problem. If you're a decent person, right? If you're a decent person, that's not a you. That's a them. Now, again, if you are doing something bad, on the other hand, if you're being a scumbag and people are telling you you're being a scumbag by, being disrespectful to whoever or being mean, unnecessarily mean, then that one I would listen to. That one you might want to clip in on that one. But again, it's still your choices, your life choices. You want to be a horrible person. You have every right to be a horrible person and then suffer the consequences. Because there's consequences for everything. But this ain't no storybook. This ain't no, Marvel movie, everybody. The horrible people don't always get punished. And sometimes the horrible people get ahead. They get the money. They get the women. They get the cars. They get all the stuff. That's reality. The reality is horrible people sometimes still get away with it. They still get away with being horrible people. It's when you turn into a horrible person because other people are horrible. That's when things have gone wrong. I don't say, well, that person's being terrible, so I'm going to be terrible. That means that you have made that choice. I see that all the time. People, one person jumps off the bridge, everybody going to jump off the bridge. One person's a horrible person, you're hanging around with horrible people. Why don't you be horrible people? I hung around with terrible people who eventually, some of those people ended up in jail because those are the only people around, number one. But I wasn't horrible because they were horrible. And a lot of times I say, come on, guy, leave that guy alone. He's just, leave that little guy alone. He's a little tiny little guy. He weighs 80 pounds. He's just trying to do his thing over there. Leave that dude alone. And I've gotten fights with my friends over that, right? Being a decent person, right? So you try to help your friends be decent as well. And if they turn on you, you be like, you want to throw down? You want to throw down right here? A lot of my friends know that I have no limit to a throwdown. If you threaten my life, I'm all about it. I'm one of those crazy people, everybody. And the people I run with, they all crazy. So you got to be crazy too. In those days. Now today, you shouldn't be doing any of that, everybody. You shouldn't have to fight people or try to prove how manly you are and all of that. It was a failure. It was a failure of that generation. It's still a failure today to have to prove yourself to people who don't care about you. Right? If someone cares about you, they'll come to you and tell it to you straight. There ain't nothing wrong, like I'm telling it to you straight right now. They'll tell it to you straight because they care about you enough to tell it to you straight. But also, they won't bring you down or try to tear you down to make themselves feel better. I'm not trying to tear you down, everybody. I'm just telling you from my point of view, while I'm wandering around here just collecting some iron, which is not too sexy. Not the most sexiest thing you could be doing in this game right now. I'm just running around collecting iron. Just keeping busy. And while I do that, I try to bring a little positivity into here. It's the sugar. I know sugar is real bad for you when you have a lot of it. Now, you got to think the amount of sugar I eat in a day might be this much.
Right below me.
That much sugar, everybody. When you're eating M&Ms like that nonstop and candy bars and whatnot, and that's really not a great substance. It's not a great substance for you to survive on. And you might have not had it when you were a kid, and then now that you're an adult, you can have all the candy you want and all the stuff you want. And still, every day I crave it. I mean, I crave it like it's an emergency sometimes, right? Like I cannot get through the day kind of thing. Somebody built a stairway out there. It's a stairway to the ship or something. I don't know. Always weird. I'm sure they built it for a reason. I'm sure. Out there. So when I see odd stuff like that, I'm like, okay, what's this stairway for? Probably because they were trying to get up into the boat. The boat got too far out or something. I don't know. Some sort of reason. If I could ask them and they would tell me, but they don't need to tell me. Hey, Kez, what's up with the 65 inches of snow in L.A.? It happens every now and again, Unforgiven. It does. Now, what most people don't know about California, and I lived there for 30 years of my life. I still consider myself a Californian, by the way, even though I live in Tennessee with my family. And I moved here because there's no state tax. We wanted to grow our family in a place in which everybody's not fake, because all the people in L.A. are 90% fake. Most of them, 90% of the people. That's 9 million people. Hello.
Yeah, bone mass helps.
Oh, I just heard my microphone come on. 90% of those people are fake people. They are trying to pretend like they're rich, even though they're, hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt, and they're practically bankrupt, and they're driving around in their Mercedes. Meanwhile, they can't pay their car payment, and they got their big houses, and they got all their fancy stuff, and they feel like they're superior to other people because they have wealth, or they have a better job, or they have better clothes, or whatever it is. And that was something I was told when I was young. The more successful you are, the better person that you are. That is totally not true, everybody. Some of the best people in the world are the poorest people in the world. The people who are going to have your back when times are tough. Not like these fair weather friends that are going to be there when you have lots of money, and then when you go bankrupt, they're not around. They're not around there. You don't have any money in your pocket, they're not around all of a sudden. And you call them up and say, hey, remember that time I helped you move? Or remember those couple times I helped you move? Well, hey, I'm going to be moving. Can you come by and help me? I got no one to help me. And they're like, sorry, I don't have enough time. You know those people. You know you've met them along the way. You know those people who won't be there for you when the real tough times hit. My friends call me to see how I'm doing. How you doing today, Kismet? They're not calling me to say, hey, Kismet, I need to borrow $100, or Kismet, I need you to do something for me. They're just contacting me and say, hey, great to see you, whatnot. Like I contacted some of my friends here in California and say, hey, I may be coming through there during June. If you're around, let's hang out, let's chat, let's catch up. They're like, okay, cool, that'd be awesome, Kismet. We'll see you, man. We'll see you when you come by. All right, great. Just like that. And they didn't say, hey, why don't you do something for me? If somebody is always contacting you because they want you to do something for them, or you're contacting someone like your parents or your grandparents or whatever, and the only time you ever talk to them is because you want something, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Try this out, everybody. For those who haven't heard this before in the stream, and I talk about this from time to time, call your parents up without wanting anything. Call them up and see how they're doing. I just called to see how you're doing. Are you sure? Is everything okay? Are you sure you're calling for just that reason? Because you never call me unless you need something. You sure you're okay? That's what your parents are going to probably do, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think your parents would do that if you called them right now and said, I just called to see how you're doing. Right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think you would freak your parents out if you just called them out of the blue and see how they're doing. And I think some of you are going to lie. Because I know the truth. Don't try to trick me. I know the truth, everybody. I know the truth that sometimes the only reason why you call your parents because your parents get annoying after a while. I get annoying to my kids, just so you know. I'm annoying to my kids because I'm telling them all the things they don't want to hear. Clean your room. Wash your clothes. Get up on time. Don't be disrespectful. I'm telling them all those things, and I'm going to tell them those things for 18 years, and then they're going to move out, and then I don't have to tell them those things anymore. It is now their responsibility. Their responsibility to do their things. And my goal, and I tell them all the time, is to teach them to be responsible, teach them all the things they need to know to survive in the world if I die. Right? Because If my wife's making their lunch every day, they need to know how to make their lunch. They need to know how to cook food. They need to know how to manage their money. They need to know how to buy a car and keep a car going. They need to know how to get a job and keep a job. Not just get the job, but keep the job. That's the hardest part of any job, is keeping the job. There we go. You call them all the time. One of the reasons I get my place is minutes away from there. There you go, Hair Looter. That's how you do it right there. You think they'll be suspicious at first, but eventually we are good. Well, there you go, Rotisserie G. You're very honest in your answer. I love honest answers, everybody. That's 1,000 Kids Cats for the entire chat for honest answer. Me, I try to be honest with myself. If someone is calling me up all the time and they only want something and they're constantly telling me how terrible of a person I am because I'm not doing stuff for them, they're trying to manipulate me, they're trying to tell me, oh, you're terrible because of this, this, and this, or they're talking about me behind my back, which sometimes you can catch people doing that. I've caught people doing that to me, everybody, because they texted me by mistake when they meant to send it to somebody else. Is that awkward or what, everybody? Has anybody done that? Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever accidentally said something to someone which was meant for somebody else. If you text them, if you said it on the phone, if you did it, oh yeah, DJ Watkins is honest. He's honest in the chat. He's done that. Yes, I've actually had people text me the thing they were trying to text other people to talk about behind my back. And they don't think that's a bad thing. They think that's fine, that they can talk about you behind your back and that you're going to be cool with it. That you have to put up with that. That you have to put up with people putting you down all the time and telling you you're such a terrible person because you're not doing this thing for me. And you should be doing this and you should be doing this. I don't have to do a damn thing. Nothing. Zero. I struggle to stay alive every day. To keep wanting to be alive too, which is another struggle, which is different from the actual physical staying alive and the mentally wanting to stay alive. And believe me, I've had some moments in my life that were so incredibly horrific that I questioned whether I wanted to keep going. And I know some of you have done it as well. It's worth it. It's worth the effort because you can always turn it around in your life. I'm living proof, everybody. I'm living proof that you can improve if you have enough of this mental power. If you have enough absolute conviction in what you're doing. I'm 53 this year, everybody. I'm a Twitch partner. Now, the chance of me becoming a Twitch partner, 0.01%. So if you're not inspired by that, I don't know what I'm going to inspire you by. The chances of that is so incredibly low. But see, there is a small chance it could happen. And if there is even the smallest chance and you want it bad enough, you don't let anything stop you between where you are now and where you want to be. And not only am I a Twitch partner, I'm also a YouTube partner as well. Thanks to all of you coming in, showing some love. And a lot of hard work from me, too, everybody. I've literally streamed for tens of thousands of hours, thousands upon thousands of streams. And I've worked for thousands upon thousands of hours beyond those as well, because this is something I have chosen to do. And when I choose to do something, everybody, it's like a non-stop freight train. You better get off the tracks because Kismet coming through. Kismet coming through full stream ahead. All right. What do we got? We got that done. Let's get back to some more food and get back to more collecting here. I better check in with my crew here in case they're trying to get a hold of me.
Next to
my button.
left of the wood.
My button. There you go. Yep. If you can't say it to someone's face, don't say it.
Okay.
Now, I'm not afraid to tell people stuff to their face with respect,
The big one.
and tell them that they're doing me wrong, that they're treating me poorly. And if they're treating me poorly, I say to my kids all the time when they become disrespectful, you're treating your mom poorly. Do not do that. I will not stand for it, ever. I will not stand for it, ever. It'll never be okay. And that is a rule in the house. You be respectful to each other, not only to me and my wife, but also to each other, because I have 3 daughters, as well as to the extended family and whatnot. You need to learn that lesson, because that's a lesson that's never going to be different. It's never going to change. There's never at a point where I'm going to say, okay, it's okay for you to treat me terribly and be respectful to me every single day. There is no point in which that's going to be okay.
Somebody wants to throw
both to me or to anybody or to a police officer or to a fireman or to your boss or to whatever. If they're being a jerk to you, then that's on them, everybody. That's not you. If your boss is a jerk, and sometimes they are, then you just got to do what you do. Now, the funny irony, everybody, is I've been the boss everywhere I've worked. And I have my bosses who are above me, too, but I'm the boss of other people as well. I've had bosses who are bosses of bosses, you know what I mean, way up the chain. When I worked for Apple, there was probably 7 or 8 levels of bosses above me. And I was the boss of my team that I worked with.
Warforged.
And then I had a boss over me, and then there's a boss over that boss, and so on and so forth. And so on. And that's the chain of giant companies like that will have multiple levels of bosses. I feel like sometimes it becomes less efficient when you have a lot of people who are the bosses, right? You have too many bosses, too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say. But you know, if you've got it at the right amount of layers, then you're good. Let me see if I missed any of this in here. And again, I'm just running around collecting iron, everybody. When I do that, I just like to talk to the chat, like to shoot the breeze. I don't know why I can't hear my peeps here. My sound went off.
Always scares me.
Hello? Hello?
Well, isn't
I
it
can't hear
very
it. What happened? Did I mute it? Did I mute my peeps?
I think it was good because Kismet sounds jacked up, so
I can't hear them.
Hear that.
I can't hear them, and I can't hear my game. Sometimes it's my headphones. Did I mute it? Oh! My headphones died? Wow, it's very rare that my headphones die. I forgot to plug them in, everybody. There we go. All right, it's working now. You guys can hear it, but my headphones died. I can see it in Discord, by the way. In Discord. I can see it in OBS. OBS is showing me that the meters are going up and down, so that's how I know you guys can hear it. But my headphones turned off. Did I forget to plug them in? That was my bad.
I'm so happy.
That was my bad.
Yeah, well, so you can place these out.
Now, also what my headphones have, which is really cool, everybody, they have a limiter on it. So if there's not enough sound, it'll just turn the sound off so you don't not listen to static. And if there's too much sound, it'll actually bring the sound down so it doesn't blow your ears out. And that's why I love the Lucid Sound headphones, everybody. These are the best, I think. They just happen to be one of my awesome sponsors because I think their headphones are the best. That's why they became my sponsor. Otherwise, I would not have them as a sponsor because I don't care. I don't care. If I don't like it, I'm not going to have them as a sponsor, that's for sure. I don't just do things for dollar bills, everybody. I feel like that's always a dead end unless you're trying to survive. If you're trying to survive, that's a different thing. If you've got to go out and grind out the lowest level job, and you got to take a job that's way below your experience so that your family has food or you have food, then that's a noble thing. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Go do what you got to do. Over here, I think this is where we are right here. So I never see anything wrong with that. But again, I do like my headphones. I think what I did is I accidentally muted them, and then they just turned themselves off to save power. Because I had let it go so long without any sound. I think that's what they did.
Just make sure you're good over there. If you got
Oh, yeah, no, I was just looking.
Make sure you don't have any Mistlands stuff, so straight up next.
Oh, I didn't turn the light on. I just grabbed one.
Okay.
And that's another thing, everybody. I feel like if someone comes to me and says, hey, Kismet, I disagree with everything you say. And I'll be like, okay, that's fine. You can disagree with me. That's fine. That's, you know, we don't have to like the same things in life, everybody. Remember that about people. You don't have to like the same things as them, right? You don't have to be the same thoughts. You don't have to be perfectly the same in every way and agree with everything that they say. In fact, I prefer things that don't always agree. But the one thing that I don't like is the devil's advocate thing. That is really annoying. They don't have their own opinion, but they want to go ahead and just take the opposite opinion to feel like they got to argue with you. I don't like to argue with people for no reason. I think that's one of the stupidest things that people can do, is to argue for no reason or to take an opposite effect. Unless you're doing like speech or something like that in school. I understand you're trying to learn how to speak or you're trying to learn how to do your thing. But I don't want to advocate for the devil. That's just not my thing. Just the thought of doing that is no. What I want to do is have my opinion. You have your opinion. And if they differ, that's fine. It's okay. Can we come to an agreement somewhere in the middle? Maybe. Or maybe I'm wrong. I know. Crazy idea to think that you might be wrong. Or maybe they're wrong. Or maybe we're both wrong. Right? That's a real tough one. That's a tough one for most people to get. That maybe both sides is wrong because of the way that you're treating each other. If you're treating each other poorly on both sides, then both sides are wrong. Great example. All the politicians, everybody. They act like high schoolers. In fact, sometimes they act like they're in elementary school. And I'm not going to get into politicians and this guy said that with this and that and all of that. I don't call out politicians. But I do call out the general way that they function in the fact that they act like little toddlers, especially nowadays. They are so, it's either my way or the highway. We are right and you are wrong. And that's not their role. Their role is not to tell who's right or who's wrong. Their role is to improve your life because you're paying for it right now. You're paying for those people to act like toddlers. They get their salary from you. That's right. They are paid by everyday people who are out there scrubbing toilets, people washing dishes, people out there, plowing the fields, people out there grinding every single day. Meanwhile, they're all rich sitting up on some hill somewhere enjoying your money that you gave them so they could do right by you. Because that is their single role. That is their one job. Not to be right, not to tell everybody that they're wrong, not to act like little baby toddlers. This is my take on it anyway. Their job is to improve your life every day. That's what their mindset should be. How can we improve the general life of the population of my country every day when I come in here? How can I improve their lives? Now, of course, the ways of doing those are going to differ, and it's okay to disagree on the ways of doing that. But if you never find a way, then you failed at your job. That's what a politician's job is to find a way, despite difference of opinion, to improve the lives of the everyday person. And that is their only role, and that's the only thing they should be thinking about every minute of every day. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys agree with me. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that that's what they should be doing. They should be looking to your benefit every single day and not their own. Because we all know politicians. We know the whole thing. They're liars. They're thieves. Great movie. I think it was Hunt for the Red October. A great movie that sums up politicians to me, and I love using movie references, as you can tell here in the stream, is that when they're not kissing babies, they're stealing their lollipops. A fantastic line, which is incredibly true about most politicians. Now, is that every politician? Absolutely not. There are some people out there who absolutely want to make a difference in the world and then get corrupted, just like you can get corrupted in games, get corrupted by the system and by the way that system is run. It's very easy to get corrupted by that because you start getting some money and then you start trading your values for money and you start, you give up that, whoa, look out. You start giving up a piece of yourself for that, income or that extra dollar bill. And that's how all those people got where they are today. They got that way because they slowly gave up their ideals, gave up what they were actually there to do, and just think about ways of making money. How can they make money off of this thing that they're getting paid for by everybody else? And that's what they think about. That's what their main goal is to make money. Their goal is not to help everybody. You can see it. They go in there, they come to an impasse, and they just take the week off. What the hell? If we just decided if we didn't like the opinion of our boss, and we just say, you know what, we're taking a week off without taking your vacation time or whatever. So you know what, I'm going to take the next week off. We come back, we'd be fired. In fact, you'd probably be fired on the spot right there. I would fire you. If you came to me and said, Kismet, I don't agree with you. I'm not coming in tomorrow. I'd say, well, don't bother coming in again. That's it. You're gone. Now, if you came to me and said, Kismet, I think this is what we should do, and I'll say, okay, well, we'll look at it. We'll see what we can do. We'll work toward it. And if you weren't cool with that, you'd be gone. I don't mess around. You guys got to be both ways. If you want people to listen to your opinion, you got to listen to theirs. And then you got to find a middle ground there and try to take your idea and their idea and even better. This is what humans do amazing if you give them the chance. You take one idea and you take another opposing idea, and then you make a third idea that combines the best elements of both ideas, and boom, now you've made an even better idea. You've elevated the idea. You've elevated that thing to the next level. And that's what politicians should be doing. That's what you should be doing when you're working in a team, elevating everyone else. And I've worked for some of the best companies in the world, with some of the top people in the world. I'm telling you, everybody, when I worked at Apple, I felt pleased to work there. I felt like I was privileged to work there, not just because you're working for Apple, the corporation, but you're working with some of the best people in the world, the people who are excellent at what they do. They are way beyond my skills, everybody. They are way beyond my skills at what they do. But what I did, I was the best at what I did. And so together, we were better at the whole, right? And so they were so good that it made me want to be better at what I did. And I worked very, very hard at it. You had to get 100 on every single test. You had to know a massive amount of detail. So when you talked to somebody or you were working on a project or whatever it was, you knew the insides and outs of that. When someone called me up, I'd say, oh yeah, you just go ahead and do this thing. Boom, you're ready to go. Okay, cool. Boom. And they made me a leader of a project, everybody, which I can't tell you what the project is because I did a lot of Black Ops project stuff over there. I still can't tell you, even though I haven't worked there in almost a decade. I still can't tell you because you sign that. I feel like you're giving your word too. When I say I'm not going to talk about it, I don't talk about it. Simple as that. But they did say I can tell you I did it. I just can't tell you what I did. And they got some big lawyers over there, everybody. You think, yeah, I mean, lawyers are like nukes, everybody. You shoot those things off and everything goes to hell. You know how it goes. But there you go. There we go. What level of gear you got now, man? I don't know. You don't have to yell in the chat. There you go. Oops, caps. I like to tease people because that's actually how I used to yell when we used to do the old bulletin boards and we used to chat to each other. When you needed to yell at somebody, you would type in all uppercase. What level's my gear? I think I'm on tier 3 now. I think that's what we did earlier. Yeah, we're on padded cuirass. Level 3. Now, we're trying to get everybody to max gear because we're going to go to the Mistlands next week. But right now, all I'm doing is grinding out iron. They're grinding out silver. We're working on food. We're working on upgrades, doing all that kind of stuff. Now, again, they can go to the Mistlands ahead of me, but we don't have our full group with us today. And I don't want them to miss out on when we go to the Mistlands. So we're going to get it going. Now, this is like the 3rd time I've played through the game, but I have hundreds of hours in the game, and my crew is top-notch. They are the best of the best. They are incredibly fantastic at doing the most important thing, working together. That's the most important. I don't care about your gear. I don't care if you think you're the best gamer in the world. If you cannot work together with other people, I will boot you from my team without a second thought. Because you're just going to disrupt the team and make the team uncomfortable and make them not having fun. Because the purpose of a game is to have fun. Who in the chat has been in a raid? And I made this mistake. I got the wrong raid leader. Because as the leader, everybody, I assign who our raid leader is. I raid all of that stuff, right? So it's the sweetest, nicest guy. When I've run with him so many times. The second I made him raid leader, he became an unstandable a-hole. He thought he had to yell at everybody and tell them how terrible they were and how they're such noobs and they got to gear up and do all of that crap. It just makes everybody miserable. Nobody wants to listen to it. And some people put up with it because they think that that's how they're going to get their gear or whatnot. I will insta-boot you from the stream and from my guild. I will boot you right away because that's not how you treat people. If you can't be respectful and do the same thing while being respectful, you're gone. That's it. Boom, you're out of there. Because then it's going to destabilize the guild and people are going to be like, Kismet, why don't you get rid of that guy? He's such a jerk. Or females sometimes too. Very rarely though. Females got it under control most of the time, everybody. Guys, for some reason, it's like an ego thing. It's like an ego thing. They feel like they got to be jerk and do all of that stuff constantly. So I had to remove him. I had to remove him as a raid leader because one of my longest members, who is the sweetest, nicest guy, he's an older guy like me. He's actually older than me. Sweetest, nicest guy. He's like, well, your gear's not good enough. You suck. You got to go and grind your gear and get your new gear. And he's like me. I don't got to do a damn thing. That's what I love about him. He don't have to do a damn thing, everybody. He's in his 60s and 70s. He don't have to do nothing. He don't want to do. And if you're going to tear him down in the raid, because he's always there, and he's always helping other people, and he's always an absolute example of honor, loyalty, respect of our guild, and I love him for it. He doesn't cause drama. He doesn't have any ego. He helps other people selflessly. He's not doing it so he gets something out of it. And those are rare people you find in the world. So I had to remove that person as raid leader. I had to have a talk with him why it was not okay to do that, which he did not understand. And then he got all mad, and then I removed him from the guild. That's it. Gone. So I call it going bad, everybody. Spoiling. Going bad sometimes. Sometimes your member's going to go bad out of no reason. Right? They start acting weird. They start treating you poorly. Now, it could have been something that happened in their real life, too. Maybe they got divorced. Maybe they had a bad breakup with their thing, or they're having troubles in their life. And I always, as a guild leader, you always got to attend for that. Maybe they're just going through it, right? They're having tough moments in their life, and they're acting out against people that really had nothing to do with it. right? Keep that in mind too when you are balancing whether you're going to remove somebody or someone else. But this guy had lost it. Now, I warned him. I said, if you do that, I'm going to have to remove you. He's like, well, you can just go ahead and remove me then. I said, all right, boom, you're gone. You're gone. That's it. You tell me to remove you, I'm going to remove you because that's the best thing for me to do. It's because if you're not committed enough to stay with a group, then I am certainly not going to force you to. I'm not going to tell you, oh, well, you need to be doing this and you need to be doing that. You have to stay in the guild or whatnot. If you don't want to be in the guild, you can go. That's okay. It's okay if you want to go do PvP all day, 24/7, and be part of those elite guilds so you can get the guild. There's another side story why I'm continuing to collect resources. Another great side story was a member of mine said, I want to go off and be part of this big guild. They do a lot of high-end raiding, right? We did a lot of high-end raiding too, but it wasn't our main focus, right? It wasn't like what we did. We didn't grind it 3 times a week or whatnot. And he's like, I want to get this ultimate gear. And I know what's going to happen, everybody. I've been around. I've been around. I'm a guild leader. I've been a guild leader 20 years. I know all the other big guild leaders as well, at least most of them. And we sit around and talk, by the way. We sit around and talk about all the things that have gone wrong. We don't say names. We don't name names. But we do talk about all the things that have happened in our guilds and, exchange information and how we solve certain problems and things like that. If you never knew that, all the guild leaders mostly know each other. So if you are an a-hole in this guild and you try to get in this other guild, they're going to probably find out about it. Or someone's going to tattle on you who didn't really like you in the previous guild. So look out. Watch out. Your reputation follows you wherever you go, both in real life and in game as well. So I had another member who wanted to go off and do that. And I said, you know what's going to happen in some of these guilds? So hopefully they're a great guild. But some of these guilds, they don't care about you. You're just a number in their guild. They're an ends to the means. So they're going to bring you in. They're going to help you get all them geared up. And you're not going to get that much. And even if you do get the gear, when you get to that point, hey, I got all my gear, everybody. Everyone's going to be like, that's nice. They're not going to care. They're not going to care that you did this big achievement and be there and say, all right, great job. Oh, man, way to go, dude. Because that's the way my guild is. My guild is if you get that thing, the chat's going to blow up, man. We're going to blow up that guild chat. We're going to go, all right, hey, man, you got max level. Way to go. Great job. All right, you got that armor that you wanted. Oh, man, awesome. Or it could have nothing to do with the game at all. Oh, man, you got that job. Oh, awesome, man. Oh, you finally got brave enough to ask that special someone out. Hey, way to go, man. That's that's tough. That's one of the toughest things you'll do in your life, to be brave enough to go ask a special someone out. And because you never know, because, oh, man, when they don't have, it's not reciprocal, they're not in love with you, you're in love with them. Oh, that's painful. That's really painful. And that's one of the bravest things you can do in your life. And I've been with my wife for 30 years, everybody. Try to get that real life achievement. That ain't an easy one. That ain't an easy one. That's a hard one for sure. And I still love my wife as much as I did, or more than when I first met her. And she's feisty, everybody. Sometimes, sometimes she's having a bad day too. She starts talking smack to me, and I'm like, don't talk to me like that. Because I don't talk to you like that. Don't you talk to me like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes people lose control, and they think it's okay because you've been around them a long time to talk to you with disrespect. You got to stand up for yourself, everybody. Don't let people talk to you like that. Especially your significant other shouldn't be treating you like you're trash, like you're nothing, like you're beneath them. Absolutely not. It should be an equal exchange. My wife is my number one thing in my life. There is nothing more important to me than my wife. I am number one for her. She is number one for me. If you don't get that, then you shouldn't be with that person. It's as simple as that. If they don't respect you, they don't want to be with you, they don't treat you equally, they don't treat you with respect, don't be with that person. You are going to be miserable. Very, very miserable. And I don't mess around, everybody. I don't mess around. I don't have people treat me like that. I don't like to treat people that way. I don't like to be treated that way. Everything that I do, I try to do for the benefit of my family. Right? And that's what you should do as the patriarch of your family is to look to their well-being. I think all the time. And that's what I do every day. I get up, I do towels, even though it's just quite a struggle. I got a whole bunch of towels to do. I got like 2 loads of towels to do after the stream, everybody. Oh my God, it's almost 3 o'clock. Do we already take down Motor? Yes, we've taken down all 5 bosses already. All 5 bosses there, Mega. Yes, it's slowly at the top. Yeah, it is. Who was it? Did you boot him? I'm not going to tell you his name, and I did boot him. Yes. No one disrespected my team. If they disrespect me again, I'm older, but I've heard it all. It doesn't faze me anymore. If someone comes up to me and says, Kismet, oh, you're an a-hole, blah, 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 I just go, listen to them rant for a little while, and I'm like, you feel better? There ain't nothing, because what they want you to do is get upset, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make you upset. That's what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose, because if you're as miserable as them, then they feel better. I just go, whatever. Whatever, bro. No, thank you. And there's nothing that pisses them off more than you not getting upset. I think that's awesome. There's nothing more awesome than turning it around on them in that way, because they don't care about you. And I've had that before. You know, just people just don't like you for no reason. They don't even know you. They've never even met you before. The first time they meet you, they start treating you horribly. You're like, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. I don't want anything to do with that. Yeah, so we already took down Motor. We took out, whatever his name is, starts with a Y, the big fire boss. We took him down as well last time. So if you missed it, you can watch it on the VODs down below, or you can watch it eventually on YouTube. My YouTube, by the way, I've got that queued all the way out into April now. Every day, video every single day. Sometimes 2, 3, 4 videos, some shorts, all sorts of stuff. Man, I've been working so hard on that. So much of that stuff rolling out everywhere. I'm talking like on TikTok and on Reddit and on YouTube. And I mean, I just been working my butt off on that stuff, everybody. I mean, thousands and thousands of hours being invested in that stuff for you all. So I hope you guys appreciate that by going over there and hitting that follow button, all right? Or that subscribe button on YouTube, because that's a lot of work. And I do it all for you. All for you. And again, I put up not just, highlights of my stream. I put the whole stream up. I'm talking, if it's 12-hour stream or a 16-hour stream, I put all 16 hours up. Every single stream. I don't know of a few other people who do that who are actually not on YouTube. I mean, if you're on YouTube, then it will just save it for you. But if you're on Twitch and you have to put that on YouTube, what I have to do is record it, which I'm doing right now. Let's see, it's recorded about 200 gigs. So I have to take that 200 gigs, then take it over to my machine. It takes about, 20 minutes to copy it. Then I process it for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14 hours, depending on the size of the video. Process it out. I put a little bumper at the end. I'll cut out any kind of white space, or cut out any lags in the video a little bit. Kind of trim it down just a little bit, but not, cut hours of it off, just little bits of it, so it transitions between maybe different segments that I have. And then I'll cut them by game type. So when I'm playing Valheim, you'll see a different video for that. And then when I'm playing Mech Arena after this, then that'll be a different video. So if people who want to watch Mech Arena can watch that. People want to watch Valheim can watch that. And I'll roll that out. And it used to take 8 hours per video to upload. But then I got fiber optic, everybody, 1,000 up and 1,000 down. Now it takes 8 minutes to upload. And you'd think it wouldn't be that much, but you got to think that I produce how many videos in a week, right? Just think about it. Two streams a day, sometimes multiple streams. Sometimes those streams are 5, 6, 10, 20 hours in a day, right? Some of those streams are very long, everybody. I went on for a very long time. And so basically went through and processed those out, and there's literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos up there on YouTube. So that's what I do when I'm not on stream, working on all that stuff. All right, so we got that going. What am I doing? I am trying to go back to this crypt and try to finish out this crypt. It's about 3 o'clock here. All right, let me talk to my crew, let them know that we're going to be winding down. All right, everybody, it's about 3 o'clock. I've been over here chatting it up with the chat for a very long time. Good time to start winding down, start putting your stuff away, make sure you got your gear up. And now I'm going to let everybody know about next week that we're going to go to the Mistlands. So I'm trying to gather stuff for them to upgrade as well for the peeps who aren't here, like Anion and Ro and all of them. And I'll let them know ahead of time so they'll have plenty of time to join us. And then we're going to go Mistlands next time.
Okay. Most of us are already logged out.
I don't know if I've told you guys here in the Discord, but I've told you many times on stream, but I love you guys. I think you guys are always on point. Appreciate you. Sometimes you got to appreciate your peeps.
Appreciate you too, kids.
Oh, now I'm going to make a grown man cry. Ooh, that gets me right there. That gets me right there, everybody. It does every time. It does every time when you feel appreciated, right? Put a 1 in the chat if it makes you feel good when people appreciate you. And I appreciate my crew working together. They already got it going. All right, we're going to play some Mech Arena. I'm super excited. I had to wait. I was going to do it earlier in the week, and I thought, nah, I'll wait till everybody has downloaded and is way better at it than me. And then we'll do it. So everybody get ready for some Mech Arena if you want to join us for that. Again, remember, it is free to download. It does help support the stream. And we're going to go play that here in just a couple minutes. Actually,
You should take a little break first.
I was just going to say that. I'm going to take a little break first. Everybody take a break. I just realized that I ran all the way over here and I'm about to go. So out of it. I just ran all the way over there and about to log out. So again, we're going to get in some Mech Arena. Now stick around, everybody. You guys can help as well. Just by lurking in the channel during these events, it does help. But I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat for you. Right over here. Yeah, it wasn't in the chat there. There we go. I'm going to put in the chat for you. Start downloading that, everybody. If you haven't already done so, come and join us. We're going to play for fun and prizes. Right over here, we got to get 10 people to come and join us to get up to Division 9. And if we do, boom, we're going to unlock a giveaway. We're going to give away some loot tonight to all of you who are lucky enough to get it. So let's do it. Now, for every 10 people, I'm going to start another giveaway. So another giveaway, and another giveaway, and another giveaway. Now, if you're not familiar with the game, everybody, I'll talk a bit about the game. Talk about why I brought it here to the stream in the first place. I dig Mech Arena stuff, and I'm going to be terrible at it because I've never played it. And hopefully you guys have gotten really good at it, so I can just stand behind you guys while I'm talking about it here in the chat. Now, we also may take each other on as well, but I've got to return back to the primary base. Now, one of the ways that I know that everybody is logged out of the primary base is the fact that I can go sleep in the bed. If it's nighttime, it is. There's Alan still doing it. One of the things I also like to do is kind of like, when you're closing down a business, you kind of shut down all the doors. Those front doors closed? Yes. Got to close everything out. I still see some people in here. I was about to go into bed.
It's just you, me, and Unforgiven.
All right, everybody.
If I log out, Unforgiven's in bed, so it'll advance time anyways.
All right, well, everybody go ahead and log out. There we go, yeah. Go ahead and log out, and then I'll advance time. So what I do, one of the checks that I do,
Should be out.
there we go, is that it automatically forwards time if it's nighttime. This way, when everybody logs in next time, it'll be morning, and then we can go to it. And you can see that it'll come up and say what day it is. I don't know what day we're on. Let's see. And the world automatically saved. But I can actually go into the terminal because I am the almighty server admin and type in save to make sure that it saves it. And that's something I suggest if you are the admin of your Valheim server is you give yourself admin address and then force save it, because if I restart the server right now and it hasn't auto saved, we'll lose all that time of me collecting all the loot and all the things that my other people have done, which is why I do that. So for both of those reasons. So one, it'll be daytime the next time everybody logs in, and then also so that we make sure to save that progress, and boom, I'm out of the game. Just like that. Conan X has the same issue. Now, just so you know, if you do run a server, like I've done here on our Valheim, I have turned it up so it saves more often. So if you do have Nitrado, which is the people I recommend because they are the best, everybody. They are simply the most awesome. Go over there, click that link up there. Go up there, get your own awesome server. Ark, Minecraft, Valheim, you name it. They got everything under the sun, everybody. Go up there. You also get 10% off. Use my name, Kismet. Now, what do I get? Well, I already got my server, so I'm good. It's all for you, everybody. That's why it works so much, everybody, is because I love the moment in which someone says, Kismet, I went and got myself a server. I set up my Valheim. I've been over there playing it. I've been letting it run. Or maybe you want to get a satisfactory server and use the power of time. So you set up your factory and then you just let it run while you're not even in the game. And then we'll come back and then you got all your resources ready to rock or something like that. I love those moments. Those are my favorite moments here in the stream when I give stuff away and I do all of that as well. So now's a good time. Now's a good time for us to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back. What I'm going to do is go ahead and set you guys up with something fun. I love playing it when I have the time, and that is some words on stream. Now, what you can do is descramble the words in the chat while I'm AFK, and earn yourself some points in the game. Oh wait, I gotta update it first. And then while you guys are doing that, I'll just get up and walk around because I have not taken a break in 5 hours. Not good. Not good. All right. See, I get all wrapped up, everybody. I get all wrapped up. And not good for your health. Every couple hours, you want to get up. I actually have it on my watch that warns me to get up and do what I need to do. Hydrate. I'm on it. Get up and get it going. All right. So I'll go ahead and set this to auto. So it'll auto forward it. Sadly, you can't do those commands in the chat where it says exclamation start and all that. I tried to contact him and ask him how I could set that up, and they said it doesn't work. I'm like, oh, okay. And I said, is there a way I can set it up where it shows us the word after it's done? And they're like, no, we don't want people to know the words. And I'm like, okay, it's your game, whatever you want, bro. I think it'd be awesome if you guys could forward it yourself in the chat, and if you could also, know what the words were afterward. All right, here we go. We're going to start it. I'll be back in just a moment, everybody. Enjoy, and I'll be right back. Thanks for watching this video. Keep the Kismet love train a-going. Drop by my Patreon and show your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlo, Notorious TDK, Scriplin, Ems, Brando, and Blaring Fire. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.